now. Welcome on into the Ryan Ripken Show. Happy Thursday. It's almost Friday, but more importantly for today, it's almost the trade deadline. Actually, the deadline. 6 p.m. Eastern time. MLB is done with trades, at least for the 2025 season. Welcome on in. This is kind of our special on the Ryan Ripken Show. We usually are live from 2:30 to 4:30 Eastern time, but when moves are happening out the wazoo, we're going live early to discuss it because there's not a lot of baseball going on today. All eyes are on who is going where. And over the last 12 hours, 24 hours, it has been B-A-N-A-N-A-S. If you guys are a fan of Gwen Stefani, you guys will get that reference. Whole lot to talk about, a whole bunch of moves, and we'll get into all of that. But before we do, hit that like and subscribe button. Like I said, we do this live every Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, right here on YouTube, X, and Facebook. Brad is going to be joining us in a little bit, another member of our crew, if you're new to us. But behind the sticks right now is Mr. Bollinger. Bolly, how we doing?
It's like Christmas. Like, trade deadline day is one of my favorite days of the entire year. I mean, it completely changes the landscape of Major League Baseball in the season at hand every single time. I mean, look at the past 12 hours, like you brought up. Eugenio Suarez going back to Seattle. You get Mason Miller. All of a sudden, he's heading to the Padres, and the number 3 prospect in baseball is heading out to old Sacramento. Then some underrated moves of the day. The Blue Jays gave up their number 5 prospect for Shane Bieber, who has not pitched a game in the majors this season, coming off Tommy John surgery. Talk about a risk. I mean, teams are going for it. The Mets held the best bullpen in baseball for about 14 hours, 15 hours. And then the Padres said, hold my beer. I mean, this is as chaotic as a deadline.
It is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S. It's true. So we got a lot of moves to get into today. So why don't we start with the one you just referenced? And that is probably the blockbuster so far of the deadline. And there's been a lot of big pitchers, specifically closers, that have been moved. And there it is. Mason Miller. Last night, the rumblings started to get louder late into the evening, into the wee hours of the morning, because the A's had a lead last night in the game. And usually your closer would be in, but not Mason Miller. They had him, and they had the photos of him just in his sweatshirt. And after the game, Mark Kotze, manager of the A's, said, you know, he wasn't available tonight. That's all I'm going to say. Well, here's the reason. The San Diego Padres just landed the biggest closer that I guess was available, Zach. They got Mason and JP Sears. And AJ Preller once again said, hey, screw those prospects. They're out of here. And the A's got a haul in return, which includes the Adolis DeFries, DeFries, I'm probably pronouncing that wrong right now, especially with my Invisalign in, Braden Nett, Henry Baez, and Eduardo Nunez. And in this case, you can see below, they get the Padres number 1, number 3, number 13, and number 17th ranked prospect. And by the way, their number 1 prospect was the number 3 overall prospect in the entire sport for a closer. So, Zach, like that was when you're looking at value. And I'm curious, Zach, if because when the Phillies traded for Duran last night, who went from the Twins to the Phillies, they gave up 2 of their top 6 prospects, including their second best pitching prospect in Mick Abel, and then gave up a stud of a catcher in Eduardo Tate with a lot of upside in the minor league ranks. So you wondered if the A's said, well, that's what they got. Well, hey, guess what? San Diego, he's available, but you got to blow the doors down. I think it's safe to say this haul blew the damn doors down for an A's team that's not competing right now, but has tremendous young talent that is continuing to get better and better here. I thought it was a great move for the A's, and the Padres are signaling, oh, dude, we're ready. We are ready to make a run here in a loaded National League.
This trade was ridiculous. Absolutely unreal. This is maybe with DeVries, maybe the best prospect we've seen traded at the deadline in a long, long time. I mean, this is a massive trade, and I couldn't be happier for the A's. The A's, I'm going to say that I'm not going to put this like the A's, I believe, robbed the Padres blind. But that's okay for the Padres because, like you said, Padres, as I alluded to earlier, without a doubt, the best bullpen in Major League Baseball now. I mean, that him, Suarez, you go down the line, they have all-star after all-star, shutdown after shutdown, reliever. The Padres were able, I mean, AJ Preller, let's be honest. He has never seen a prospect he wasn't afraid to trade. That's his MO. He'll trade anyone. Don't dare him twice. He will trade anyone. And for the Padres, this is a we're going for it move. Like, hey, the Mets are stacking up. The Dodgers are stacking up. The Phillies are stacking up. They said, we'll go pound for pound with them. I mean, they are absolutely going for it. But I will say this is one of those moves where if I'm a Padres fan, you sit back and you're like, yeah, we're going for it this year. That's for sure. And there are rumblings that maybe Mason Miller gets turned into a starter. You know, that's kind of the word on the street as he gets stretched out into a starter next year. And if that's the case, I think this all makes sense. If Mason Miller is not a starter, if he is still a closer, obviously JP Sears will also see what happens with him. That's a good lefty arm. I think this is a lot for a closer, but it's a seller's market. I mean, you have to do. We saw what other guys were going for. Mason Miller, a guy with 4 years left to control. He's going to spend all 4, at least we assume now, in San Diego. This is changing the landscape of Major League Baseball because now we thought the NL was tough last night. It just got a whole lot tougher because you add Mason Miller in. I mean, the NL, there's some juggernauts out there in the National League right now, and it is going to be very fun come October to see the battles we're in store for.
Yeah. And you know what? I don't even know how to equivalent the trade deadline here to other sporting events.
There is none. There's nothing.
Like the NFL trade deadline is nothing compared to the Major League Baseball trade deadline because you might get a couple moves here and there. And in football, when there's a big move, you're like, whoa, hey now, oh sugar.
Yeah.
But in baseball, it's not that one move happens. And yeah, of course, there can be some dormant trade deadlines or maybe more mild. But when one team makes a move, another team feels obligated. Or you saw one guy go for a price, then you're going to check the price tag or maybe put someone on the market that could even get a higher price tag. And I think this was a case with Mason Miller where, Zach, I'm going to pull up the baseball savant here for Mason Miller. We'll get into the prospects here in just a second of all of what the A's acquired. But for Mason Miller, the name, he really took MLB, especially by storm last year, where that rise in popularity because he was throwing absolute fuzz. But here is the baseball savant here, by the way. And when you guys look at this, a lot of red. Fastball velo in the 100th percentile. Yeah, I'd say so. He throws 101 overall. And when you guys look at the metrics, just so if you haven't watched Mason Miller enough, his fastball, essentially what it's doing is it's getting towards home plate. It has this effect and sensation that when you're going to swing, the ball just keeps going. And I know when people are like, well, Ryan, it doesn't actually happen. I'm telling you as a hitter, when you're in the box and you're sitting there going, how am I missing this if I know it's coming? There's just a deception to it where it just rises. It feels like you swing right underneath it. And then if he's not going to throw that, then he's going to throw a hammer of a slider that's 88, 87 miles an hour going down the other way. He rarely throws a changeup. But it's a power arm, power stuff. Now, is it the year that he would want so far this year, Zach? No, he's got a 3.76 ERA in 38 games. He's got 59 punchies in 38 innings. But where's the value for him moving forward? Short term, he's going to the back end of a bullpen in San Diego, which is already very good. very, very good. Long-term, Mason Miller has a desire to be a starter, and that's what he was initially going to be, by the way. So maybe you address that in the offseason, especially with the team control, Zach. Like, that's the big thing. Team control, you can play with this idea if you want him to be a starter. So we'll see, but for right now, if you're the Padres, you sit 3 games back of the Los Angeles Dodgers. You are looking to be primed for a playoff opportunity, and you are going for it. And you know what? Why wouldn't you go for it when you got Derry Bonds, Gavin Sheets over there, and the Padres? And don't forget, forget about Fernando Tatis Jr. and Manny Machado, future Hall of Famer, first ballot Hall of Famer, or that, their pitching staff that they've had of like Pivetta, King, Jackson Merrill. I mean, forget about all that. It's Gavin Sheets. But in all seriousness, the Padres and AJ Preller, they're saying, screw it. We are in it. I don't care what else happens. And over the last 2 years, Zach, they've given up a ton of prospects. And I mean a ton. But if you're a fan of the Padres, it's exciting. For right now, it is extremely exciting, especially San Diego. When you play at Petco Park right now, that is one of the best atmospheres in the game at this current moment in time. They are superb playing in San Diego. They're 34-18 at home. Not as good on the road, 5 games under on the road, but they are electric at home, and they hold a 3-game lead on the Cincinnati Reds for the final wild card spot. It's going to be hard to catch the Dodgers, but we've learned, get in the dance. And they were, if people want to forget this or want me to remind you, this is what I'm here for, Zach. The Padres had the Dodgers on the brink of elimination in San Diego last year in Game 4. The Dodgers won that game, went back home, won the winner-take-all, and we know the rest. The Dodgers went on to win the World Series. So a whole lot of what should happen here. And Daniel, I mean, it's a good point. Thank you for the donation, by the way.
Appreciate it.
AJ is treating it like a fantasy team. It's just like no keeper status, no dynasty. It's like, hey, we're trying to win this pot right now. Mm-hmm. And I don't blame him, Zach. Like, I don't blame the move whatsoever. And I think it's good for both teams. And the A's, whenever they do have a home, they got some nice players. Kurtz is going to be the rookie? He's got to be the rookie of the year at this point in the American League. Has to be.
And it's unfortunate because the guy he's taking it from and who unfortunately won't be able to really try, put up more numbers is Jacob Wilson, his teammate, who just went down with a broken forearm, I believe. So unfortunate there. But Nick Kurtz has been, talk about a star. I mean, that guy, he got drafted like 13 months ago. And now he already has over 20 home runs. I mean, he's batting like 300. Just an absolute star so far. I'm couldn't be happier, like I said, for the Athletics. I think they have a really bright future, but also just a little, AJ Preller, just some names of some guys he's traded as prospects. Trey Turner, James Wood, Max Fried, Josh Naylor, Andres Munoz, Mackenzie Gore, CJ Abrams, Zach Eflin, now Leo DeVries, Luis Castillo, Manuel Clase. Listen, there's been
so how many all-stars in that group? Because I got a lot.
Yeah, and this is
I got a lot on that hand.
I do want to point this out. There have been some trades that have worked out. Like, there have been trades where he has traded prospects and they have not turned into stars. But there is the risk when you talk about trading prospects and, they're just prospects we want. Brian, would you say right now who's happier with how the Juan Soto trade turned out? Padres fans or Nationals?
I'm going to say the Nationals. Despite the struggles, I think you're going to take that 3 of those players you acquired are already all-stars, and James Wood, in my mind, is going to be a top 5 hitter in the next 2 years.
Yeah.
Mackenzie Gore, we'll see if he gets moved today, but if I'm the Nats.
But even that, if he gets moved, it's for a haul.
It's for a haul.
And a haul that you probably a bigger haul than you gave up for, or, the haul like you gave up or got for Juan Soto.
Yeah. The only silver lining in all that is that Preller then traded Soto again to acquire a guy like Michael King, who's been great for them overall. But yes, Zach, to your point, this is the game right here. You trade prospects, they might turn out to be nothing. Or in this case, Padres have had a lot of people. So maybe that's the part of it where they go, well, we have a lot of great players that we think our farm system is going to continue to identify guys and develop enough where we can move them. But also, Padres are still trying to chase not only a World Series title, Zach, they're trying to get to the World Series, and they've been going for it now for the last 4 years or so. But for baseball fans, for Padres fans, in this moment right now, it's exciting. And we have probably a whole lot more to dive into with that. And I'm really curious if that means the Padres are done. The Dodgers, then, they just made a recent move as well. We'll get into all of that. Let's get into the other biggest move then that's happened, at least on the position player side. And we'll get into all of it more. And again, if you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. Ryan Ripken Show. We do this live every Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And we will get into the Orioles moves. I know we got a big Orioles fan base, and the Kittredge news came out of who the deal was for. Thank you, Brad. And we also saw Ramon Urias get dealt last night, and I don't think the Orioles are done moving people at all. And also, by the way, it made you think, if this was the haul that Mason Miller got, maybe Felix Bautista was actually available, and I wouldn't have blamed Mike Elias or anybody in the front office if that was the deal that you got for Felix. We're talking about knock your socks off deal. That's blowing you away.
Yeah.
That's blowing you away. And you could say, well, that's not good. We're not playing for the future. Dude, you got 4 or 5 players that could be monumental parts of your team moving forward. And I love Felix, but there is also the worry of a little injury concern. I hope he's good. Felix is healthy. He's one of the top closers in the game.
Yeah.
But right now, I think Felix is done for the 2025 season. But that's a lot of what ifs, Zach. But the Orioles, they have veterans on their team that people will be interested in. We'll get to all of that here in just a moment. But Zach, why don't we take one more moment then to address the position player side of the top bat that went off the market last night in the wee hours. And again, whole lot of trades to talk about, but let's give you guys the premier bat that just got taken, brought to you by our friends over at Merit Clubs. Here is what happened. Suarez, Eugenio Suarez of the Diamondbacks, guy that's hit 36, 35 home runs before this. He's leaving the Diamondbacks tied for the 5th most home runs in a season, and he's leaving right now. Think about that. 5th most in franchise history. He shipped off, going back to a place where he's familiar, to Seattle, and the Diamondbacks in return get Tyler Locklear, their number 9 prospect in the organization, Hunter Cranton, number 16, and Juan Burgos, number 17, right-handed pitcher. Zach, I thought initially maybe that'd be a little bit more.
Yeah. Without a doubt.
Because that is the bat. That is the bat that everyone wanted. And this is Suarez's best year of the last 3 to 4 years, as far as production-wise. I give the Mariners right now an A+ for making a deal, getting something done. And overall, they put themselves in a good position now to try to take that one of those wild card spots. You pair him with big dumper Josh Naylor, who they also made a trade with the D-backs earlier last week. I'm very impressed with the Mariners with what they're doing. It's exciting, and they need the offense. Zach, there's no question how good their pitching staff can be, but their offense has been the one thing that has kind of kept them stuck in the mud as they've tried to get over their struggles at the end of the regular season and try to have some postseason success.
Yeah, I mean, how do you add to your offense? How do you attempt to score more runs? Well, one step in that right direction is having the 2 guys with the most RBIs in all of baseball, and that's what the Mariners now have. Eugenio Suarez is actually tied with current catcher and now teammate again, Cal Raleigh, with 87 RBIs to lead all of Major League Baseball. So if you want guys who are going to drive guys in, you now have that in Seattle. And I mean, it's one of those things where we've talked about it for days. We've screamed it from the mountaintop. The Mariners needed to add a bat, and they needed to add offense anywhere. And now you look at their offense, and I genuinely believe that the Mariners, when you look at J.P. Crawford, when you look at Julio Rodriguez, Cal Raleigh, Josh Naylor, Eugenio Suarez now, Randy Arozarena, they have finally put together a offense that not only can take advantage of this pitching staff, but can make this pitching staff better. Because, Ryan, I mean, we've talked about before, if your offense is scoring 5-6 runs, it's a lot easier to pitch than if going into the game, if I give up 2 runs, we're probably losing. That mentally, that's going to help your pitching staff. All of a sudden, you keep it. You turn those 2-1 games into 5-1 games. Pitcher, all of a sudden, he can go the 6th inning instead of having to play the matchups. He can go the 7th inning instead of playing the matchups. Then it helps your bullpen.
Mm-hmm.
Less guys that it takes to get to Munoz, who is one of, if not the best closer in baseball this year.
When he doesn't tip pitches or he gets his signs stolen, it's pretty lights out.
Yeah. So it's like the Mariners, I'm loving what they're doing. I love what the Mariners are building right now. And in a very, very tough AL West, I mean, if you want to talk about a division that's going to be a dogfight to see who comes out on top, they're going to need it. And I'm excited. That's going to be a fun race to watch out in the AL West.
It is. And right now for the Mariners, batting average wise, they're 18th. They got 245 average in baseball right now. But I'll pull up the stat. They are 10th in baseball in OPS, so extra base hits, doubles, triples, home runs. But it's always been for them, Zach, run production, run production, run production. Well, they certainly got some run production with Suarez because, as we talk about it right now, what you just mentioned, all the home runs, not only has he had the ball leave the ballpark, he's also driven in 87 runs, which is tied for first right now, Zach. In baseball. So run production has been Suarez's game this year. And it is great to see for a team where Seattle, keep in mind, the Mariners, talk about a team that hasn't seen success, never been to a World Series, Zach. A lot of talents over the years. They had a dry spell from the fantastic regular season that they had, back in 2001? Mm-hmm. And really not much success since. They've been on the doorstep of being a playoff caliber team or a playoff team the last 4 or 5 years. Haven't gotten over the hump. Now they're trying to get over the hump, which the Astros are still the Astros. The Texas Rangers, to me, are still scary as hell. Because I'll tell you what, Jacob deGrom is a scary dude when he pitches the way that he pitches, Zach. And that lineup still has the pedigree to go out there and be really damn good. So they're going to try to fight off the Rangers for one of those playoff spots, as well as the rest of the American League East, which Boston, New York, and the Jays, they are in a great position right now. So much we're going to talk about with all these moves. But those are the 2 big names. Suarez, number 1 bat off the list, and Mason Miller, closer. But other closers that have gone so far: Duran from the Twins to the Phillies. Helsley. The Mets then get him, and the Mets now, after adding Tyler Rogers from the Giants, pair him with Edwin Diaz. They arguably have the best 7th, 8th, and 9th inning guys if they want to on paper. Mm-hmm. Oh, let's see what else happened. Well, what other closers were available? Well, Kyle Finnegan just got traded, right, Zach?
Yeah, he got traded to Detroit.
So the Tigers get another closer coming from the Washington Nationals. Not saying the same pedigree, but you're seeing the theme here. Closers are getting value. And Kyle Finnegan hasn't had the year he's wanted, 4.38 ERA, but he was a popular name last year at the deadline. Yeah. Came back. There it is. So whammy. We'll see what happens. The Red Sox did bolster their bullpen or their starting rotation, Zach.
Yeah, Steven Matz.
Steven Matz was one deal. And we've seen a couple moves, but starting pitchers-wise, Zach, like we're still waiting on that. We're still waiting on what are these big names? And some of those names are the controllable guys. Sandy Alcantara's market is picking up. What's going to happen with a guy like Mitch Keller? And if we come to Baltimore, there's 3 starters that are going to be cheaper in Charlie Morton, Zach Eflin, and Tomoyuki Sagano. So I'm really curious, Zach, what we'll see. But Steven Matz, he goes to the Red Sox, and they gave up Blaze Jordan, which that was Blaze Jordan, one of their top hitting prospects in the organization, having a great year. You know, being he's being what was the case? Going back with, because Kime's over there with the Red Sox.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that he was the one that brought in Blaze when he was with Boston. So there's a reintroduction, reunion. That's the word.
And Blaze Jordan jumps in. This is obviously just MLB pipeline. This is not updated as of everyone's season, but at the moment he inserts himself into the number 19 position in the Cardinals organization. So could be a nice little get. He's batting, I believe, 308 in AAA. I mean, a bat who, if they want him here, they can get him. He can play in the second half without a doubt for the Cardinals. And he's a guy who he was pretty highly touted. He's a former third-round pick. I think he was a guy that people had expectations for. So a rental of Steven Matz for Blaze Jordan. I think both teams, the Red Sox needed bullpen help, and the Cardinals wanted to get younger and maybe get some better bats. I think both teams got what they wanted. I don't think that Steven Matz was someone that's going to break the bank. While Blaze Jordan is performing very well in AAA, he's not this ultra big prospect, obviously. So I think both teams, probably got what they wanted out of this trade. So I like that one a lot.
I think that they did. You know what? I know this is a long, long day for everyone here, but I'll tell you what, this is like the Christmas of the MLB season.
This is my Super Bowl.
Except if the Ravens are in the Super Bowl, then it's your Super Bowl.
Well, I'm talking about for content, I feel like.
Yeah.
Because especially our reaction.
Last year you got pissed at me.
Well, I mean, I thought, we were cool like that, where if we have inside sources saying a trade went down, we, see something, say something, like that kind of thing.
I thought the reaction was more genuine. We're going to have a lot more of those today, which I can't wait, and we can't wait for you guys to be a part of this. I mean, hell, we were up last night, Zach, till 3 a.m?
Yeah.
And that wasn't the plan.
We hopped on because Ramon Urias got traded, and I was like, all right, Ramon Urias gets traded. We'll probably go on, talk 30, 40 minutes, just an usual little update on the trade deadline, everything. And that's after we had gone for a little bit over an hour about the Mets and Phillies trades. So we did 3 shows yesterday about trades. And then, that suddenly as we were getting off, about to kind of wrap things up for Urias, Eugenio Suarez, biggest bat on the market. Yeah, he just got traded. Then about at midnight, you're sitting there, 12:30, you're like, okay, let's wrap it up. It's like, the Orioles just trade Kittredge, and the return is a secret.
And everyone loves that. What we know that's out there, and we'll talk about all of that right now. I think. If you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. We're live every Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but trade deadline special. And for those that don't know us, hi, my name is Ryan Ripken. This is the Ryan Ripken Show. My name is on the show, Zach. You always like that one, but we like to talk a lot of baseball and football. Baseball has always been my backbone. I played professionally for 8 years. Been around the game my entire life. And yes, we are based out of Baltimore and Maryland, but guess what? We talk all baseball. And then when football season comes around, we're going to talk a lot of football here because, in the Maryland region, they got some pretty good sports teams. Despite the bad year, people love their Orioles, Ravens, Commanders down the road, and all types of, I wish the Wizards were better, but we are sports fans, and we like to have fun. You can ask our community. So we appreciate it. If you want to join that community, click that join button, Holy Shirts and Pants, and the Rips Good Kids. We like to have fun in the process. Zach, before I get into the deals for the Orioles, names that we're going to be on the watch for right now, okay?
Name watch.
Name watch. There's still a lot of position players that are out there. So right now you're looking at guys, and I saw just saying Yandy Diaz might have gotten hit or taken out of the game. I don't know which is true, but he was one name to watch with the Rays.
Yeah, he was, it looks like.
Ryan O'Hearn with the Orioles, Cedric Mullins with the Orioles.
I will say John Morosi tweeted out, I think at this point, it's probably 20 minutes ago. He just tweeted out, Orioles Ryan O'Hearn expected to be traded today. And everyone's like, thanks, John. Like, okay. Like, every Oriole fan just tweeting it right now, like, was kind of hoping for more. Like, yeah, I think we all got that he's probably getting traded today.
Yeah, and you know what? It sucks on that front. And look, I tweeted out again yesterday, the O in O'Hearn is for extend him because the O is silent in extend.
People love that one.
This is the reality. No one will understand the business more than me on this sense. Being around it, being in the game, you don't want to get emotions involved because you have to take a business side. Now, one thing I do want to say about this whole situation is I think there's obviously the value of what you get in players and go out there and play the game. Because if you get better players for your future to win, that's very important. But damn, I would be lying if I didn't see a value in not only guys that love being on the team, but the city has embraced those players. So the example here for Ryan O'Hearn and Cedric Mullins, because these are two names that people are going to watch. Cedric is what, the longest tenured Oriole at this point in time?
Yes, at this point in time.
Said he was my teammate. Said he's one of my guys. But business-wise, yeah, he might be on the move because a team is seeing the value of what they could use him for down the stretch. But as a fan or the emotional side, I love that a player loves where he is. And I think that that's so valuable at times overall. I wish that we had more of that loyalty on both sides. We don't see guys stay in places for their entire careers anymore, or it's very rare. Aaron Judge with the Yankees, that one looks like it's going to be prolonged. But in Baltimore, a lot of their guys haven't stayed for the duration of their career in years. But what I love is that Ryan O'Hearn and Cedric Mullins, not only did they embrace being a Baltimore Oriole, they embraced the city. They embraced the fans. And I think that the fans in return embraced and have loved every moment, I would like to think, of them being a part of the team. But the business is the business. That's how it works. We'll find out where all the moves are. So again, hit that like and subscribe button. We'll get into more of the trades here. Specifically, let's talk about the two trades here with Ramon Urias and Kittredge. Brad, though, is now behind the sticks. Brad, how are we doing?
Hey, how's it going? Unbelievable trade deadline drama so far. And we're not done. In fact, I would make the argument we're probably just getting started. So super pumped for the next however long we're going to be live. It's going to be a marathon. And, they get exhausting, marathons. You're live for so long, 4, 5, 6 hours. But they are fun and entertaining. So pumped to be here.
Maybe do we do a contest today? If we hit a certain amount of likes, we spin the wheel to do it, because we're going to be here for a while. We might as well get some activity in.
Well, I just ate.
Okay, well, I'll do it. That's fine. I think we need to do something here. So maybe, I don't know how many likes we're at, but if we get the 200 likes on that, we're spinning.
Was taken out of the game because they are rushing him, I guess, to go get an X-ray, because I'm sure teams are now like, what the heck? So he is currently undergoing an X-ray, and that's why he was taken out.
Yeah, I'm right.
So trade deadline day.
Trade deadline day. And you know what? This is also, I know there's a lot of emotions, people mad. Let's have fun with this today, guys. So I might. Do I take a shot right now? Do I just pop it out? I might be the thing. Maybe in 5 minutes, we'll do a cheers to the trade deadline.
We'll do a Deep Eddie shot. Is that what you're saying?
We might be doing a Deep Eddie shot. Look at that.
I'm here for that.
That Deep Eddie decal behind you is.
Hold on. So did you adjust this?
Yeah.
You guys are about the same height. No, you're not. Oh, look at that.
I just my whole face was just the frame. I was just I looked a little scary. Yeah, we got Deep Eddie here. We got Deep Eddie there. We got Deep Eddie everywhere.
Hip, hip.
Deep Eddie.
Well, that was pretty good. Yeah.
I like that. Hey, look, Zach's even got the Deep Eddie drip on.
Yeah, we actually got everything on.
It's like we're professionals around here.
Yeah, that's
representing the brands.
Yeah, we are representing the brands, and also with Merit Clubs, we're representing them. Shout out them. We might have another fitness challenge on our hands and a whole lot more. This would actually be a good day for Kyle and the Iron Rooster to be cooking.
Oh my God, you should be here today. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Too, I was just actually thinking: should there be drinking games? Like, if a trade goes off,
But you know what? That could get dangerous because we will.
I'm not
have to
saying
leave.
it's not saying like a shot, but maybe it's like a quarter of a shot or something. Take a sip.
Who takes a quarter of a shot?
Take
anymore,
a sip. Well,
honestly?
we don't have it. We have a little bit of the seltzers left.
We got the baby thing. Yeah, we got to get restacked. Dave with Deep Eddie, dude, we need you. Call the bullpen for tailgate season, but we need it in advance.
Also, this every time I show up, this man just loves to gas me up, and I'm here for it. So I appreciate you, my man.
Yeah, good stuff. You know what? I'll get a shot here going after I talk about these 2 Orioles trades. How about that? We do that, Brian?
Yeah.
I see a Rip. If you take a shot, I'll chug a beer. Sure. If we're having a good time today. We're having a good time today.
Whoop, whoop.
All right. But if you're an Orioles fan, you might not be having the best of times with, at least yesterday. A lot of people were upset over the Ramon Urias trade. And maybe it's just because of how much they loved Ramon Urias, or maybe because of what they feel the value in Ramon should have been. But the Orioles did get a Palmer back to the organization. Twine Palmer is coming from the Astros, pitcher in A-ball, and Ramon is going to the Astros, which they need a guy to now play with their injuries. So Ramon's going to be inserted, and the Orioles are getting a lower-level prospect at the moment. And Twine so far in the year hasn't been bad by any means. Like, it's actually been very good, but it's
fantastic.
But he's young.
Yeah.
He's 20. He's down below, lower in it. You're not going to see anything pay off here for, the immediate future. So I wanted to kind of talk about this a little bit more. And Brad, maybe we talked about this.
We did off air. This is, and I was just about to say, I was telling Zach this on the way in. I actually went to school to try to become like front office back in the day when pie in the sky stuff. This is the stuff that I'm super passionate about, just like the chess pieces that move. And so I loved what you were saying about this when we talked about it. So I'll let you continue. But like I just love these conversations. So if you love having front office conversations, moving chess pieces around, Ryan, take it away.
Yeah, let's do it. So when you look around the league, you're going to look at how people value players, okay? So right now, the hottest commodity for a player is a closer. Why? Because closing games out, not many players are made for that big moment. And it might say in theory, well, you could just have a guy that throws hard. Look at how many people throw hard nowadays. So that debunks that theory. Look at guys that struggle in high leverage. It debunks all the theories. The Phillies, when they got Duran, Zach made a great point here. He does some great stats. He has his moments. Proud of you.
I try.
The Phillies don't have a guy with more than 8 saves on the season. And they have a long list of guys that have actually been a closer. And we'll just say it's a closer by committee. It doesn't work out in the playoffs. You need a guy. So they went and get Duran, right? So value, closers, high value. So where am I going with this? Utility players have different values to different organizations. And I think Oriole fans value Ramon Urias extremely high, which is ironic to me and funny because half of the Orioles fan base, don't lie to me. I know this, that you didn't want him on the team last year when the season started or in 2023 because you felt like it was blocking the prospects. And don't lie, do not lie. I know it. I've seen it. I heard it. And the reason why I loved Ramon is because he was a guy that you could ice out and sit for 7 days and be like, Ramon, I need you. And he doesn't blink. He doesn't complain. He plays. And I think that that's tremendously valuable, but no one is viewing him as an everyday guy, and that changes the trade value. So Ramon is 31 years old. And maybe I'll pull up the stats here for Ramon Urias, where he was a Gold Glover, Brad. And I think people get caught up on that fact of being like, that was your argument of saying.
Well, that was my argument, and the fact that he's a big leaguer is my argument. Trading a proven bat and defensive glove for a prospect that's in low A ball didn't really seem like a fair trade to me. Now, granted, we don't know what this prospect is going to do because that's why they're called prospects. So for me, it was kind of like, well, and the initial trade was just kind of like, well, that's all we're getting. That's all we're getting for a legitimate big leaguer. I'm not saying that Urias is a bona fide, elite player. But the fact of the matter is that what you said, the value is you could just plug him in and he's going to produce or at least be there for you on the defensive side. So to me, it felt as if the Astros got the win on that trade.
Well, it fits the need for now. I like the move for the Astros a lot because it gives them flexibility and a guy that they can plug in that they know that they can rely on. But Ramon is a utility guy. Yeah. That is his role. Let me pull up his stats from his career so far. And Ramon was my teammate in 21 when he got picked up by the O's, spent some time in Norfolk where we were losing a whole lot of games.
Is that when you guys were also, was it Stevie Wilkerson lost like 30 straight games?
Yeah, so Stevie was with us and we had lost, 10 in a row. Then he went to the Bigs and they lost 14 in a row. And then he came back down and we lost 6 in a row. And there was a course of like 5 weeks where Stevie Wilkerson didn't see a victory.
That's got to be tough mentally.
Oh, it was. He laughed. He's a really great guy. But we're sitting there and I'm like, dude, that freaking sucks. But Ramon, here it is. And you can look at that and go, man, that's great. Look at that. He's hitting between 270 to 248, right? And like that's a great floor. But here's my part of it. He's never been asked, nor that teams view him as being a guy that's every day. If he was an everyday third baseman right now with his numbers, I think that a team would have paid more. I do. I think there's probably a salary situation with this arbitration. He's probably going to be due in that $4 million range next year. That's always a part of it. But when you're here and you're trading for a guy in a bat, that's what I'm saying, value. He's not a younger player anymore. And I would even argue with the next part of this list. He's a guy that, 16 home runs, but next year when he had the same amount of games, 4. Then 11 last year and 100. All right, 8 this year. So you know that what you have is something, but is it enough that you're going to spend a lot? And I want to get to Twine Palmer here in a second because I do like his upside. Mm-hmm. I do like his upside. Brad, do you have a quick thought real quick?
Well, my only rebuttal to this would be like, okay, but he's just super solid. Batting averages in the mid 250s, super consistent, plays over 100 games a season. He's going to do that again this year. So just to your point, the value is just having I don't want to say a body, but just having somebody that you know that you can plug in if shit hits the fan when, injuries, whatever.
And as a GM, for Houston, I give it an A+ move.
Yeah, this is such a good move.
It's an amazing move. If you're a Houston Astros fan, you're going to love what Ramon's going to give you for your team. He gives you flexibility.
Yeah.
He gives you, sustainability. And he kind of reminds me of this next guy that he hasn't played now in a while, but I'm going to give a blind resume here, and you guys know.
He could be in the Hall of Pretty Good. He's got those kinds of statistics.
So look at this guy's career. Okay. Player that had one big year with the Orioles at 21 and 102 games, but really a journeyman, right? Journeyman. And guess what? This guy was considered. He was kind of considered a utility, play the corners, could play outfield. Not like Ramon, but different. I know Zach knows who it is. Brad, do you want to take a guess at who this is?
I actually don't know who this is. I don't even know if I could guess.
You're looking at this, you go, there's some production, but like, the value, what I'm saying is like, it's all over the place.
Yeah.
It's all over the place. So
is this Steve Pearce?
It's Steve Pearce.
Okay.
It's Steve Pearce.
I love that guy.
And that's that guy. And that's where I make the comparison here is that Ramon is loved by the Orioles fans now.
Yeah.
Because of what he's done. And you realize like, damn, man, he just does it all for whatever we need.
Yep.
Steve Pearce was that way when he got going. Now, was he always that way?
No, but that guy can mash the ball.
He did. And he had some great years. And Steve Pearce, the MVP for the Red Sox in the World Series when they won?
Yeah.
So Ramon Urias can go and do that. So it's an unbelievable move for the Astros for what they gave up. But let's not give up on Twine Palmer here for a moment.
Yeah.
Right? And I know, do you have something else that broke? Or you good?
Just a tidbit that just came out about Andrew Kittredge. But,
okay, well, we're going to get to that next. So let's do this last point about Twine. It's Twine, right?
Twine Palmer.
Strawberry Twine. I know Strawberry Wine, but that's a great song.
He's almost 17.
Wait, what? Okay.
I said he's almost 17. The next part of the song was 17.
Oh, really? Oh, I got to go back and look at the damn lyrics. Usually I'm good with the lyrics.
Moon, saw everything.
Wait, are we talking about Tennessee whiskey?
No, she said strawberry wine.
Oh, see, that's in the song, though.
Yeah, no, I know.
Cheers, warm
So we're talking
as a glass of brandy. Yeah, no, we're doing two different songs.
Strawberry. You said strawberry wine.
I know, because that's in Tennessee whiskey,
Okay.
right? Yeah. But there is the song Strawberry Wine.
There is
you're not wrong.
I wasn't wrong.
I'm not wrong.
We just weren't aligned.
We weren't aligned there. We're better than that. But you know what? Talk to us in the next hour of the show.
Jesus, we're just getting started and it's already
and we might get it going here. But Twine, real quickly.
Oh God.
He had a rough first year in pro ball. Okay, right? 11 ERA and only two games, so 2 innings. So it can look misleading. It's not much, but look at this year so far in 13 games and 8 starts, though. This is what's intriguing to me. 42 innings pitched, 26 hits, 22 walks, 44 punch outs. So he's had a lot of good success here. So if they're trying to make him into a starter, this upside for Twine is intriguing. Again, it doesn't help in the moment, but 6'5", if that's the frame, some projectability at 20 years old, I am intrigued about what this could be. And you're adding to the depth of it. Because one thing I think with the Orioles, I think their pitching depth, while there is some pieces, we haven't seen it in the big leagues. Yep. Well, how people view some of their pitching prospects has changed over the last maybe year, with Mejia specifically rising up the ranks there as being one of the guys. I think we're going to see a couple more of those pitchers continue to rise the ranks here, and that can also make yourself more valuable.
And you know what, too, Rip? Like, here's what I'll say. I've been over the last 2 seasons, I've been pretty critical of the way that the trades have gone at the trade deadline for the Orioles. This time, it's very clear that there are assets being bought up for not a whole lot of. They're not really giving up a lot to get a lot of assets on the pitching side. So if you're looking for pitching depth, this is exactly what Elias is doing. And if the last few years haven't taught us anything with the way the pitchers go down and injuries, especially in Baltimore, this makes a lot of sense. And you can't be mad at this, especially with all the talent on the position player side, for them to continue to just load up on pitching prospects and hoping a lot of these work out.
Yep. And the thing is, we don't know. We have no idea.
No.
And you could say the Orioles could get more, try to get a guy that's closer up. This, in my opinion, they took a guy that they took for upside over a longer period of time, not for the short term of he could help us next year, but the upside might not be as high. That's my opinion on it. And when you look at top 30 lists, things change quickly. Zach, with Esteban Mejia on the list for the Orioles.
Yeah.
Did anyone, again, don't lie to me here. You can lie to Brad, you can lie to Zach. Did you know about him?
The day that they tweeted out that he moved into the top 25, I put a tweet out and literally said, Esteban Mejia, I was not familiar with your game. Like it, and I agree. So many of these players, and obviously when we'll get to the Kittredge trade,
JWB as well.
Yeah, like these guys, and I know people are like, oh, but this guy, he's not a top 30 prospect for a team. Yeah, because he pitched 2.1 innings last year. He was a 19th round pick. They weren't putting him in the top 30.
No.
Since this year, when we'll see when team rankings actually get updated after all this, where he ends up. But at the end of the day, I said this last night, and I'm not going to say, oh, he's Tarik Skubal. Tarik Skubal in like 7 years ago, was the Tigers' 27th prospect. He was not supposed to be like this. Like, baseball is weird. It's a lottery ticket. That's what the Orioles did. They either had Ramon Urias. It was like they were given 2 boxes. It was like, you can have Ramon Urias, or there's this mystery box, and maybe this guy turns out to be
that's a really great way to put it.
Worse. We may never hear of him ever again. This may be the last time we ever say his name, or he might become the next great
Here's
Oriole.
the other
Or
argument,
somewhere
Zach.
in between. But there's where, that's what the Orioles did. They took the mystery box.
I agree. And here's the other thing. If you're looking, and fans have been saying this for a while now, and we've kind of agreed with some of this sentiment. If you're looking to make space for some of your young talent to be everyday players, and we've talked about Kobe Mayo being one of those guys, you got to make room. And why not make room and get something out of it at the end of the day? And I think that's exactly what the Urias trade was. And I wanted to bring this up too, Rip. I actually started this. So this guy, Shane, has been pretty critical of the show so far. I just wanted to bring that up. But he says we have no arms in the bullpen. And we talked about this on the way in today about the bullpen arms. And you actually mentioned that bullpen arms aren't that hard to replenish, especially in the offseason.
Yeah, people don't like that probably example. And you know what? If like our guy Rocco DeSangro, how pissed off is the chat? That's how Rocco entered the show yesterday.
That's how he entered the show.
We're like, dude, we're having a great conversation.
Honestly, though, could you blame him for asking that question?
Well, Rocco, if you'd seen Rocco's face, then you're like, dude, we're having a good time here and we're having a great conversation. Then here you are. But let's talk about this because you're right. I did mention that. Of all the pieces when you're building a team, the middle relief is the one that teams feel that they can build up the quickest. Finding a closer is difficult. It is. That's a challenge to find a guy at the back end of a bullpen. But replenishing your middle relief is different. If you don't believe me, let's go back through this. If we're going to stay with Baltimore here for a second. Stay with Baltimore. The Orioles, when they had a winning season in 2022, it wasn't that their starting rotation was good. Their bullpen pitched out of their ass. But you want to know the names on that bullpen list back then? Zach, if we can, or actually, that would be a good one. Pull up that 2022.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now.
I'm just, that proves the point, though.
And this
can you name one guy off that bullpen list as a casual fan? You probably can.
And here's the thing, what happened?
I just remember that was Cianel Perez's unreal year.
Exactly. So Cianel Perez pitched out the wazoo. Jorge Lopez was the team's closer who got dealt. And has Jorge Lopez been that guy since he left Baltimore?
No.
Danny Coulombe came to Baltimore in 2023. Probably one of the most effective left-handed pitchers over the last 2 years now. You want to go and look at Danny Coulombe's stats leading up to the last 2 or 3 years? It's not comparable. Go and look at Jacob Webb, who was DFA'd by the Angels. When he came to the Orioles, was he not a piece of the bullpen that helped? Yes, Cano, and I know Cano has been woof. It's been woof.
Bad.
For Cano. But was Cano not an all-star in 2023?
Yeah.
Was it 23 or was it last year in 24 for Cano? It was 23.
Yeah, 23.
So when you look at this, closers, high leverage relievers are the ones you want to try to hold on to if you can. But figuring out the rest of your bullpen is not as hard in people's minds as it is to find a starting rotation that you need and the arms that you want, and then having a positional player group that can be effective. And that's just the reality of it. You go around and look at the league, you can bolster a bullpen quicker than you can bolster anything else. So for the Orioles, I know it stinks. You're looking at who's closing out games. Again, people weren't pumped about Sir Anthony Dominguez coming because he had a 4.5 ERA last year or whatever it was coming.
Yep.
They're like, yeah, he's an average arm. You just sold him for a top 10 prospect because he's pitching better this year. Soto, same similar thing. Now, Kittredge, that's one where, team control, but you wanted to see, you dangled it out there. So why don't we talk about Kittredge here for a quick second? Or Zach, did you have that pulled up for the 2022 real quickly before I keep moving?
2022, what were you looking for? The
bullpen arms.
Yeah, I can. Here is
because another name on that list, and I love him. He was an awesome teammate. Dylan Tate was another guy.
Yeah, Dylan Tate was.
Dylan Tate had great stuff. Got hurt. Great year.
Yeah, here's the Orioles roster, at least out of the bullpen guys that pitched for them. Keegan Aiken, Paul Fry. I mean, this is in 22. I mean, that was obviously Kyle Bradish coming out of the. In the bullpen that year. Actually, did he get bullpen usage that year, or was he both?
For who?
No, Bradish was Bradish was just starter. I was gonna say they never put him.
No, but that's my point. when you think about this out loud.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone was expecting
Joey Hall was good too.
Joey Kriebel, I forgot about him.
So and that Orioles team almost snuck into the playoffs in 2022.
Hey,
Jorge Lopez.
There's a sneaky Zach Lowther in there too.
Oh, he's back. Zach Lowther, there he is. Louth. It's Perez there, right? Like, so you're looking at this whole list, and this is an Orioles team that ended up Austin Voth.
Austin Voth saved the freaking team.
Yeah.
I think people forget when the Orioles were doing that 2022 run at the end of the season, the running joke was the Austin Voth bullpen game in Game 3 of the World Series was going to be electric.
Yeah.
Like the Orioles were just winning by being like, it reminded me a lot of what the Tigers were doing last year when they were like, okay, we're playing the Orioles. We got to win all three. And they're like, we're going to start with 3 lefty openers just to throw them off. And it was any means necessary. You can find ways for guys like this to work,
Yeah, so it's a fascinating conversation that we can dive into, but I thank you for bringing it up, Brad.
Yep.
Bullpens are the quicker fix to get back. Getting starters that you think can be a big part of your team and being the guys, that is so much harder, and even harder than is being able to construct a lineup that you think can go out there and play. So with the deals that the Orioles have made, I know you're going, oh, damn, what's going on? I'm going to be honest. This year, it could be very hard for the Orioles to, if you're the believer in it, to get back into it.
Yep.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty hard with what they have in-house for their bullpen. But would I not be surprised of no-name players in people's eyes? Like Corbin Martin right now, pitching well, would not surprise me one bit. They're going to figure some things out there and they'll move on. But I'm more interested in who's going to be in your starting rotation next year.
Yes.
And who is your offense? And by moving Ramon Urias, they like to rotate getting playing time. So then Westberg DHs, Ramon plays third. But when you do those and go around for Gunnar and Jackson, the guy that's been pushed out over the last month was Kobe Mayo.
Mm-hmm.
So now Kobe should play
every day.
As much as possible.
Yep.
As much as possible, because now give him the runway to see if he's going to be a part of your team moving forward. Westberg, I saw some comments. Westy's your third baseman. I'm just going to say that one more time. Jordan Westberg is your third baseman, period. I love Kobe. Westy's your third baseman.
Here's the other thing I was thinking about, too, as far as like the pitching side of things. There's some healthy arms coming back. Bradish looking really solid down on the farm. And Wellesley, too. Wellesley could almost be Tyler Wells, could almost be that closing type of role for the rest of the season as well. People kind of forgetting about that, or maybe aren't thinking about it. But there's some healthy arms coming back too, as some of them are leaving. Zach Eflin being one of them, but there is some positives to this. You almost wonder if some of these pieces that are moving make some room for some guys to get called up, like a Dylan Beavers if he doesn't get moved, or Sam Basayo towards the end of the season, just to see what he's got on a big league level. I think that there's some things to be positive about for sure.
A lot of positives here, but at the end of the day, bullpen arms. So if you can get guys that you think could be a help to you, I'm cool with that. So the Kittredge deal, why I wanted to go with this, it waited until the morning. Apparently the deal was done early yesterday. And then it was announced last night, but not the details of who was in the deal. So I think that was kind of the funny part of this whole situation. So many people were going, where's the details? Where is it? Where is it? Well, we're going to tell you all that. Before we tell you that, hit that like and subscribe button, guys. We said earlier, if you get the likes up to 200, Zach is going to do a 4-minute wall sit. Just kidding. We're going to spin the wheel here and I'll do something. And I said to the group, I'll take a shot. I got to take a shot. I will do that. I'll hold up my end of the bargain.
We have to do that. Yes.
Yeah. Because we're here for a long time and a good time.
And a good time. That's right.
We really are. But let's talk about who the Orioles got in return for Kittredge. And I just had it pulled up here, and I don't want to, again, mispronounce the...
There are some names out there.
Wilfried de la Cruz.
There it is. Wilfried de la Cruz, who is a signee last year internationally by the Cubs.
Got the 9th highest international signing
money
bonus on the market at $2.3 million.
Yeah.
Woo.
So the Orioles, again, this isn't a move that's going to help them anytime soon, but you're looking at upside for a bullpen arm, which I just was explaining why, although Kittredge could give you something for next year, I think Kittredge is a higher leverage guy. He would help the team this year and next year, no doubt about it. That was an upside play that they're gonna bet that Wilfried is going to develop. He's got power, he's got tools, and the Orioles, if there's one thing, they've tried to get more of the tools out of those position players. Now, becoming foundational big leaguers and fundamental and all that, we can talk about that at a different time, but talent is there. They've done a tremendous job of identifying talent. So you traded a bullpen arm to get a player with this upside's young. So we'll see how it plays out there. And I'm really curious with a lot of these other moves that will happen moving forward. For the Orioles, they probably have, of all the teams, the Orioles, we are out of Baltimore, but in this case, we talk about them because there's probably 4 or 5 other players that could get moved here at the deadline, more than any other team.
Yep.
So we wanted to point that part out here. One thing that I am following, guys, and maybe our group's following here, and it's on Spotify. We're going to put this all on Spotify and Apple if you want to listen later, by the way. But people that are watching on Facebook, X, and YouTube, one thing my eyes are on besides you, I'm corny, but is could the Orioles go after and buy a controllable pitcher? Could they send off a prospect? Because, guys, there's a lot of pitchers that are intriguing to teams around Major League Baseball right now. And quite frankly, not a lot have moved. Closers have moved, but Sandy Alcantara, has not moved. Bad year, but what's the value? You're going to have to overpay for him.
He's been looking strong the last few outings.
He has. And he's got the stuff.
Yep.
Mitch Keller is the one that I am enamored with. I know people, I don't want him. Dude, I would want Mitch Keller if I was a team. Controlled for the next X amount of years, 2 or 3 years. It's a fair price, which, by the way, you would be paying more for a guy in free agency. And Mitch Keller's sneaky been really, really solid this year for the Pirates. Now, Pirates, not a lot of run production, but Mitch Keller has a 3.69 ERA. That's 34th best among all qualified starting pitchers. I'm telling you, man, and the Pirates, what do they need? Because he's 4-10. Paul Skeens has a losing record and has, the second best or best ERA in baseball?
0 runs.
So what do they need? They need offensive production, bats. They don't care about getting Cedric Mullins or Ryan O'Hearn. They care about getting top hitting prospects. And the Orioles have some that are intriguing. Other teams also are thinking the exact same thing. So I'm really eyeing what could happen there. All eyes are going to be on some of these controllable pitchers. I can't wait to see what's going to happen. And I mean, look, I'm hearing that they say they're not going to be moving. Well, Mason Miller wasn't moving till he was.
Yeah.
I think if a team knocks your socks off, they'll move. Now, I think Ryan of the two, I wouldn't. The Twins have made a lot of different moves. They just traded then Stark, Zach, to the Dodgers. Is that it as well?
Yes.
Well, and what was that deal? Do you remember?
Let me.
We'll pull that up. So the Twins have been active. I don't think that they want to trade that guy. But I'm looking at the Pirates. They need bats. They need bats.
I was also looking at a couple other possible trade. What about Mackenzie Gore from the Nats?
Oh, man.
26, 3.52 ERA. I'm just looking at a couple other things. He's got a lot of control, which Baltimore likes. I think there could be, you mix him in with that rotation, especially with Bradish coming back, could be pretty damn good if the Nats and the O's were able to come to a deal for Mackenzie Gore.
Dude, Mackenzie Gore, I love how he pitches, and I love his upside. He honestly, of all the pitchers, if you're going to get a controllable guy, it's him. He's going to be the most pricey, in my opinion, because he's young. He throws fuzz from the left side.
He's 26. Yeah.
He's a strikeout pitcher, and he's only, to me, going to continue to get better. So it's going to take a lot for the Nats to move him. The Dodgers, to me, the Dodgers got a good farm system too, and they got guys that they could move in this case. It's going to a starter like him, Brad, it probably might not rival, because I think the Padres way overpaid in this situation. Shouldn't say way, but they overpaid.
Yeah.
I think it's going to take another overpaid to get Gore. And I think it has to be comparable to what Mason Miller went to.
But if you're Mike
Padres.
Elias, you have quite the cachet of farm, and you're looking to get rid of some bats as well, which the Nats do need. I'm just saying it could be possible. If we saw Mason Miller move last night, then I just think that something like this could also be. It's not out of the realm of possibility.
It's not, and we're going to watch that very closely here. And if you are,
there it is. David Bednar to the New York Yankees.
Wow.
Damn. See, that's what I'm saying.
Well, let me get the shots. We got to get the shots going. Yep. So closer, is that deal out right now?
Yes,
deal is out
Jeff
to the
Passan.
Pittsburgh. Also, real fast.
But the deal, like
no, not the full thing. And this is what I was just about to say. You should not be able to announce deals unless they tell you what you're getting. Yeah. The Dodgers got Brock Stewart an hour and 24 minutes ago, and no one knows the return yet. You should not.
I agree.
If you are announcing the trade, you give both sides of the trade.
Don't make us wait. A day. That's like the Orioles trade last night with Kittredge. They made us wait till this morning.
You guys want flavor?
Anything.
I'm good with anything too. Actually,
flavored.
Which flavor?
Pineapple. I think it's over there. It is over there. We got 2 oranges over here and a pineapple.
Oh, okay.
Screw it.
I'll just go straight.
Yeah. Well, if we're doing flavored, straight's good with me.
Wow. Here we are. We're doing it.
Here you go. So, yeah, New York Yankees are finalizing a trade to acquire closer David Bednar from the Pittsburgh Pirates. Sources tell ESPN. The deal is pending medical review. I'm wondering, too, like, they're getting Bednar. What is the Yankees giving up? I didn't think that they had much to really give up.
Well, the Yankees got a good farm system.
Yeah,
they do. And also pitchers, which Pirates don't need. They got some good arms, but Bednar, man, I was wondering when he was going to go. Good for the Yankees. I'm really curious. And I know good for the Yankees, meaning like it's a good move.
Yeah. Oh,
it's a good move for New York.
If you're trying to make a push for the playoffs, like you need a closer like that because you don't got a good one. And Bednar kind of closes. The Yankees still have their own problems, like learning how to run bases and how many outs are in an inning.
It's pretty wild on that one. It's pretty wild on that.
But hey, you know what? It's a step in the right direction.
Yeah.
They really could use a second baseman, honestly. Well, Volpe's at 16 errors on the season.
Yeah, leads baseball.
That's just crazy.
That's that new bottle.
Over under. I'm going to put those here. I'm starting a countdown. I'm starting a timer. Let's go over under 20 minutes until we know the report.
Over.
Like
for this one, I'm going to say under 20.
All right. So right we just started. We're at 1957.
So what happens if we lose? Do I spin the wheel?
Oh yeah, I like that.
Yeah. Loser spins the wheel. Yeah, because I just think we better get something fast here.
Yeah, come on. If we're doing these moves now, let the people know what's happening because we got a whole lot of people tuning in. We have over 1,500 that were on X viewing it. Yep. Got over 345 on YouTube alone, guys. Appreciate you.
Hell yeah.
Also, if you want us to do some other challenges, hit the like. I don't even know what we're at for the number of likes, but
we're at 81.
Well, we're going to need to hit this 200.
We need 200 likes.
200 likes, and we'll add another spinoff here to what we are doing. So hit that like and subscribe button, guys. We appreciate you. We're getting this ready, and we are about to see this deadline continue.
If you're a closer, you're probably going to be on another team by the end of the day.
I mean, for what they're going, I'm really
but
curious.
That's the thing. And I saw somebody, I don't want to misquote somebody, but I saw somebody, one of the reporters put out there earlier today. This feels like such a big deadline for the sellers. Mm-hmm. Like this is the first time in a long time where it feels like the sellers are every trade that you get back. You're like, wow, they got that for him. Like even Sir Anthony Dominguez. The Orioles turned into their number 8 prospect. Like, I just feel like there is a lot of really good talent leaving. So I'm very, very interested in seeing what the Yankees gave up.
You know, just as an aside, this always cracks me up. People really do think we're in the warehouse.
Mike.
Yeah, no,
Mike.
Hey, anybody seen Calvin anywhere?
Mike.
I wish we were.
He's talking to the
I'd be breaking
right
a lot more news without being allowed if we were in the warehouse.
People think that
my Twitter would be just an insider.
And Lanker isn't the first one to think that we're in the warehouse. Just because there's bricks everywhere, I mean, it just means we're in Baltimore.
It's a brick house. No, we're not in the warehouse.
No.
Good goodness gracious.
No.
God, could you imagine what that rent would be as well?
Woo.
I'd be curious.
The rent here is bad enough.
Woo. Well, you know what? It's gone up from our normal pricing, but you know what?
The COVID rate is no longer with us.
No, it's not. But this has been a great.
Oh my God! Yeah,
it's a great setup, great building. We have no idea where we are, but we are not in the warehouse.
No,
just kidding. Mike, let me know when we're making the next move.
Yeah.
We got it. You guys will know. So, hey, guys, on that note here, hey, cheers. Cheers to we're here for a good time and a long time today.
Literally.
Good
Trade
time
deadline.
and a long time.
Hey, hit that like and subscribe button, everybody. We appreciate you. Have a day. Have a night. Cheers.
Cheers.
Sip and smile.
Woo. Oh, yeah. Pineapple's the
baby.
best. Pineapple is the best.
That was just too easy. Too easy. Well, guys, if you're joining the show now, we cover baseball all the time. When football season comes around, don't you worry. This is the place you want to be for some football news. Bobby Boucher style. Foosball. We talk a lot of it, but it's baseball season. That's our backbone here at the Ryan Ripken Show. So a lot to talk about here. The David Bednar move. Before we continue to get more into that and what the Yankees are, I want to take a moment, at least. I'd be doing a disservice because we are in the Baltimore region and there is a great event coming to Baltimore here, guys, in 2 weeks. And I know a lot of people love sports. If you love sports, the BMW Championship is coming back to Baltimore on August 12th to the 17th. So if you would like to get tickets, be involved with it, hell, your boy is going to go up there and have some fun. But right below, real quickly, August 12th to 17th, the BMW Championship. Check out bmwchampionship.com. And the reason why I'm saying to this, for anyone that was a military member, thank you for your service. Veteran or active, you get a complimentary entry to go to the BMW Championship. And if you get a ticket and you have a kid under 15, they also are going to allow just the price of the one ticket to bring your child because they want you to grow the game. And also the BMW Championship was the most electric tournament back when they had Cantley and DeChambeau going 6-hole playoff. It's the FedEx Cup standings. So go on up there to the BMW Championship in Caves Valley. Cheers. With that, I'm messing up all the words now. Go check out BMW Championship, guys, for more on all of that.
You know what?
There is some,
I was going to say real fast.
Yeah.
I'll give it to John Heyman. He definitely does not steal sources or just copy it because this Yankees deal has been done for 9 minutes. And a minute ago, he said Bednar and Yankees are close to a deal. So, or is close to a deal. So I guess his people are now telling him about 7 minutes after everyone else's people.
Well, and the tweet before he had Yankees and Rangers appear to be finalists. So the Rangers were in on.
Yeah. Well, I was just about to say, because I was looking at Heyman as well. Cedric Mullins looks to be in the conversation for the Mets. Seems to be. And I've seen other rumblings. I haven't seen any sort of legitimate sources on this yet, but it looks like it's getting louder that Cedric Mullins could go to the Mets. Not saying that it's happening, but the rumors are getting louder about that.
It's an interesting time. It's a very interesting time. And for those, again, just pulling it up, New York Yankees are finalizing a trade to acquire closer David Bednar. We said that, but there it is. The words, the visual, the passing bomb. Actually, I think I have one of those videos when we had Jeff Passan on talking about the what happens when he breaks the trade. Do you guys remember that story?
Yes.
I'm trying to pull that one up real quickly because that was phenomenal. So we can have a little bit of entertainment here as we continue to wait. What's the timer at for the details?
Timer is currently at. We have 13 minutes, 30 seconds left.
Can someone get the dang information?
You know what I was going through actually when we had Jeff Bassett on the show? Do you remember that moment, Rip?
Bringing him on?
Yeah, bringing him around the back.
Well, yeah, I like to think of it just we're bringing him from behind. Oh goodness,
that was hilarious.
Someone said the details are out. Zach, get on it. On it.
Oh, details were just posted.
Oh, I told you, Zach is doing the wheel.
Wait.
I was wrong too.
Never mind. This was a different thing because Jeff Passan just another. It was a different trade that just went down. Padres are acquiring catcher Freddie Furman from the Kansas City Royals for right-hander Ryan Bergert. Oh, funny. The whole deal is in the original tweet. Isn't that crazy?
How about that?
Oh, Rafael Flores and two others. So Rafael Flores is the Yankees. Let me pull it up. I believe he's their 6th prospect.
Oh, so we have the details.
The 7th. No, he's Rafael Flores. It's their 8th. Learn ball. Gosh, let me look up David.
Yeah. So Robert Muir. I just saw on Robert Muir.
Zach's ADD is kicking into high gear.
I know. I'm just going through it right
so
now.
Robert Murray just put out that yes, that Rafael Flores is in this deal. So we'll pull up the stats and everything with Rafael Flores here in a second. So again, new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. Ryan Ripken Show. We do this live every Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, right here on YouTube, X, and Facebook. Oh, goodness gracious. Let's take a look here for a second. I think this is the last one. Whammy. There it is. So Robert Murray saying Rafael Flores is among the players in this deal. Huge deal for the New York Yankees and for Yankees fans right now. You got to be happy with that because what I'd argue this right now, Zach, as far as for pitchers this season, Bednar might actually be the guy that's having the best season or one of the best seasons for the closers that's been moved. A 2.37 ERA on the year, 51 punchies and 38 innings, which again, very solid. And I'm going to go to his baseball savant page to explain how his pitching profile works so you guys can understand. But he's going to a back end of the bullpen where Devin Williams, I know the up and down, but Devin Williams got good stuff, man. Good stuff. And Luke Weaver trying to get right, but also is going to factor into their bullpen, especially in the high leverage. But now you're getting David Bednar, which definitely is solidifying for New York that they're going to make a run. Big thing is about Aaron Judge's health that they're going to have to continue to monitor here because no Judge. That's huge. But here's the baseball savant here. All right.
A lot of red.
So a lot of red.
Wow.
And so, like, I'm not saying that he's better than the other pitchers that got moved. Like, upside for Duran, I'm taking that. Helsley with his heater, liking that a lot too.
Yeah.
Mason Miller. But Bednar, and I know I saw some comments saying being sent down and lost the job. Well, I'm just looking at what he's done now for this year.
Yep.
And what he's done is he got a fastball, and as you look at that the red dots there, and you see on that axis, it's high and above. That means, again, that fastball is taking off when it's getting towards home plate. And if you missed that description, taking off is meaning it has the feeling when you're going to swing that it's rising on you. Not that the ball is actually really rising, but as a hitter, it's deceiving the way it's coming in. And it just takes off. It feels like at the end, throws that heater 48% of the time. Curveball, which goes the other direction 35% of the time. And then his splitter 17. So he really does have a 3-pitch arsenal that he's not afraid. So that's at least to keep hitters off guard. And on the season, the curveball has been his out pitch. Opposing hitters are hitting 190 off of that. His 4-seamer, 239, and split finger, 241. So the Yankees, they're in on it. They are in on this situation. So
yeah,
here we go.
Shout out Rafael Flores, super pumped for him, who will now be the next Yankees catching prospect to eventually take over somewhere else and make every Yankee fan pissed off over which catching prospect they took, because we've had Carlos Narvaez, we've had Augustus Ramirez in the past 2 years. So maybe we'll make it 3 for 3. Maybe Flores can go to Pittsburgh and flourish.
Flores can flourish.
People are wondering.
True?
But just to kind of give an actual rundown of Flores, power bat, expected to be up probably next year. He's in AAA at the moment, 24 years old, number 8 prospect for the Yankees. I'm intrigued, obviously, what the next prospects are going to be, because if they are also both in the top 30, I think this is a very nice haul for the Pirates, but we got to wait. I think it's a good start. It's a good start, especially with Bednar. What's his contract like?
So he is going to be under control next year. I think he's got one more year of arbitration, and then he'd be a free agent in 2027. So you have one more year of team control. And, you know, I understand there's always risk with acquiring players, but if you're the Yankees and if you tried to get any of the other ones, well, this was then one of the last pieces of the closers in my mind that's available, and it's hard to see of who isn't, still out there. But look at all the guys that have been moved. So Emmanuel Clase really probably would have been moved if you were the Guardians here. But he will be a free agent in 2027 at age 32. So Bednar will be under control next year for the New York Yankees as they try to make a run. And for Rafael Flores, spent his time in AA and AAA, most of his time in AA there in Somerset, 15 jacks in AA and got called up, 10 games in AAA, not a lot of sample size there. 1 home run, hitting .211, but again, 10 games is nothing in the grand scheme of things.
No.
But we talked about the Pirates needed bats. They needed bats. Well, guess what? They just got one option for a prospect that they like. And if we see any other options that are out there, Zach, or like parts of the deal,
you
let me know. So that's going to be that. But hey, if you guys are liking all this, hit that like and subscribe button. Ryan Ripken Show. We do this live every Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, right here on YouTube, X, and Facebook. And typically we have more of the structured where we have our guests and people on to talk ball. But with the trade deadline, Brad, we're just here.
Yeah.
We're here for the marathon.
Hell yeah.
We're having a good time. We already took our
It's a Super Bowl.
Deep Eddy shots. We probably are going to do our
pineapple is my favorite. Yeah.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
And the Merit Club Fitness Challenge, Zach is going to have to do that.
Yeah, if we had 200 likes, I'll spin the wheel 1,000%.
Yeah. Damn right. Hey,
so
John.
Make it happen. It's literally free, people, to hit that like button.
Hit that like button.
We could put sumo squats on there. I actually
we can. We can put sumo squats.
I actually did sumo squats the other day.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. We can go through. You want to go through my kettlebell workout?
It was actually so I did a death by sumo squats. Have you ever done something like this where you take it's a 60-minute rep or 60-second rep? Take 1 rep for the first 60 seconds, and then a 2 for the next 60 seconds, then 3, and then 4. And then by the time you get to 11 and 12 minutes, you just want to die. You just keep going until you can't go anymore. So when you're doing all them sumo squats or whatever workout it is, it's just you just want to die.
Hey, you know what?
My ass cheeks were on fire.
Well, of all the places you were going to describe right there, the cheeks, but the cheeks.
Yeah. Are you doing sumo squats? The cheeks are definitely working.
The cheeks are on fire. We should have a Ryan Ripken Show collective workout here. We have a Merit Club Ryan Ripken Show workout right here in studio. And maybe, I don't know if we want to show our whole audience that. I think our holy shirts and pants. You guys want to see the boys put it together. Just like we do with the Rip After Dark, which might have a Rip After Dark tonight if I'm feeling frisky. For those that are new to the channel, we have channel memberships. Rip's Good Kids helps support the channel. And the Holy Shirts and Pants members, we've teased a little bit for Rip After Dark. Moving forward, though, it's just going to be solely for Holy Shirts and Pants, where you get more of the intimate one-on-one with the group and ask all the questions. We try to give you a little bit more insight. We got a whole hell of a lot of things that are moving towards football season. So appreciate all of the help and the support. What do you got?
Okay.
Details are out.
Yeah, we got more details. According to Jeff Passan, and actually, while I'm just here, let me just pull up Jeff Passan's tweet. I feel like that's going to be a lot easier.
And while you're doing that, by the way, speaking of all this, Laura, talking about memberships.
Hey.
Appreciate you, Laura. And you know who loves some Deep Eddy vodka? Laura.
Oh, yeah.
Loves it. And for British Ravens, being a member for 13 months, log even in store and check out the free Ryan Ripken Show Discord. That is free.
That is free. Yeah.
That is free. FREE. Good kids. Good kids all around.
All right. So
talk to us.
We've added a second name. We have added a second name among the return for the Pirates in the Bednar deal. Per ESPN sources, catcher Rafael Flores, who tore up AA, is now at AAA, is a top shelf framer and regarded as a big league ready catcher. A very good centerpiece. Also in it, Edgeclean Perez. I'm so sorry if I butchered that.
Yeah, that's a weird.
Edgeclean Perez, who is 19 with excellent swing decisions. I just went over Edgeclean. Edgeclean is the number 14 prospect.
Oh, wow.
For the Yankees. So they got number 8 and number 14. I will say, though, the only thing that I am kind of like, okay, is both Flores and Perez are both catcher first baseman, which kind of feels like a Pirates thing to do, but we'll see.
This feels like the Pirates got fleeced on this.
I think Flores, it's going to depend on, well, it depends on all of them, but I think Flores is kind of the one that the Pirates, I wouldn't be surprised if he's up there.
But with Bednar's numbers, and I'm not saying that he's Mason Miller, but like I would think that you get a lot more for that. Anyway, go ahead, Rip.
So one thing that we hadn't touched on, this was earlier in the day, which he still could get traded, but I don't see it happening with the Orioles, by the way, was Eflin is expected to be placed on, or he is already placed on the IL for 15 days. So I wanted to clarify a comment with this. He still very well can be traded. You can be traded on the IL. But the risk right now with trading for Eflin is this injury history. This is the third injury now, guys.
This season.
Yeah, just this year. And the first one was a lat injury, lat strain. And I got to give Eflin credit, man. He came back and said, screw it. I want to get back as quick as I can. He's a dog. But I don't think he was fully healthy. And now you're kind of seeing the other impacts it's having on the body. And now it's saying it's going to your lower back. I think it all stems from the lat injury. Doesn't mean that a team is not going to take a risk, but the value for Eflin, I don't know how he can be valued as a starter. And if I'm a team making a run, I don't know if I can count on him because of the third time you've been on the IL. And quite frankly, if it was the Zach Eflin that you saw for the first 4 starts of the year, then I say sign me up. But right now, doesn't look like his value is going to be there, and I wouldn't be surprised then if he's not going to move. So in that case, you're looking at 2 pitchers for the Orioles, and Tomoyuki Sagano and Charlie Morton.
Yep.
Eflin still can be, but that if I'm a GM, I'm not giving up a ton if I think Eflin's not going to be healthy here. So we will see what happens. We will see what happens. But, guys, we are moving and grooving. You know what I realized, too? I don't know how Scott Hansen does it with Red Zone of not having to go to the bathroom for 6 hours. Because you know what? I just guzzled this. I got another drink. I got to go to the bathroom here in maybe in a few minutes. I don't know. Or I can just last the whole show. I don't know if I can last 3 more hours. But, guys, I did pull that Jeff Passan video from last time we spoke to him on the show about him breaking stories.
Yeah.
Not the introduction, Brad.
I actually have that. So
okay, you want to show that later? Be my guest. Okay. But for now,
when you go to the bathroom, it's coming out.
Okay, that's fine. Maybe that can be the part of it here. But so let's play the clip. I'm going to play the clip right now of Jeff Passan explaining, one of the wildest places he's had to break a story from.
Broke the Mattles trade. I was standing in line waiting to go on this ride that like shoots you up 200 feet in the air, where like the line was all full of like neon shit.
Was there ever a point where you were in that line where you're like, okay, I might have to fire this tweet off on the ride?
Yes, actually, I had it loaded in my drafts. Like that's one thing I will do. I'll put things in the draft because I was not going to be typing going up 70 miles an hour into the air, but it was getting like very close to the front of the line where I worried I was going to get the go ahead when I was getting shot up in the air. And I did not want to have my phone in my hand because if, I don't know what is it going to go up? Is it going to go down? Like I have no idea what it's going to be like. But if I broke my phone because I was waiting to put it out there, that would have sucked.
That would have sucked. But it's a guy that tries to be ahead of the game when he can. And also a lot of people in the baseball world, they know it's real when they see the passing bomb dropped.
He bombs.
He bombs automatically in his situation. Sorry.
Automatic.
Jesus, Rip.
I like automatically. Automatic. Oh, goodness gracious.
Still is.
Oh, good kids,
All
man.
right, so according to Bite Nightingale, they also got center fielder, the Pirates did. Let me make sure I got this right. Center fielder Brian Sanchez, who I do not see in the top 30 at this moment.
We could play the hypothetical game because I think it's Ryan asked this good question here. Ryan Ellis. Any predictions on steady moving? There's some still potential trading pieces out there, not just Orioles related, but other ones out there. Is there anyone that you think comes to mind that is still out on the table that happens before 6 o'clock today, Rip?
Sorry, with SETI or just in general?
Just in general, like who's next to go, or who do you think that maybe people aren't looking at that probably gets traded, or if it's SETI, fine. But I'm just leaving the door open for everything.
I'm just really curious of when starting pitchers are going to be moved.
Yeah.
When's Charlie going?
Right, like if it's not Charlie, not even Orioles. I just genuinely curious.
Sandy, how is Sandy not moved yet?
Well, because the value for Sandy wasn't as high as it was for him even coming back to start the year, because teams would still bank on him. Okay, well, you're coming back from Tommy John. Let's see. But also they're hesitant. Like, hey, we're going to wait to see how he looks. But if you said going into the year, Sandy's value was going to be skyrocket high because of the upside and where the Marlins are at, which actually they're playing a lot better than people are maybe seeing or understanding.
Yeah.
Because Sandy's had his struggles, a team's probably feeling, do we trust that he's going to get back? And I know pitching well as of late. I still believe in the talent. I watch his stuff. I see how it moves. I believe it's still there. But if you're a team, you got to believe in it with the team control, and you're going to have to overpay. So the Marlins are not going to settle for this. That's the same thing when I threw out a guy, when you brought up Mackenzie Gore, or I brought up Mitch Keller, or Joe Ryan, those names. Those pitchers aren't going to get moved unless it's a deal that just the team can't say no to. And so I'm just sitting here going, where are these starting pitchers that teams need? Like, where is it? Like the Cubs. The Cubs, I'm still waiting. They got bullpen help with Kittredge, but they clearly need starting help. And they're trying to make a run. So I'm curious on what starting pitchers get moved here down the stretch. And on the position player side, the Orioles probably have two of the most interesting names with SETI and O'Hearn. I actually, though, want to know, are the Orioles going to send any of their prospects to go and try to get a controllable guy? Like, that's what I'm intrigued with. I think Seattle might be done for the most case. I think the Dodgers are going to make one more move, at least. I think the Dodgers need it. I think they need one more.
I think for me, we've been throwing some names around there. Obviously, I talked about Gore too, but Sandy Alcantara is not the only starting pitcher on there that could be up on the trading block. And actually, Jim Bowden even talked about Edward Cabrera on the Marlins. That could be a potential the Orioles have also expressed interest in.
I like him a lot. I faced that dude.
3.48 ERA over 17 starts this year. He's got control through 2028. There could be a potential Seti/O'Hearn offering similar to the Norby Stowie trade for a guy like Edward Cabrera, who is a really solid starting pitcher with a lot of control, which we know Mike Elias would want.
Yeah, the thing is, though, we talked about it a little bit before. Marlins don't want Seti or O'Hearn. They're going to want another prospect or a guy that's on the fringe, just because they're not ready to win right now in their mind. So for Edward Cabrera, whoever's going to get him, the Marlins are going to want another high upside guy, not veterans. Seti and O'Hearn are going to go to a team that thinks right now is the moment, because they're both going to be free agents. So to get a guy like Edward Cabrera, in my opinion, which talk about talent, and I faced this dude in 2021, and he could throw his fastball is like 100, and then his changeup is 95. It was crazy.
Yeah.
And it actually, I sit there and I'm like, okay, like, can't that be that situation? And you're up there and you're like, oh, like that actually moves like a changeup, not like a sinker. It's weird. But the Marlins had been frustrated with Cabrera over the years, just trying to get going, but he started to get going. He's got a 3.35 ERA.
He's 27.
And I think he's right in the prime now. Yep. I think he's starting to figure it out, where he has been tremendous the last 3 months of the season. After April, Brad, he hasn't had an ERA higher than 2.89 in any of the months. So I am excited. He's a guy, if I'm a team, that I would go after, but he's going to cost.
Heston Kjerstad?
More. I think it's going to cost more.
Heston Kjerstad and more.
I'm really curious on what the Marlins want. They have pitchers. Do they want other infielders? Do they want to get some more outfield players? Do they want to get younger pitchers? So that's where I'm sitting at. But Edward Cabrera is a really intriguing option that I'm surprised we haven't heard his name more.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. That's a good one. I was trying to think
of like low-key names that not a lot of people were talking about that could surprise before the deadline. And I thought maybe he could be one.
He is, and he is good, man. Would love that. He is very, very, very talented, but he had been inconsistent. So it looks like he's starting to put it together. Like I said, last 3 months, talent's there for him, but can you put it together? I did see some moves earlier, which again, maybe not a huge move in some people's eyes, but did I see that Harrison Bader got traded to the Phillies?
Yeah.
So
for 2 single-A arms.
So there's another depth move where the Phillies got an outfielder, Brad.
Yep.
So I think with them doing that, Cedric
Seti's
off the table there. So it's really looking at, could it be the Mets?
Yeah, the Mets, that seems to be the most likely landing spot for Seti as of right now.
And for the thing with Ryan O'Hearn, the 2 teams that I think are going to be intrigued, it's got to be Milwaukee, and it's got to
the Mariners. Could the Mariners go for O'Hearn again?
I would say look no further in your own division. I think Boston has called about Ryan O'Hearn.
Okay,
so I still think the Brewers get him.
The Brewers, it makes the most sense.
Yeah,
it makes the most sense. Now the Padres, I'm seeing. I saw some comments for Seti. Padres still are looking for a guy, but they're Seti or whoever where they decide. They have Jackson Merrill out there. They got Fernando Tatis Jr. Essentially say you add Cedric, you're reconfiguring either Jackson or whoever that other outfielder is. I don't think there's any pure left fielder that they're going to go get. I think they're just going to go get a bat and a guy that can play the outfield. So, I'm really curious, guys, but the clock is ticking. It's 3:19 p.m. We are 2 hours and 41 minutes away from the trade deadline, in this case, striking midnight, where it will be done. And we're not going to see any more moves the rest of the way. But whatever happens here, we're going to have some things to talk about. But what we've seen so far at the deadline, closers are the hot ticket.
Yeah.
Closers are the hot ticket.
We've seen, 4 now? You think Bednar, Miller, Helsley, yes, although Helsley won't be used as a closer anymore, and then Duran. So 4 big time closers already traded.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean,
and Matt, I saw this saying about the Orioles feeling like another disappointing deadline.
2 hours 40 minutes.
Guys, a lot of time.
Oh my God. If you don't remember last year, I mean, there was trades being made all the way up to the last minute.
Yeah, it was 5:59 things coming in.
5:59. That was when the Fighting Gavin Sheets maybe let us know about some one of his buddies coming on over to Baltimore.
Yeah. Zach wasn't happy about that.
That was at the 11th hour.
It was. I didn't like that move at the time because I forgot someone said we can play outfield. And I think in the video, I'm like, he doesn't play the outfield. he hasn't played the outfield.
He played the field.
He just mashes balls. That's all he does.
Mashes balls. Well, hey guys, maybe in this case I can go take a quick bathroom break. You can play that beautiful clip of me if you'd like, or you can tell our audience about what we have planned, or even more about what we're trying to build on the channel, if we can, and see if there's any moves. However you guys want to do. That'd be great. I just know your boy's bladder is not going to last until 6 p.m. So I'm going to take the quick minute here to do that. But you guys in the moment, hit that like and subscribe button. We're trying to get to 200 likes so we can spin this wheel and do the damn thing.
All right.
Trying to get better here. All right.
Yep.
See you guys.
Awesome. Yeah, and I'm seeing one trade that I did want to talk about a little bit was the Shane Bieber to Toronto deal.
Yeah, we didn't really talk about that much.
Yeah, and Toronto ended up giving up their 5th overall prospect. Let me make sure I got the name right. Is it Call? I think it's how they pronounce it. Let me go to the Guardians now. I'm assuming Call Stevens, Khal Call, but 22-year-old, actually very highly thought of over there in Toronto, and now goes to Cleveland. And let's be honest, this kid in Cleveland's developmental staff, the way that they develop pitching, there's not a doubt in my mind that this kid's going to be a star. But on the other end, you have, obviously, to talk about both ends, you have Shane Bieber. And this is where it gets interesting, because obviously Bieber, he hasn't pitched since 2024. He's coming off Tommy John surgery, has not pitched in the majors. He has an option, a club option next year. So I think that's probably why the Jays were willing to give up Call, and just kind of hoping that he grabs that, he gets back to form in that capacity, so they're able to use that option. But this is a big risk, I think, for the Blue Jays, because Call Stevens is a very nice prospect. And in return, you are getting, we talked about lottery tickets for getting prospects and stuff. I don't want to call this quite a lottery ticket when talking about Shane Bieber, but the fact that, hey, you're coming off of another elbow surgery.
Yeah.
You have not pitched in 2025. You pitched just twice in 2024. I'm not sure if I'm entirely sold, if I'm the Blue Jays, or if I'm, following the Blue Jays, that this was the best. It just feels like if you were going to give up Steven to get a pitcher, I would have preferred him in a package to then get maybe someone that has pitched this season.
Right.
Like that's amazing. Shane Bieber might come out and regain form and look like the Shane Bieber we all know, and it could be a massive success for Toronto. But there is still just that aspect of it where I'm like, this is a big risk to give up a top prospect of yours for a guy who has not pitched this season.
Yeah, I agree with that. While Ryan's continuing to take on the break here, I do have something to share. Oh, boy, here we go. There's some highlights from the Ryan Ripken show.
Oh, dude, come on.
I'm coming.
Oh, God. Were you a jockstrap guy? No jock. I didn't tell you. I also choked on a dog.
Maybe I could leave
Kobe's my size and thicker. I see it firsthand. They shoved it right up my ass, especially in AAA. It was not fun. Couldn't get over like the skin texture or whatever.
and then I actually choked on it. So after that, for a little bit of time, Kelly had to help out.
We have the second best record in all of Major League Baseball for winning home openers. So I hope I don't jinx that.
You had to bring that up.
If anything goes wrong, I'll blame Rocco.
There you go. There you go.
Rocco's ass was pretty tight. It was. We're trying to loosen it up.
What is going on your dog?
I'm a mustard guy.
Okay. I can live with that.
Yeah.
I can live with that. I eat mine plain.
Okay.
So is that okay?
There's nothing wrong with it. I just think it's kind of strange.
All right.
Ooh, big suey. Ooh, big suey. And then, ooh, big suey. Razorbacks.
When you do number 2, okay, you got to get the TP. Do you ball the TP or do you fold the TP?
I'm sorry. Fold?
Yeah. Fold. See?
Okay.
It's a scientific experiment, and we're thinking that the ladies primarily are the ballers and the dudes are the folders.
I didn't even who balled up the TP. I feel like that's reckless and just kind of.
I'm
just saying.
Baller. You hear that? Rocco's a baller.
Rocco's might be a woman. We don't know.
Last thing I have left is block taking another man. Take.
Whoa!
God dang it! God damn it.
See, this is what happens. Look at Joe.
You don't get this
Look at
anywhere
Joe
else.
supporting me.
So if we don't mind bringing him from behind, it's
Whoa.
Mr. Jeff Pass.
Jesus Christ!
Okay, that's not.
God damn it, Ryan!
You can't take it to a different level.
There you go,
Jeff.
There
Sorry,
he is.
wrong choice of words right off the gate. But how you doing?
At the front, behind, whatever works for everyone else. I'm okay.
I'm dirty.
He was inching in that guy.
Come on! There's no way you don't know what you just said. There's no way you don't know what.
What? This show's over.
All right, we're done. See you, Kevin. See you, Kevin.
I'm not. Where am I going?
All right, guys. You guys have a good rest of your night. No.
What the fuck just happened?
Please stay tuned.
The
This is
amount of people that are loving this. The old studio was better.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
Well, I think it's just because we haven't been able to really get the whole essence of everything that's in here now.
I know. Yeah.
I think that's the bigger part.
Yeah.
Is because we still have NBA Jam. We still have. We got the jukebox. We got so many more things in here. We just don't. You guys don't even see it because we haven't figured out how to use it yet. But in time we will. And in this meantime, we appreciate you guys joining us for the trade deadline special. And yeah, we like to have fun. And yes, we can have some reckless moments on this show as well, or just a time with a lot of pauses.
Definitely the pause reel for sure.
Yep, no doubt about it. But
Nick was the all-time pause guy.
Nick was up there for the all-time pause guy. But if you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. We have a lot more of those moments still with Rip After Dark. That's coming back, and we're gonna have a lot more.
Yeah, you want to see more of that? Go to Rip After Dark.
Oh gosh. Well, I think we got to be a little bit careful because when we do have some of our guests on at the time, maybe down the road when they get to know us more. First time with some of our high-profile guests coming on, we got to be careful. But in the meantime, though, guys, appreciate you guys. Thank you. Cheers.
I mean, this all depends too, because Paston had no filter.
Oh, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Which I respect.
Oh, I love it. I mean, look, dude, I like to be unfiltered with the best of them. It's just more so of we see how things are going. Like last night when we were doing the stream at 3 a.m, got a little bit out of hand when we were talking about trades because then baseball talk was done, Zach.
Once Rocco started trying to push off his sleeping pills on people, that's when it got out of hand. That's why I had to step in and be like, there are children watching at 3 a.m., Rocco.
Yeah. Rocco.
Hugs, not drugs.
Yeah. And then he's like, oh, they're not pills.
He's like, they're gummies. And I was like, oh, sleeping gummies. Nice. And then he had to go back to they were pills. They went back to they were gummies.
Oh.
Kid couldn't stay.
Oh, goodness gracious. We've had a lot of moments here. We've had a lot of moments.
Did you see
here.
John Heyman, though, tweet out that the Mets and Orioles are still in discussion for Cedric Mullins? So that came out.
So it feels like that's
probably a done deal.
Yeah,
well, I wouldn't say
it's because of it's all revolves around what happens with Luis
Robert. Yeah,
because it says that there's been little to no progress on Luis Robert. And it's even possible that the White Sox keep him.
Is it possible the Orioles keep Cedric?
No.
I'm just saying.
If they do, extend the man.
Yeah, that's the thing, and that's what I keep saying about Ryan O'Hearn and Cedric. If you are not going to trade them, you better extend them, because if you don't trade them and then they just walk in the offseason, we want to talk about malpractice and just dropping the ball. If you have if Michael Eisen and company are telling themselves, no matter what happens, we're not re-signing Cedric, we are going in a different direction. If it gets to 558 and he's still there, you just take the top offer at that point, because you have to get something for guys if they are not going to be here. Same with Ryan O'Hearn. If you sit there and you look at Mountcastle, Mayo, Basayo potentially as a lefty bat, even Adley and stuff, if he has to get time at first over the next few years, and you're like, yeah, Ryan O'Hearn doesn't fit in the next 2 to 3 years, you got to trade him. Now, if you look at it and you go, if we don't get a big enough offer, we might be able to we might extend O'Hearn for 2 years. That's perfectly fine. But the only way you can botch this is if you don't trade them and then they just walk in free agency. That's the worst case scenario. If you're going to give them an extension, go for it. But you can't just let guys walk for nothing, especially in the spot you're in.
And we are seeing, sorry, just took a bite, but the percentages here, I think it feels like it's inevitable.
Yeah.
I have hope, maybe they'll stay. I don't see it. So, excuse me for a second. It feels like teams are going to want those guys to make a run. And in this case, with Ryan O'Hearn, if he leaves, it probably is going to be the indication of there's a certain Samuel Basayo that will probably make his big league debut sometime in August. It would be my guess.
That's what I was thinking.
August or September.
Yeah.
Because he will play first base and he will catch. That would be my guess. But the teams that are apparently for Ryan O'Hearn, Texas is making a push, and the Brewers are the team that's still floating, but we still haven't seen a lot of reports out there with the Brew Crew. So we're looking at winners and losers of all this, guys. And if you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button, by the way. Ryan Ripken Show just live Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but this is a trade deadline special. I think the obvious winner of all this so far is the Seattle Mariners, because they got two big bats. I know Josh Naylor, if you're saying, okay, well, he could be having a better year than what was supposed to be advertised when he got traded. Josh Naylor is a good player. He is a good bat. And I know that people want to go to that. And it's maybe the power isn't as much there, but he's hitting 288 on the year. He's got 12 jacks, plays a solid first base, which I think is underrated in a lot of people's eyes. You show me one of your favorite infielders, let's go look at their first baseman, because that helps with everything. But then you go and get Suarez, also from the D-backs, who is tied for the RBI lead in all of baseball. 36 jacks now on the season. And you're pairing that with one of the best pitching staffs in all of baseball. So I think Seattle's done a great job. I would say the Padres, with getting Miller for right now, is a big deal. But I wouldn't say that they're clear winners yet, because I think that there's still pieces that they could add to their roster. I think the Phillies, they got Duran. I thought that was great. They just got Bader. I like their moves. The Mets have the best bullpen out of the back.
The A's got a haul for Mason Miller.
A's are a winner for being out of this, for sure. I think incomplete, though, like on teams like Milwaukee and Chicago. Like I'm really, really curious with the Chicago Cubs. Are they going to be more aggressive? This is a good opportunity for them. And I guess what are they going to do with Kyle Tucker after this year?
Yeah.
So if you're trying to win with Tucker on this roster, if you can't extend him, what's the plan? What, interestingly enough, too, and they've already said they're not really going to ship guys off, but the Atlanta Braves, they could if they wanted to. They're not moving guys. Minnesota, I've liked what they've done of who they've gotten back, so I don't blame them for their moves. I know fans are a little bit upset over there with just what's transpired. Is there any team that you're still shocked with, Zach, that you're like, in a guess would be more shocked would be in a worse light?
Team that I'm shocked at, I don't know if I'm off the top of my head. I feel like I'm also going into so many teams I feel like I'm seeing are in the hunt. I'm going to say right now, if the White Sox don't get Luis Robert off, that would be a big loss. I feel like people are not happy with David Bednar return for the Pirates, but off the top of my head, I can't think of any team that I'm like, what the heck are they? You know what? Just because they're so hot and they have the best record in the league, I am shocked that the Brewers, it feels like every time a big name is off, it was the Brewers were in on it and couldn't get it done. So I think if you want to go, I wouldn't say I'm shocked because they're not a team that necessarily always makes a big move or something like that. But I'm intrigued by what their final tally is going to look like in 2 hours and 24 minutes, because we very well could be looking back on this as a massive missed opportunity if the Brewers don't walk away with anything.
I agree. Brad?
What's that?
You have any team?
As far as what?
That surprised you?
That surprised me so far.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I guess maybe the Padres, if I had to pick one.
Just because of the haul that they gave?
Well, yeah, because it almost kind of felt like up until late last night when Mason Miller wasn't pitching in that game, in a clear save situation, it felt like to me Mason Miller wasn't going anywhere, that he was kind of a non-negotiable kind of guy, not for sale. And then it happened. So I think for me, that was probably the biggest surprise so far.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that was probably the most shocking development over the hours, besides that a ton of deals just wanted to get done late last night. I'm looking at this in general. I'm still shocked that we haven't seen the Dodgers do more. I know that they've had injuries and they're hoping those guys get back. Probably one of the surprising things was that the Angels got two pitchers relievers from the Nationals yesterday. And the Angels are trying to hold on. So maybe we'll pull up the standings here and take a look at the teams that are in the hunt for this. Okay. So it can give an understanding, especially on the wild card side, standing side. Let me see if I can share my screen. And when I move, you move, Zach.
Just like that.
Just like that. Happy Throwback Thursday to all y'all. All right. Here is, can you guys see it? There it is. All right. So see if I can zoom in a little bit. Does that help? That do something? No, did absolutely nothing. Blue Jays, they made some moves. Dominguez and Bieber, which Bieber's a risk because they don't know, but if you're buying the talent that Bieber was, that's a good aggressive move. I think their lineup's been doing exceptionally well over expectations. Detroit hasn't made a big splash. What do you got, Zach?
Mark Feinsand saying Rhino Hearn has multiple suitors, but sources say the Orioles asking price for their lone 2025 All-Star is very high. Will be interesting to see if it comes down before 6 p.m.
I mean, it should be high.
It should be.
He's an all-star.
Oh, wait. Did a move just happen?
Did it?
Did Cedric just get traded? Zach,
Yep.
you're supposed to be on it.
Cedric Mullins to the New York Mets. The New York Mets have acquired Cedric Mullins. Wow.
Or what?
We don't know yet.
Of course not. Well, that makes me sad.
There it is.
That makes me sad. I knew it was going to happen, but it still makes me sad. I'm going to have to send Seti a message.
There it is. Wow.
I'm going to make a thumbnail
All
real
right.
quick, you guys.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
Keep chatting
So
away.
we have a return. Thank you.
There we go.
Ramon Gomez, Anthony Nunez, and Chandler Marsh are going back to Baltimore. Let me go through the New York Mets. And there it is. I have to pour one out for my guy. Okay, so let me go over this again. Yeah, let's see if you got it right now. So, shoot. Okay, well, in the moment while you're finding it, give me a thumbs up when you do. For everyone out there, it kind of sets in now for Orioles fans. And this is what I was talking about, that moment of damn, where you understand the business of this sport.
Said he can go on and win himself a World Series
He
this year.
very well could, and I hope he does.
Me too.
All right. I hope he does.
So Anthony Nunez is the number 14 prospect for the New York Mets. The right-handed pitcher is in Double-A at 24 years old. Next up, as Marsh. I'm missing them. Ramon Gomez is the number 30 prospect for the New York Mets. The 23-year-old is in High A. So
who sent that out? Or what? Who put that out?
It's Anthony DeComo. It's retweeted by Rockabaco.
Oh, well, we're gonna put
And
that.
then where is? I'm assuming Chandler Marsh must just be not in the top 25, but 2 top 30 prospects for
Cedric Mullins. So when we talk about value for how people, Brad, that's exactly what I said recently when we're talking about value of players.
Yeah.
How some of the fans view Cedric Mullins is not how other teams are going to view Cedric Mullins. And in this case, Cedric just got 2 top 30 prospects. Because why?
And another high A pitcher.
And a high A pitcher. So they got 3. And we'll get into all the details of it. And if you are new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. Ryan Ripken Show. We are live every Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but this is our trade deadline special because, guys, a lot of moves are happening, and here's the Baltimore move, one of the bats that you expected to be moved, and this one hurts on a personal level, but it's the business. We'll get into what all that happened and who's coming to Baltimore in exchange, but the longest tenured Baltimore Orioles, Cedric Mullins, is heading to the New York Mets in exchange now for 3 players, Ramon Gomez, Anthony Nunez, and Chandler Marsh, who are coming to Baltimore. And Cedric Mullins is going to have an opportunity to go and win a World Series with the New York Mets. We'll get into all the details, but I want to take a quick moment then, since we're talking about Cedric Mullins, to first, I want to give a thank you. And I'm going to actually, where's the heck's my drink? I'm going to pour one out for my guy. You know?
Yep.
Pour one out for my guy, man. Because this is, you guys all want one or should I just do it?
Yeah, no, I'm. Said he's my guy.
Hey, well, I'll move it on over here in a second, Zach, after you get situated. So if you guys are just tuning in, Cedric Mullins is gone to the Mets. And I want to, at least in this case, let's talk real quickly before the deal. And I opened with this earlier on in the show. I'm saying earlier on. It was probably in the first hour. And the part that hurts when you look at teams and with fans, what are things that fans want? Fans want to experience the great moments. And typically it's around winning. But it's also about those that enhance your experience rooting for that team.
Yeah.
And so for the Baltimore Orioles, it had been a rough road up until the 2022 season, since Buck Showalter and the previous front office left and after the 2018 year. And Cedric Mullins had that lone bright spot in 2021 where he made Orioles history, joining or an elite group in general in all of baseball with 30 home runs, 30 doubles, 30 stolen bases all in 1 year. That's a career year for anybody. But what Cedric Mullins then became year after year was a guy that fans could depend on, that was out there, and then also became one of the most beloved Baltimore Orioles during his time here. And I truly mean that I wish we saw more players stay with one team for the duration of their career, their entirety, but that's not how the business works. And Cedric Mullins is one of those guys that not only did I think he embodied what Baltimore is, gritty, you go to work, you get punched in the mouth, you keep going, people doubt you, which a lot of people, even in Birdland, doubted Cedric Mullins of he's a below average player, get rid of him. Well, guess what? Cedric never wavered in any of that. He went out there and busted his ass every single day. And even his last game as a Baltimore Oriole might have made his finest catch
of his career.
And one of the best catches you will ever see. He laid it on the line each and every day. And I believe that not only did he embrace what it meant to be a Baltimore Oriole, but the Baltimore Orioles fan base truly embraced Cedric Mullins. So, Ceddy, I appreciate you. And, Zach, when you get a moment, maybe we can get these little cups back so you can help me pour these out.
Yeah, one sec. We also just had the Yankees acquired Bird from the Rockies.
See, I knew he was going to be a target.
Yeah.
Didn't expect it.
Let's not talk about the Yankees for one moment here, Zach. Are you kidding me? We're doing a great part for Ceddy. Just kidding. You had to do that. We'll talk about that with the Yankees and get that moving and grooving. But I wanted to say those words. Cedric Mullins.
It's well said.
And I love the guy. On a personal level, he's my teammate.
Me too.
Yeah, Brad, you got a chance to get to know Ceddy over the last few years here. And Ceddy was my teammate in 2019. I've known Ceddy since 2016, so over the last 9 years, and one of the best guys you can be around. Genuine, not a man of many words, but a man that you can relate with and relate to. So a lot of things have happened. Excited for him in the future. And Zach, when you're ready then too, so we can try to get our little toast, and we'll keep moving on with the show. But for guys that are tuning in, new to the channel, we just added the Kevin and Zach React, because Kevin and Zach React join for every Orioles post game or any news that happens. It does.
This is before I do it. I got to say, this is the moment that we've obviously been talking about. Like there are players you lose, and then there are people you lose. And like Cedric Mullins, the business side of losing the player makes sense. But it's also losing the person and the human and the leader in the clubhouse. That's where, obviously I was just saying like
he was a glue. He was a glue. Kept
this is very similar, I will say, to when, obviously I don't know if he was even longer tenured at the time, but it feels similar to like the Trey Mancini, where you knew it was happening. You knew the writing was on the wall, but it doesn't mean it's any easier when you finally get the notification.
Yeah.
It's still tough. You still feel for Ceddy, you feel for, the biggest thing is, I guess, you're sad, but you're also grateful because, you want to talk about the send-off. Cedric Mullins, the entertainer, the one thing he's never shied away from is kind of the dramatics. The grand slam, the cycle on the bird bath opening night, all of a sudden the 30-30, the big wins, the walk-offs, the robbed home runs, and this weekend, the massive hits, the 3 plays that made you go, holy shit, Cedric Mullins did it again.
Yep.
This is everything that you would have hoped for Ceddy's send-off, and couldn't thank him enough for everything he did, especially through the dark years in Baltimore. It was not easy to play for those teams. I know it cannot be easy to lose that much, to do all that, but someone who was the bright spot through so much. And it is not lost on me, and I hope it's not lost on a lot of people, that when I think back to the 2024 playoffs, there was a single man who tried to will this team through that game 2 with the home run to tie it. I thought at that moment it was the turning point. So like you said, Ryan, thanks for everything said.
Yep. And look, the Orioles got some very talented players back in this deal. They got 2 top 30 prospects from the Mets. It's just we want to give a proper send-off to him because this is the part that my job and you guys being on the outside to start, but you guys have both gotten to know Cedric as well.
Yeah.
The fan side and then the personal side. Wherever you go, you make personal relationships. And that's really what it's all about in life. And that's why I said in my little messaging here a few minutes ago, when you follow a team, it's around the experiences that the players give to the fans. If the team wins, you remember that. But you also, what you remember is how that player, whoever you liked, made you feel and made you fall in love with the sport or whatever activity you were a part of. And Cedric Mullins obviously was a huge part of that for so many people. So Ceddy, and I definitely will be talking to him later. But
same.
Love him. Appreciate you, man. Go win a World Series.
Please go win a World Series.
In New York. And cheers, guys. Cheers. Cedric Mullins as a Baltimore
Cedric Mullins.
Orioles. To Ceddy Mullins.
Orioles.
All right.
Hey,
cheers. Ceddy. Ooh, smooth. Sip and smile. So if you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. Getting myself all choked up here. Also, one of the final words here was Ceddy. This was him. This is also philosophy. We talk about the guy, and this is who the Mets are getting. So if you're a Mets fan that's tuning in, this is a guy
getting a dude
that you are getting. This is when he talked about the struggles with the Orioles earlier on in the season. Listen to Ceddy's answer on how he handled it and what you have to do moving forward when you have so much failure. What it's like to fail and come back. What do you think would be your words of wisdom here?
If you have any glimmer of hope within you, there is something that you have to do, which is continuing to not only control the controllables, things that you can control, how you play, how hard you play, continuing to be smart, continuing to pick guys up. And then you have to turn around and try to find the positive within the failure. Back in 2021, like you said, I think it was a 19 straight game losing streak on the road. And we had to face that immediately after breaking our losing streak, period. Reflecting on that, I'm like, sometimes it's about how you lose. So being able to pick out a positive through the losses, if we battle back, that's a huge component of winning. So just showing signs of life was good. Just continuing to push towards getting that win. And we're continuing to do that. The fans want us to win. And I completely understand and respect that. I want to win. I feel that when we go into a game every single day. It's unfortunate for us that we have to be more process oriented through this, knowing that we want the results.
So right there, Mets fans, you're getting a guy that through the good, bad, and the ugly, he's going to keep fighting. He's got great perspective, great understanding. He's been through the good, bad, and the ugly. People do forget. In 2019, he was the starting center fielder for the Baltimore Orioles. And then not only did he get demoted to AAA, he got demoted to AA and was on the outside looking in as who is going to be in the game plan for the Orioles moving forward. Wasn't supposed to be on the team to start in 2020 during the COVID year. There was a injury or an illness, I forget at the time. He makes the team, plays that whole short season there. Then he breaks with the team in 21, and the rest is history. He has the remarkable year and becomes a staple for the Baltimore Orioles. But now for the New York Mets. You guys have seen the highlights. They are getting an outfielder that can go out and get the ball. And I know, Ceddy doesn't have the strongest arm. You want to hold that as the weakness? Sure, I'm not going to say that Ceddy's going to be throwing out a lot of guys, but he can keep a ball in the ballpark. He can patrol the center field in the gaps, and he is going to give you some production. So let me pull up the numbers, Zach. If you don't mind, could you screenshot and put together some of the prospects for the Mets that we can talk about?
Yeah, actually, funny enough, Ramon Gomez back in, let me go check, make sure I got it. Last season had a pitch of 104.5 miles an hour.
Woo! How about that? And if you guys are tuning in right now, to the Ryan Ripken Show, and now Kevin and Zach React. It's all part of Ryan Ripken Media. We're collabing today, especially now with the news with the Orioles. Subscribe to both, like both. If you get 200 likes on the Ryan Ripken Show and you get 100 likes on the Kevin and Zach React post, heck, we might spin this thing twice. I don't know what we're going to do.
We're at 183 on the Ryan Ripken Show.
Whoa, get those numbers. Rookie numbers. We got to get those up. But for Cedric Mullins, guys, this is what he's done on the season. And this is why also I know people want to look at the average and said he was struggling. But you know one thing he always said to me? He goes, I know I'm going to figure it out. I'm going to have the rough moment, and I'll get it back. And what happened last year? Said he was one of the Orioles' best hitters the second half of the season, really after the All-Star break last year. And so far this year for Cedric Mullins, his average is almost up to 230. He's got 15 home runs, 49 RBIs, and an OPS of 738. But the bigger part for me, he also then can steal bags. He's got 14 stolen bases, 19 doubles. So he can provide some extra base pop, and he also can go play a great center field. So the Mets are staying aggressive, guys. The Mets are trying to keep up with the Phillies. They got Bader, helped their outfield position.
Yep.
They also went and got Duran. The Mets got, obviously, Rogers and Helsley to bolster their bullpen. Soto from the Orioles as well. Thank you, Brad. So we got a whole lot of moves here that are going, moving, and grooving. And that is one of the dominoes here. There is still another bat where they're riding. Ryan O'Hearn. Is he going to be on the move? A lot of people say yes. Ryan O'Hearn will, just like Cedric Mullins was. But now it is done, going to the New York Mets.
As Zach's continuing to pull this up, and I think this is a worthy question to ask. Because when was the last time the Orioles truly extended somebody longer term?
So the last long extension was Chris Davis. You know, the one thing I hate with the system in general, and this is what, like, the part where I think that hurts the smaller market teams more than anybody else.
Yeah,
is the arbitration and team control, because the smaller market teams want to control as long as possible instead of maybe giving extensions early.
But there are smaller market teams that have gotten it done. I mean, the Royals being one of them that do that very well.
They have. I think with this front office, yes, they haven't extended a guy. That's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
The previous ones, Adam Jones was extended. Chris Davis obviously is one of the extensions. They brought in some pieces to help win. Nelson Cruz is one of those big additions in free agency. So it's either seeing a big splash, which I at least want to talk about. They did make a big splash last year for a trade for Corbin Burns. That's a massive move. Didn't stay, but I get it. But you're right. At some point, they're going to have to make it. And that's what I was telling you, Brad, about the line in the sand.
Yeah.
Cedric's price point, I don't blame if the Orioles didn't want to, but if you want guys to be here that are close to being on the way out, you're going to have to make a decision. Like one guy I would say, and the Oriole fans are split on him as a pitcher, I would extend Dean Kramer.
Mm-hmm.
I would do it. I would extend Dean.
He's very reliable.
Very reliable. You know what you get. And I know that people would say, well, no, extend the big guys. Start with some guys.
Somebody.
And also get a good value. And Dean's not a greedy guy. Now, if he goes out and pitches really well and he gets better, well, then, yeah, Dean's going to want more of what he's worth. But right now, you offer him a deal, you know you're worth. The Orioles then, moving forward, that is going to be one of the hardest things that they're going to have to consider, especially that with guys like Westberg, Gunnar, and Jackson all have Scott Boras, who wants to make sure that his players are getting their worth. What do you got? Something happened?
I don't know. I think so.
Should I keep talking?
Keep talking.
Okay.
I'll just interrupt you.
Okay. So anyway, the point being here, I want to see more players get extended in Baltimore. And if you're not winning games, then it's only going to grow louder when those guys aren't extended. But in this case, for guys like Cedric and Ryan O'Hearn, of the two, Cedric, if you wanted him to stay, you could have, but you're planning for the future. Ryan O'Hearn, I love Ryan. I'd love to see him here because I think he can help the team if you sign him to a 2-year deal. But more than likely, his spot would get cleared if he gets traded here. It means Sam Basayo is going to be that guy. In my opinion, Sam Basayo is going to come up, play first, and then catch when he's not in DH. So you're going to have to clear for your prospects. The Orioles can't be in the middle, Brad. I think that's the part of it. When you look around Major League Baseball and some of these smaller market teams, you play your star prospect and you grow with them. Jackson Chourio and the Brewers, same as Jackson Holiday. The difference was last year, the Brewers said, you're playing every single day. He broke with the team, and the rest was history. He started to figure it out. The Orioles haven't done that for guys except for Gunnar and Adley. Their first times, when they got called up, Gunnar and Adley played.
Mm-hmm.
They played. Jordan Westbrook didn't play his first year he got called up. Not much. And Colton Cowser didn't much. They were role guys. They were bench guys. Now in 24, they decided that Jordan Westbrook's going to play every day. And look what he's become, an all-star. Colton Cowser developed into a really, really solid addition, but he wasn't the third outfielder on the team. He was the fourth. And he got hot early, that series in Boston, and the rest is history. So we could talk about that for till the cows come home.
Seeing reports, I'm still trying to finalize this, but it's starting to increasingly look like it's happening or did happen. Adolis Garcia traded to the Mets.
Yeah. Adolis Garcia to the Mets.
What?
Yeah.
You guys are you shitting me?
No.
The Mets are going for it.
Yeah.
I mean, the Mets want this. I mean, talk about hell. I understand it. Adolis Garcia, he's batting .227 this year. He's got a .667 OPS. He has not been great. And at times he's been downright bad. I have not seen
this guy's Mr. November. Though.
Yes. I have not seen a guy walk into his first October run and just take over like Adolis Garcia
did. As soon as we get that, yeah, I mean, he's a beast.
He's
a beast.
Incredible.
As soon as we get the actual, the confirmed report, I've seen some people put it out there, but when we get one of the big writers that confirms it, maybe pass him when he automatically or atomically bombs, whatever the hell the term is.
Atomically bombs, yes.
So we'll get into that and all that and much more. But let's get into now what the Orioles got back from the Mets. And the Mets are active. Steve Cohen's saying, screw it.
I'm loving what the Mets are doing.
I love what the Mets are doing. And by the way, for the record, the Mets have been there for a while, and they have chosen to be who they are. They've been to one World Series recently when they had that run. They lost to the Royals in the World Series. Other than that, they've been that second team in New York. Yeah. They haven't had that success. Steve Cohen is saying, I'm putting my money where my mouth is. And people saying, oh, the big teams, they're spending too much. Well, Steve Cohen saying, sorry, I'm not sorry. I'm going to spend it.
Yeah.
Screw it. I'm going to do it. So I applaud him. They're making moves. But let's talk about who the Mets gave up, Zach.
Yeah.
And the big one is when you're looking at Gomez, guy that throws absolute fuzz. Do we have like a screenshot or something we can show our audience?
Yeah, let me pull some of those. So I'll give a quick the thing with Gomez is the kid has the definition of an electrifying fastball. The downside with Gomez is he doesn't know where that fastball is going. He has an 80 grade fastball, a 35 grade control. So that and a 60 grade slider. That 60 grade is a lot of people's best pitch. So an 80 grade fastball, a 60 grade slider. And let me share this real fast just so we can get a boom. So as you can see, right at the bottom, 80 grade fastball, 60 grade slider. Overall, it's a little cut off, but he has a 40 overall. This is a guy where I think this is a classic. Okay, one, what have we talked about with Sir Anthony Dominguez, Brian Baker, those guys recently? What changed the way that they kind of approached everything and took them to that next level? It was adding a third pitch. For Gomez, it's going to be about adding a third pitch. It starts with the control. If he can get it under control and add a third pitch, I think the Orioles got something here. Like there is this is as big of a, we've been talking about lottery tickets, an 80 grade fastball and a 60 grade slider that we're not playing the scratch offs with top prize of $100,000. We're playing the $2 million scratch off here. This is the, hey, odds might not be best, but if this pans out, oh my God, Correa is back to Houston.
Oh, they did it.
They did it.
Is it
Holy
confused?
shit.
Wait, okay.
Jeff passing bomb.
What is happening? By the way,
bomb.
we haven't gotten any of the true confirmations on Garcia. We're going to get to this news real quickly on Carlos Correa in just a moment. To finish off the Gomez part, you are chasing talent and upside, and you mentioned it, Zach. When you have plus stuff, you chase that. And for the Orioles right now, if that is one of the players they got for Cedric Mullins, this is one guy you want to eye, because Zach right now, I know he's had some rough outings so far at the high A level, but when he was at A-ball down there, just in low A, he had a .69 ERA in 6 games.
Mm-hmm.
He had 20 punch outs in 13 innings. So he has power stuff, but he's going to have to figure that out. We'll get more back into this trade haul and what's happening here moving forward. And yes, with prospects, there is a lot of what ifs. You don't know. But in this case right now, if the Orioles were making the decision that they were not going to re-sign Cedric Mullins, you have to go out and get guys no matter who it is. You need to replenish your farm system, specifically in the pitching side, because they have lacked depth on the pitching side in their organization. You're building up more parts here, so I'm really interested to see how it all plays out. But for the Orioles, you get 2 top 30 prospects as well as another player in this deal, and we'll see how that plays out. The Cedric Mullins goes to the Mets. Veteran joins the team that is playing with a lot of confidence and expects to make a run at the World Series. But if you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. Ryan Ripken Show. We're live every Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but welcome to the draft special where we've been going since 1:30. We're going to the deadline or past it because of all of the moves. And guys, it gets chaotic. It gets going. Shirts and pants, Carlos Correa is going back home to the Houston Astros. And how about that? Jeff Passan just dropped that tweet that has confirmed it. The Twins continue to sell. We don't have any information on that, right, Zach, at the moment?
No. Not sure what we have as a return yet. Let me check. Just going through everything. No, just so far I'm seeing that he is going back to Houston. I know that was the one place that he said he would waive his no trade clause.
It is getting nuts here, guys.
Carlos Correa, I mean, was it ever more obvious that Houston was inevitable? Like, they get their big-time playoff performer back. I assume he's going to play third because you're not moving Pena off short the way he's playing.
You would think. But now with Ramon Urias, when they brought him, obviously, they still have the need. But Correa, power hasn't been there this year. He's been obviously banged up a little bit and trying to battle through injuries. But he's going back to a familiar place. I think that's the biggest thing with this deal, by the way, is that Carlos Correa is going to a place where he excelled, where he had success. And yeah, playing at Houston? You kidding me? Hitting the ball to left? You think Carlos Correa loved playing in Houston? You're damn right he did.
Oh, yeah.
And now he's going back to a team in the Astros, man. They are inevitable. You can never count them out. And now they continue to be aggressive. And the Minnesota Twins went straight sell mode. And they have been selling off. And now you wonder, it's like, well, I don't think Joe Ryan's being moved, but they are full sell. Minus Byron Buxton has a no trade clause. He even said, hey, I ain't waiving that. I'm staying in Minnesota.
He was like, you guys can try. He was like, I'm not moving.
Yeah.
I'm not moving.
So that was a name, Brad, maybe that, he could be moved. You weren't sure, but here it is.
Oh, yeah. I mean, all the way up until about an hour ago, it was all but a dead deal. And something must have happened, and we're still waiting on those details, correct?
We are still waiting on the details.
The Astros must have given them a haul, or I know if memory serves that the Twins were looking to have the Astros absorb $50 million of the contract that Correa has, And I think the Astros were more or less saying "fuck off" with that. So I think if the deal got done, I would have to imagine it's because the Astros decided that they were going to take on a good chunk of that contract.
Yeah, so Jeff Passan just tweeted out the Carlos Correa to Houston deal looked dead 24 hours ago. They revisited, bridged a significant financial gap in Houston with Isaac Paredes out for the season. Welcomes home Correa, who waived his no-trade clause to approve the deal.
Yeah, so there you go.
There it is. And by the way, we're going to keep getting into this. I didn't want to miss some of these supers, by the way.
There was a giant one, a huge.
Yeah, well, Tom.
Oh my gosh,
Tom. Yeah.
Get on up here. I would say we take another shot, but we're still trying to be a little bit responsible.
We got 2 hours to go.
Well, we got 2 hours to go here, and I mean, Brad, we're going to be here for a while.
Yeah,
we're going to be here all night. But Tom, thank you. We're making it happen here. Hey, do we have a little applause on the board?
We do. Hey.
You know, we might get frisky on the Birds After Dark, or I should say Rip After Dark. Sorry. Birds After Dark was the account that we were going to make in Norfolk when we weren't playing well. And we're like, well, maybe this will help us make money because our baseball careers might be done. But I digress. If you're new to the channel, though, hit that like and subscribe button. Ryan Ripken Show every Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We're based out of the Baltimore, Maryland region. Backbone of our content is baseball for the spring and summer. But we do talk a ton of football. I mean, that becomes the focal point in the fall. But don't worry. I did say that baseball is our backbone, so we're going to have some tremendous guests. We sat down with a lot of Hall of Famers and some great baseball minds throughout. That's not changing, but we do cover a lot of football. We go around all of sports and a little bit of pop culture mixed in. But for right now, you're tuning in because you're a baseball fan, you're a trade deadline fan, and the moves are humming here around MLB. The trade deadline don't stop for anybody, guys.
Nope.
And so far, it is not disappointed. This trade deadline for Major League Baseball cannot be matched in any sport.
No, it's like the All-Star game.
I mean, baseball, this is what you do. You make moves. You think that someone isn't available, and whammy, they are. Carlos Correa has been moved.
Everyone's for sale.
Everyone's for sale. But this is the thing, a lot of big-time players have been moved here over the last 48 hours alone. So thank you for all of that. Wally, thank you.
Appreciate you, Wally.
You know, it's perfect time to extend Gunnar arbitration eligible in 26. Buy those years out and add a few more. Show some commitment. I agree. I also know that the Orioles have talked to him quite a bit.
Yep. Scott Boras even came out during winter meetings when we were there and said that the Orioles made a very aggressive offer. So for Scott to say that, I think that means something.
Yeah. I just think that it's one of the equations here that I know people would love to see be solved.
Yep.
However, there's so many things behind the scenes that not all of us will know. And for the Orioles case and for Gunnar and knowing who the agent is, they want something that really makes a ton of sense. Not that the Orioles don't want to keep Gunnar. It's a priority to extend Gunnar Henderson. I can guarantee you that. But it's not going to be easy given the fact of where everything is. So you hope. And Wally, we'll get to the other super, by the way, as well, about Kyle Tucker. Thank you, by the way. That will be for a different discussion on Kyle Tucker. Could the Orioles, of course, you could say hypothetically, but I think Kyle Tucker, if Juan Soto got what he got, and I'm not saying Tucker's going to get more than Soto, I think he's going to price himself out of many, many teams, and I don't think Baltimore is going to pay that price to bring in Kyle Tucker. But any news now that's come out with the Carlos Correa deal at the moment? Zach, anything?
No, I have not seen. Once again, just if we could please, when big moves are made, if we could just, announce both sides of the deal.
Like, you already know both sides. Like
I've not seen a single update. Like, at least tell us for prospects or for the, we get not they're just oh, it happened. And then because everyone has to be first, and then apparently Carlos Correa has agreed to play third base for the Astros, according to John Morosi.
Oh, so we know that information, but we can't give the rest of the trade information.
It's baseball, baby.
Make it make sense.
So also, I've seen some thoughts about Ryan O'Hearn. We don't know where he's going yet, but we are hearing Texas has interest.
Yeah, a lot of people apparently, a lot of teams.
A lot of teams, but they're
asking prices.
The asking price is high right now. And we're going to find out if a team's going to cave here as we get closer to 6 p.m. We're an hour and 45 minutes away. And guys, we got people streaming from everywhere right now. And if you are one of the 560 watching live on YouTube right now, just alone on the Ryan Ripken Show, and the 184 on Kevin and Zach React, make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. By the way, Kevin and Zach React, they go live after every Orioles game and breaking Baltimore news to talk about things. And it's all part of the Ryan Ripken Media. Hi, my name's Ryan Ripken, if you didn't know. And we do a show every Tuesday, Wednesday. Hey, we got a lot of new people here that might not know what we're doing.
I got you.
So you got to introduce yourself. You put out your hand. You give a firm handshake. Nice to meet you. We like to talk ball. We like to have fun here. Normally, our shows are Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday from 2:30 to 4:30. But when it's trade deadline special, we're doing the whole thing, and we are talking a whole hell of a lot of ball here. And it has been a great day so far. So hit that like and subscribe button if you like what you're seeing. And if we get over 200, and we're probably close to it or maybe over it.
We're over it.
Oh, well, we are going to spin the wheel at some point here.
We're at 238.
Do we need to change this then to some different, more challenging moves?
Whatever you want, bro.
Yeah. So, and also, by the way, you know what? I might text our guy, Daniel. I might have to text Daniel Alvarez Montez. Hey, I'm going to text him right now.
I did want to point out, there's been no confirmation about Adolis Garcia.
That's what I was saying. Or when I was looking
now that it became like a bunch of big accounts tweeted it out.
That's why I said I wasn't confirming it yet, but
now all of a sudden now everyone's like, no one. Now people are deleting things.
If a big guy don't tweet it out, and Daniel Alvarez with El Extra Base, I believe in him because they are a huge publication, especially covering the Latin ball players. Like they're the group you need to know.
Oh yeah.
And if he's tweeting it out saying, nah, it ain't happening. Well,
we need Oscar. We need Oscar too.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you got? What do you got, Zach?
Oh, nothing. I was just saying about Daniel saying that he's not going.
So, in case you guys are just tuning in, we are reacting currently to the news of Carlos Correa going back to Houston. Houston just continues to be that stingy team.
Yep.
Always in it.
They're always in it. And you know what? They're being aggressive because they believe that their window's still now. I got to give the Astros, you can hate them all for what happened with the trash cans, the scandal, and all of this. And I completely understand, and rightfully so, they deserved hate. They did. Yep. You did it. You broke the rules. You got to deal with it.
The only player that's on that team is Altuve now, right?
At the time of that, yes. Well, Correa is now back.
Well, yeah.
So there's that. But all of what they've been doing.
Yeah, that was about to be my point. Like, it's not the same team anymore.
Their organization has done a fantastic job of just being in the hunt every single year. And they made a bold yet brilliant trade, trading Kyle Tucker away, and Cam Smith has looked like a sensational value for them moving forward and player. Now they're still going for it. They have great starting pitching. They have good back end relievers. I still think that they could be aggressive and get somebody else to really bolster that. But I think the Astros are going to be more aggressive with this, guys, because of what the Texas Rangers have been doing over the last month of playing better ball. They're back in it. And then the Mariners go and making the big splashes. The Astros believe that they can make a run. And if we're looking around the American League, and I'll pull up the standings again, why wouldn't you believe that the Houston Astros aren't going to be right there yet again to be the team that represents the American League? What happened?
Our boys on the move.
Yeah, the Texas Rangers are acquiring left-hander Danny Coulomb from the Minnesota Twins. So
Danny!
Wow.
It's
like right on cue with this whole situation. Texas improves their bullpen here. We don't have the information on that yet?
Hell no. We won't know that for 7 hours.
Okay. Well,
or like 3 minutes.
AL West, man, they're not messing around right now.
Dog fight. It's what I want. AL and NL West. If you are in one of the Western divisions, you have found yourself in an absolute dogfight right now. I mean, that's just Danny Coulomb takes. I mean, he has been one of the most reliable guys in the league. I mean, let's look at his stats real fast. On the season, he has 31 innings pitched. He's allowed 4 total earned runs. Just been a absolute. How many games? I already said it. How many appearances? 40 appearances, has a 1.16 ERA, a 0.97 whip, 2 saves. Hey, for a Rangers bullpen, this is a massive, massive upgrade. I mean, Danny Coulomb, he's one of those guys where I still said, like I said last year over the offseason, it very well. He should have been an Oriole this year. I still think that was one of, if not the biggest miss, but I'm glad he's on a contender. I
agree with the sense of, I think that, let me explain why he wasn't, and I'll explain why I think he still should have stayed. Danny's medical on his elbow, which has been a problem the last 2 years, where he's been on the IL and had surgery, even last year. There was a lot of worry around that. So you trusted your medical team. And that's why they made the decision. But having said that, my argument would be he's pitched through this and he's been sensational through the part of it. So I would risk at the salary he was at the time of what they could have had him for. I think you bring him back because he's comfortable in Baltimore. He had success. And you know what? He went to Minnesota, did his thing. Now he's going to Texas, right in the middle of this race. And if you're just tuning in to the Ryan Ripken Show, hit that like and subscribe button. And Kevin and Zach React, all part of Ryan Ripken Media, collab together today. So hit that like and subscribe button. I am trying to, what am I trying to do? I'm trying to take something off the screen so I can put something else on the screen. Here we go. Because I want to pull up the standings again. And this is why when we're seeing in the AL West, and for where this wild card race is. So the Astros currently hold a 5-game lead in the American League West. But right now, they have 2 teams that are fighting for that final wild card spot. The Mariners and the Rangers both sitting 5 games over 500. The Boston Red Sox and the New York Yankees hold the top 2 spots for the AL wild card, where they only are sitting, a game and a half ahead for the Boston Red Sox on top of that. So they're 2.5 then for the Yankees above the Seattle and the Rangers. So you are seeing the urgency from the AL West teams to make a push. Now, we heard going into this that Boston was maybe not going to be as aggressive, and a lot of people were saying, is Jarren Duran available? Well, he hasn't been moved. I don't think that they will move him. They did acquire Steven Matz from the Cardinals. The New York Yankees made a big splash getting David Bednar. They have made some other moves as well in the process, but that's the big headliner move for them. And then there's the Cleveland Guardians, guys, and the one name that was floated earlier was Stephen Kwan. And so we're looking at the bats that still could be available around baseball at this moment in time. Stephen Kwan is a name that's drawn buzz. Orioles' Ryan O'Hearn is still not on the move yet, but we have about an hour and 37 minutes for that all to get decided here. But as you can see,
Astros aren't done.
Did they make another move?
Yes. The Astros, according to Jeff Passan, are acquiring outfielder Jesus Sanchez from the Marlins. Source confirms to ESPN.
Well, Jesus Sanchez, the guy that hit 900 against the Norfolk Tides in 2021.
That one. That's the one.
That dude, if he just played the Norfolk Tides, he would be the greatest player of all time. He absolutely destroyed us, but he's a guy that has tools as a hitter. Never always put it all together, but this year, solid year so far for Jesus Sanchez. 10 home runs, 256 average. Let me see if I can pull up everything on on this. Man, the deals just keep running through. The Astros, so this eliminates them from probably, I don't see them making any other position player move at this point.
No.
I would be shocked now. So for those that are tuning in, Carlos Correa reunion with the Houston Astros. Ramon Urias was moved over there as well, traded last night from the Baltimore Orioles. And now Jesus Sanchez is going to Houston. Telling you what, man, they ain't messing around.
This is so fun.
They ain't messing around here.
All right.
I love the deadline. This is my favorite day of the year.
Yep. Oh, good times. And I saw some people. Yes, we'll go back to talking about the Cedric Mullins deal, which we actually did talk about Cedric.
Yeah, we talked about
for quite a long time about what the Mets are getting, what the upside for Gomez. Yes, we can go into some of their other prospects. But overall, the Orioles did get 2 top 30 prospects for Cedric Mullins, which I think was a lot more surprising, actually, than maybe fans would have thought. Yeah. Especially, sometimes like I how do I want to put this, Brad or Zach? Everyone's who follows their team might have a bias towards the valuation of their player. Because some people in Baltimore, I know, thought Cedric Mullins was not that good, didn't have any value. But the Mets clearly thought 2 top 30 prospects and another player, that's good value. Mm-hmm. And others are saying, well, hey, that's not a good enough deal because he's so good. So it's somewhere that you got to find in the middle here when you're evaluating talent. So there's so many different phases of all of this. But for the Orioles getting 2 top 30 prospects for Cedric Mullins, who is out on an expiring contract, and you know what that tells me, guys, which we all kind of understood. The Baltimore Orioles were ready to let Cedric walk in the offseason, test free agency, and now the deal is done. But the Houston Astros, man, they have just been on a bender so far here, making moves. Urias, Carlos Correa is the big name that they bring back.
Yeah, Jesus Sanchez.
And now Jesus Sanchez. And here was Jesus Sanchez's number. And I tell you guys, as we get closer to the deadline, teams are going to be willing to maybe give up more.
Yep.
But here's Jesus Sanchez at this current moment in time. He will be 28 at the end of the year. 10 home runs, 36 RBIs. Solid bat, nothing crazy, not exceptional.
God damn, that was loud.
Yeah, so it's storming in the trade deadline market, and it's storming right outside the studio here.
Holy crap.
So this is very, very interesting. But Jesus Sanchez, it's a good depth piece for them that they hope is going to do better. What do we got?
And there it is. The San Diego Padres are acquiring Ryan O'Hearn from the Baltimore Orioles.
Wow.
Damn.
So Gavin Sheets, I'm texting.
Oh, that would be sick if it was Gavin. It was for Gavin Sheets as part of that deal.
I'm not sick for Gavin. That would be right upset.
Well, he would welcome coming home.
Oh, well, yeah, but I'm saying from the pennant race.
And also Daniel Alvarez with the text back for me, and shout out Daniel Alvarez of El Extrabastre. He goes 100% fake for Adolis Garcia. So get that out of here. Get that out of here. But Ryan O'Hearn, there it is, everyone. Ryan O'Hearn being traded to the San Diego Padres. Do we pour another one out here at this point?
A lot of Orioles players going from last to first place. We got Seti going to a first place team. Urias went to a first place team. And now you got Ryan O'Hearn going to second place team, but damn close to taking over the Padres 3 games back from the Dodgers right now.
3 games back.
Yeah. So, sucks, but I'm guessing this is going to be a decent return from the Padres as well.
Apparently the Padres are giving away anybody. So I'm really excited to see this.
Yeah.
I'm curious if I get a text back from Gav and he's like, "Oh, I'm in the deal." That
would be hilarious.
It would be pretty wild, but I doubt that. Whoa, and Ryan and Ramon Urias.
Oh. Oh my God! Wow.
Are they trading Gavin Sheets here now?
I was gonna say.
Whoa!
Look, we know that the Orioles.
Do they have a single major league player left on this effing team?
I don't know.
Like, is Mike Elias like getting fired and he's just fire sailing the team? What are we doing?
Holy hell!
This is
my
ridiculous.
God.
Mike Elias, we're not trading anyone not on a expiring deal.
Oh my goodness! So
Truth teller himself.
Ramon Laureano is gone. So Preller, if you're giving up everybody, who you giving back?
Gavin Sheets, damn it.
Oh my goodness. The San Diego Padres, it's out there. They're finalizing a deal to acquire Ryan O'Hearn and Ramon Laureano. Sources tell ESPN.
That is a Jeff Passan bomb.
Goodness gracious.
There's 600 of you guys watching on YouTube, by the way. We need some likes and some subscriptions because you're not getting this coverage anywhere else. Just saying.
Gracious.
Subscribe to the channel.
Wrong one. Oh, God. I'm all out of sorts right now.
I know.
There it is.
Woo!
San Diego Padres, Jeff Passan just announced Ryan O'Hearn and Ramon Laureano are leaving Baltimore to the Padres.
Wow. I'm like speechless.
I'm not shocked that they traded these guys.
No, but that package.
But who is coming back now?
Yeah.
Who is playing tomorrow? I mean, like, is Elias selling the whole day? Am I getting traded? Like, what are we doing?
Well, we already know Kevin.
Still competing in 26 is out the window.
No.
Every
no.
player that we're getting, Mike's getting rid of Kittredge. We're getting everyone. We were told that it was just going to be. Once again, the fan base, I get why they get pissed off because Mike lies to them constantly. We weren't trading anyone outside of guys on expiring contracts. Ramon Laureano was the bench bat, and guess what? We're going to spend all offseason looking for Ramon Laureano replacement, looking for Kittredge replacement. Like, they better have gotten a haul. This better be an A.J. Preller, like, masterpiece of what did he overpay for them to give up both. Ramon Laureano, that one pisses me off.
So here's
that's just $6.5 million deal for last year, and we're getting rid of, we're salary dumping $4 million. We're getting rid of $6 million. Are we poor? Like, are we that poor team actually? Jesus! Oh my goodness! It's just another day as an Oriole fan. Back to the cellar. Jesus! Oh my goodness! Can we keep players? I knew O'Hearn was gone, but can we keep our good players for 26?
Well, welcome to Zach Bollinger's TED Talk for today.
Oh my gosh. That was my last straw. Selling another guy under contract. Jeez.
Well, you know what? In the process here,
do we have a return?
No, not yet. I don't see one.
Well, I really want Gavin to text me back.
I know.
Get Gavin on the show.
What if he's in the deal?
I'm telling you, bro.
Wait, are they?
What if
Damn
he's
it! They're
in the
not.
deal?
They're not playing today. I was gonna say, call him in the locker room and have him walk around and just be like, "Yo, are you on the deal?
Are you still there?"
If Gavin is in this deal, I'm be so happy.
Oh man!
My friend just texted me, and it's so true. In 24 hours, the Orioles went from 2 Ramones to none, and that's a big.
Well,
that's a big
here,
change.
so here is at least. From the frustration side, I get it because you're going, what the hell, man? You're giving away our guys, which
that you said you weren't going to give away.
Well, they did say Cedric and O'Hearn expiring contracts.
Expiring contracts, I have no problem with. I don't know where we're going in 26.
They said Ramon Laureano, those guys they'd listen to for the value. So let's see what the value is going to come back. But here's at least the positive for everyone out there that said, play the damn guys. Well.
Now they get the
You're going to have to play some damn guys. So maybe Dylan Beavers is going to get an opportunity here. Kobe Mayo. Sambasayo, Kobe Mayo. Kobe Mayo should play every single day the rest of the season.
Yes.
Yeah, you better.
And if Kobe Mayo hits the ball like he has, and you let Jackson, Gunnar, Westberg, Adley, here's the thing I want to point out. If that works out and pans out, that's your infield moving forward. That's a really good infield.
I'm not mad about
it. That's a really good core. Outfield, you got some questions right now. You're figuring out that's the biggest thing for the Ramon Laureano side, Zach, is the value for what you needed for next year was there. They're banking, obviously, that Tyler O'Neill with the deal. Do you have anything else out, Zach? Not yet?
I don't know.
So they're waiting on that. So, but in this case, I'm cool with, hey, Beavers, you've earned it. You've earned the right to come on up. So if that's the case,
it better be the case.
Then
and I know that there's been some injury issues, but Enrique Bradfield Jr. has also been playing some stellar center field. So I'm not saying he's coming up this year, but definitely as long as he stays healthy, I think he could be another piece that ends up getting a lot of playing time next year as well.
This is
wild. Look, I understand Zach's frustration too, because we were told some things, and then now that there's been a lot of backpedaling and
it's been a ton of backpedaling.
Yeah. So, but to Ryan's point, lots of fans, including myself, just like frustrated. Why isn't Kobe Mayo getting playing time? Why are we having all these prospects that are tearing the cover off the ball down in AAA and have not come up yet? And now there's an opportunity for them to do it. We wanted room to be made. The room's being made. So I'm definitely not mad about that. And to be truthful, I'm kind of excited to see some
But
of
here's
these
the thing,
guys.
I can't trust that they're going to be played. And we've said multiple times,
That's
oh,
true.
this guy's going to
That's
be
true.
played. And we might be seeing them pick up 3 guys off waivers tonight that are in the starting lineup tomorrow. I can't trust that this team's going to play them, because what has this team done over and over? Not played their prospect, hindered the prospect development.
I know.
We have Jackson Holiday and Gunnar Henderson weren't allowed to hit against lefties to start their career.
Yeah.
Like, I would love if Dylan
I hear
Beavers
you.
and them are the rest of the way as it should be.
I hear you.
Hell of a job.
I'm with you.
But we got to see the return, and they have to play their guys. If they're not playing guys and we just go grab guys off the waivers, bring non-prospects up, it's going to be tough. Oh, do we have anything?
I don't think so.
Not yet.
So here's the thing. Again, and I want people to understand this from the fan perspective, because I get it. When you're like, shit, we won 100 games 2 years ago. We were in the playoffs last year. We had a winning season in 2022. Don't sell the good players. Ramon Laureano, in this case, they sold on high value. So
Yes.
we got to see what that's going to be.
I 100%
But
agree.
the big reason of all of why the Orioles, and I don't agree with this philosophy entirely, but when the Orioles won games in 22, they kept an open mind of, all right, in 23, we'll see what happens, but we're going to play it out. And if we're hot, we're going to just try to win. And guess what? They were the best team in the American League in 2023. Going into 2024, they traded for Corbin Burns. And then they decided we have enough to win right now, but we might have to sacrifice our playing time for prospects to owe it to our fans to go out and win.
Yep.
But with that philosophy, which is not the thing I entirely agree to, if you have studs, you got to play them.
Yep.
And you got to find a way, because if you lose the confidence of the player, you put him in a bad position, or you wait too long, then the guy could lose value. Now, I know people looked at that with Kyle Stowers, which again, Orioles fans were ready to move off Kyle Stowers last year. And I want people to understand that. Stowie, I loved his upside. I wanted him to get a chance.
Yeah.
They didn't prioritize him at all. So when they didn't prioritize Kyle Stowers, they made him expendable. But in the process, at the time, everyone hated the hell out of Trevor Rogers. But damn, guys, I got to say,
it's working out.
Trevor Rogers might be a huge part of the Orioles for the next 2 to 3 years.
Yeah.
He has the lowest ERA right now of any starter that's pitched 2 months. He's not qualified for innings yet, but he's got a 1.49. So you got to make decisions. But fans wanted to see last year the Orioles going and make the move to get like a Mason Miller or go get a big arm. And I completely understand it's justifiable. But now at this point, the Orioles, you are telling me you need to go out and play who you think is going to be a part of your core next year and see if they are. What do we got?
Although I guess he's currently they got the number 4 prospect from the Padres at the moment. I don't know where he was to start the day. I would assume probably. But Boston Bateman, I was going to say, they had a lot of guys up there before. But okay, left-handed pitcher in single A, ETA 2028, the 19-year-old, was a second-round pick last year, 55 grade fastball, 60 grade curve, 40 changeup, 50 control, 50 overall. Trying to just go. I guess it's his. Wait, how big is he? Oh, 6'8", 240.
Ooh.
Jesus.
God damn.
6'8", 240. Yeah, because the first thing it says is scout streamed on Bateman's size.
So can we pull up, let's pull up more of Bateman. So where is this whole deal? Is there any other parts to that? Is that it? Or is that just the main headline in the deal?
I mean, Dylan Cease would have been nice.
I would hate if Dylan. I would be even more upset if Dylan Cease was in this. I would be livid. A rental pitcher.
Yeah.
And he's having an ERA that's close to 5 right now. So like the other names also starting pitchers. Zach Gallen hasn't gone anywhere yet. Value. Right? So and where did you see that, Zach, about Bateman?
It was just retweeted by Rock Kabako. Let me pull it up.
And so I want to pull up the profile then on.
Oh, gee, okay.
The Astros
you know
are
what? I'm going to take everything. Orioles,
wait.
hearing but not confirmed. Orioles got 6 players.
So the the Padres are not done. Sources are saying that the Padres are actually acquiring Dylan Cease.
The Astros. Of course they are.
The Astros.
This day is nuts.
Jeez, 6.
Waiting to confirm. Woo! Waiting to confirm. It does look like the Padres are shipping off Dylan Cease. I'm hoping it's not another Adolis situation, but I'm seeing it from
where'd you see
multiple areas.
Who?
I'm waiting for.
All right, so we'll wait on the confirmation to confirm that. Zach, where did you see about Bateman? Just so I can see it.
Yeah, hold up. Let me go down to Rock.
Because we're gonna heel Cinnamon here for a moment. Heel Cinnamon. But we do know the Orioles have traded Ryan O'Hearn and Ramon Urias. If you're just tuning in, welcome into the Ryan Ripken Show. We knew the Birds were going to be active. And yeah, we are based out of Baltimore, but also at the top of this, it's the Orioles. A lot of teams wanted their players at this point, and the Orioles are selling. Now, a lot of other players have been dealt. Carlos Correa is going back to the Astros. Closers galore have gone everywhere, including Mason Miller being the high prize at the Padres, and then the Padres strike again with 2 Baltimore Orioles right here. Ryan O'Hearn and Ramon Urias, and apparently, according to Dennis Lynn, Boston Bateman is among the prospects going to Baltimore. So let's pull up the profile here on Boston Bateman in just a moment so you guys can at least see of what the upside is for one of the Padres' top prospects, which going into this, for right now, he's the 4th best, you said, Zach?
Yes. Not sure what he was going into today. I believe he was.
He wasn't 4 going into today.
He was, I think, around 8 today because they've traded 4 of their top prospects.
So he's a pitcher in A ball right now, but 6'8", like you said, 6'8", 240 lefty. And he's 19 years old, has a above average fastball, almost plus 55 grade. It's a 80 is the highest scale, by the way. So anything that's above 40 is above average, or above 50 is above average. So he's got a 60 curveball, changeup's below average, but the heater at his size, you expect him to continue to grow. He was the Padres' 2nd-round pick in 2024. His fastball generally sits from 91 to 93 when he was coming out of college, or out of the draft. And you only believe he's going to add more miles per hour on this season so far. 4 ERA in 15 games in low A, 68 innings pitched, 75 Ks. Again, this is his first taste of professional baseball.
I'll tell you one thing. That Orioles top 30 prospect list is gonna. I wish we would have screenshotted before all the moves and after, because I mean, if there's 6, so let's look at it this way. You added 1 from each, the Mets and why am I blanking on Mets and Dominguez trade and Blue Jays. So there's 2 top 30 guys now. Let's say maybe 3 of these guys, 2 of these guys. I mean, they might have end up adding like 8 guys to the top 30. Every time I get a notification from Twitter now, I'm just start.
And also, by the way, and this is what I'm saying about value for guys. If this is the case and Bateman was the 8th or the 7th prospect, So the Orioles, depending on the rest of the packaging coming back, because we still don't know that yet, right? So you once again got another team's top 10 prospect. So at least we know that at the moment. We don't know the rest of the deal. And I know when you hear guys that are so far down the road, it bothers you. But I'll tell you what, the Orioles, when we were talking about pitching and coming through the system, yeah, they haven't had pitchers that they developed that have come through the system and had success. Enough. But the one that's risen to the top, that's become a stud ace when he's healthy, Kyle Bradish, they acquired in the deal with that they sent Dylan Bundy to the Angels. And Kyle Bradish, when he pitches, is a top 5 pitcher in the American League. When he's healthy, that's what he's proved. So you're hoping with some of these guys that you're creating something else moving forward.
And I also want to talk about just when.
Okay. John Heyman is actually talking about the Dylan Cease trade. Not finalized yet, but there is.
Oh, okay. So I think with the prospects and everything, the biggest thing for me is not just like, I understand people see, like when I see the prospects, I'm looking for ranking and how highly rated they are, what kind of their value is, not because of, oh, what can this mean for the Orioles and winning? Because let's be honest, the Orioles, let's say they get 7, 8 prospects that are entering their top 30 in this, not all 7, 8 are going to come to the major league team and produce. What you can hope for is that, let's say some of these guys all of a sudden this offseason get packaged for maybe a frontline pitcher, maybe a big, another bullpen piece. So just because these guys you acquired 19-year-olds, 20-year-olds, and you're sitting there going, well, why did we do this? Why, these guys aren't going to be here for a few years. They might physically not be here for a few years, but what they could potentially be is in another team's uniform next year or after the trade deadline next year. And then you then get value back in form of a top guy that's already proven. So that's the issue. The guys that, and like I've said, I've seen stuff in the chat, I think the Ramon Urias, and they must have gotten something good for both of them. I just don't know what I feel like they've given away a lot of guys that were kind of the finishing touches on the team that I thought were very stable guys. We talk all the time about veterans and the importance of having them. I thought Ramon Urias was the perfect veteran to kind of be there next year, especially with now you lost Ramon, you've lost Seti, you've lost O'Hearn. That's really the 3 vets when you want to look at the team. That's going to be tough to replace in the locker room. I'm assuming Morton's going to be gone. So this team.
Yeah, the Orioles might not be done here.
Yeah, and also,
they shouldn't be. They shouldn't be.
And also, by the way, and I see a lot of people complain about Elias. If you've watched our show, honestly, we're not sitting here agreeing with every decision that the front office makes every time, and we're also not going to sit here and also look at all the negativity of, oh, damn, you're selling guys away. Let's be honest here. If Ryan O'Hearn walks in the offseason, Cedric walks in the offseason, and you get Sir Anthony walks in the offseason and you get nothing, what are you going to say?
Right.
This front office sucks. It's a lose-lose in that situation.
Right.
So if you're getting value, you take value. And also, people don't want to hear this part out loud. I said it last night. The Orioles' problem to me is not actually the talent that they possess. It's how they play the damn game.
Yeah.
Fundamentally, go watch it. Go watch it. And if you don't believe me, go look at other stats. The Baltimore Orioles in 2023, when they won 100 games, their starting rotation was a weakness going in. And then Kyle Bradish and Grayson Rodriguez were lights out down the stretch. Their offense was mediocre and got better down the stretch, but it wasn't a powerhouse. You know what they did well? They were a top 6 defensive team, and they were 30-16 in one-run games, and they were the best team in baseball in comeback victories. So you know what that tells me? They were good at the little things. This Orioles team watched the game. How many times have people then tweeted at me about this? This team's terrible. They can't field. They can't do that because one inning derails the team.
Yep.
And they lose.
Yep.
So miss me with this part of all the other stuff when it comes to the Baltimore Orioles. Fundamentally was the issue for Baltimore. They don't do enough of the little things right, and that's the reason why they are in this position. Because if they did half of those things right, enough, they would be buying right now.
I don't know if there's one Gold Glover on that team right now.
Right now, no. The only guy that was playing like it, honestly, if you want to go, actually, I think it's since maybe April or something, or mid-May. Gunner's actually on a very nice streak right now of airless streak, which is nice to see from him.
But again,
yeah, no,
like,
well, it's,
what
I'll even
Ryan's
take
been
it.
talking about too, like missing cutoff men.
Oh,
like
it's even
just
the base
It's the
running.
errors that
Base
don't
running.
show up in the stat
It's also
sheet.
the base running. I mean, it's
Yeah.
little things getting picked off. Like, I love when they're aggressive, but there's difference between being aggressive and, being sent or, going when it's like, okay, there's no chance you get there. It felt like there's a lot of, do we have something?
No, I'm sorry. I just wanted to get my point across here because I saw some people talk about facts. Do you guys want to guess what the Toronto Blue Jays, who are leading the freaking AL East, ERA is?
Oh, it's not great. That's why they have.
So this is exactly my point when you're talking about talent and fundamentals of the game.
Yeah.
You want to guess? Anybody? Brad? Question? I might have said it before.
Repeat the question.
ERA for the Toronto Blue Jays in the league.
It is, I believe, it's bottom half.
It is.
Yeah, bottom half.
22nd.
Yeah.
They are 22nd in baseball in team ERA, and yet that team is leading the American League East.
Yeah.
And we're talking about pitching's everything. It matters, but you got to do some other things right. I'm going to go down the list a little bit more here. So I wanted to see where they ranked. All right, Toronto Blue Jays, you want to guess where they are in the fielding?
I would say
top 3.
Nope. They're bottom 10.
Oh, damn.
You know where they're number 1? Batting. Best batting team in baseball average-wise. And if we want to take it a step further on what they do in close situations, let me expand. They are 18-14 in one-run games. They're 7-3 in extra inning games. So we're looking at these tight moments. They're winning more games. You guys want to guess in this case? Baltimore right now, they're 14-14 in those situations, but I'll do the same exact stats on this case. So Toronto is excellent at one thing, right? They were excellent at one thing. Where do you guys want to guess the Texas Rangers are right now?
In what, offense or?
Let's go offense.
Not good.
26th in baseball.
Yeah, I was going to say
in average.
It's been horrible.
OPS, it's down there. But you know what they're the best at?
Fielding.
Pitching is 1 and fielding is 1. So it doesn't always correlate to the numbers being good, but my point being is what separates team in these situations? The fundamental plays.
Mm-hmm.
Guys on preventing big innings. Not running yourself out of a big inning. It's all of those things that go into it. And if you watch the Baltimore Orioles this year, they have done so many things wrong.
Yeah.
And it's not.
And they're actually, I believe, top 5 in runs scored in the league, if I'm not mistaken. Check me on that. But they've
runs?
Because in the last, I think since Saturday, they've scored 55 runs. But I think in runs in general, they're actually not lead the league. They're in the top 5, I want to say, in runs scored.
No, they're 14.
And runs scored?
Yeah. Or else they jumped because of this weekend, they jumped from 21 to 14.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I'll sell one comment here about preventing big innings equals good pitching staff. You know what also prevents big innings? By turning a double play ball when you should get 2 and you don't.
100%.
If it's not an error, but it's extra pitches. Or
I can't tell you how many games I've watched where Dean Kramer has pitched a gem and he gets 0 support from defense or offense for that matter.
So it's the plays that you don't make.
Yeah.
So if it's not an error if you don't turn 2.
Right.
But if you look at it and go, man, that would have got him out of the inning.
Uh-huh.
Or you make an error and say you get out of the jam because the pitching staff's good, but your pitcher throws 20 more pitches.
Yep.
And then it changes where you're facing in the order. That's a part of it. How many times have people complained about runners in scoring position for the Baltimore Orioles?
Oh, my God. They're dead last in the league in that.
So that's one thing. That's another part of it. Situational play. There's more that goes into the game besides than what the errors are saying. But also, if we're going to talk about the Orioles stats and talk about fundamental baseball, Baltimore they've just improved themselves, or actually they're in a 5-way tie for fielding percentage. So there's only 6 teams that have a worse fielding percentage than them. Pitching wise, the Orioles are the 4th worst in baseball. And then batting, which was supposed to be their strength, which got a boost. They were at 22nd going into the Rocky series. They jumped up to 17th in average. And OPS, they jumped up to 13. They were 20th. So this offense getting healthier, better players on the field does help. The Orioles have good players.
Yeah.
Fundamentally, they haven't been good enough this year, and it's a big reason why Brandon Hyde was fired, and it's a big reason why they're selling at this point instead of trying to buy and chase down the American League East. It's a whole game within a game. And the Orioles right now, though, this is the business. Did you guys see the Giants the other day interview Bob Melvin and players come out and talk? Because the Giants felt like they were in it. They were leading the division, 40-29 at one point. You know what happened? They sucked. They stunk. And Bob Melvin, when they made the trade, Tyler Rogers was their best reliever that they moved.
Yep.
So they said, well, in this case, we didn't make it hard on Buster Posey, the president, to feel like he had to sell pieces off. And so for the Orioles, look, I get it, man. Were the Orioles disappointing this year? Absolutely. Is it frustrating and embarrassing for a fan base that expected them to take a step? Absolutely. It sucks. Losing sucks. But to me, in my opinion, the Orioles have won more games with a far less talented team than the one that they still currently had. They just didn't pitch up to the expectations. And when they had their moments, they didn't take advantage of them. And that's where we are, where the Orioles now have sent, we're counting it, 4 players: Ryan O'Hearn, Cedric Mullins, Sir Anthony Dominguez.
It depends if you want to count Baker.
And Baker. I count Baker Soto, so 5. They
5.
sent 5 players in the last few weeks here on their way. And that is a direct correlation because
so how many
of where
more?
the team was.
So let's look at it this way. So they've sent 5. How many more do we think? Because I would be floored if Charlie Morton's still here. Is Morton the last one that you would think
or Sagano? Either one
gets traded?
Either one of them.
Wait, is it? No. It's more. It's 6. Ramon Urias.
Oh yeah,
Ramon Urias. So 6 players. Do we have any? I mean, do you think that this could be something where Morton they only get, because I mean they have an hour and 4 minutes. Ryan, how many more trades do you see happening with? Let's just keep it to Baltimore.
The bats are done. Unless the only way we're going to see another bat get moved in Baltimore is if a prospect
is going for
a controllable arm, which at this point,
which we haven't seen any starting pitching really move around.
So, and that's
makes
my
me
thing.
Nervous.
I think that it might be an off-season thing at that point.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm even saying as like for Morton, for Merrill Kelly, like I haven't even seen like the guys that everyone assumed were going to be gone. Like obviously the Ceases, the Mackenzie Gores, those guys. I wouldn't be shocked if none of. Sorry, I got a notification. It was not about baseball. I'm just on edge right now. Like apparently we have 5 more prospects to figure out where we're getting from San Diego.
Yeah, we still haven't figured out that whole deal.
I mean, there's 6 of them, so I mean, I'll give them credit for this one. I guess that 6 is a lot harder to see. It's harder to find 6 names than 2. Also, I got to put a bet on the Padres to win it all. Gavin Sheets magic plus the Orioles magic.
Well, maybe
I would have loved for Gavin Sheets to be part of that deal, but
we don't have the full deal out, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Which I know, obviously, this is me looking, but like, I would love Gavin Sheets to be in the deal, like for us, and like that'd be so fun. But like, for his sake, to be on that fun Padres team.
Oh my god!
Like I would love for him to. I would love for him to be able to be a part of that. Like that, they are having so much fun there
for sure.
They are having fun. I know all Orioles fans, it's not fun. There's the emotions of frustration from a season. And look, when I go on the rants of things, it's not because of trying to push it. I feel for the O's and the fans, man. I do. I hate it. You think it's a good feeling to know that a fan base that cares so much about their team hasn't seen a World Series appearance since 1983? And the fact that other teams in your division have all shown success, even the Blue Jays having some moments in the playoffs more than the Orioles, but Boston's been to won multiple. The Yankees have at least won a World Series in the last 16 years. The Rays have been to 2 World Series in the last 17 years and had the most wins in the American League over a period of time. They were the 3rd most wins in all baseball going into, I guess, a couple weeks when they were stinking it up. I hate it for the fans, and I hope this changes. But right now, with where the team is, they had to make a choice because these guys, minus Ramon Urias, were going to be leaving Baltimore.
Yep.
So in this case, the Orioles made some moves. They replenished their system. And now a lot of the young guys that people were clamoring to see, well, it's not under the circumstances that you wanted, but the Orioles are going to have to figure out who is going to be a big part of their team. So this year might feel hopeless in the sense of trying to win a World Series, but it's very, very important when it comes to the development of who you hope to be the backbones of your team moving forward. What do you got?
I'll give it to them. The Orioles have some of the greatest names in baseball in these returns. Brandon Butterworth is another one of the prospects coming back. Let's see if he is on the – he is not currently in the top 30 from the Padres. So Boston Bateman at the moment is definitely the centerpiece. I gotta ask Padre if there are any Padre fans in the chat. Are they apparently Padres fans like genuinely think Ethan Salas is in this? There is no, especially with Bateman. I would be
if they gave up Salas in this deal, I'd be shocked.
If they gave up Salas in this deal, I will go back completely on my rant and just go straight for like I forgot AJ Preller's life motto of F every prospect. I will say someone put a tweet out. I forget who it was. And I haven't laughed that long in a while. And it was like, I would love a sit down 2-hour podcast of AJ Preller and Mike Elias discussing the importance of prospects. Talk about two polar opposites.
Yeah. And for a lot of the O's fans here, the ones that are really deep rooted and hurt and frustrated because you're seeing Preller saying, screw it, I'm going for it, which is awesome to see. If you're a Padres fan, you're excited. As an Orioles fan, you're frustrated because the reality is, I said this all the time, and if you're new to the channel, though, you haven't heard it, but hit that like and subscribe button. The main thing is, if the Orioles had won a playoff series during this time, the frustration wouldn't be as loud. Still be frustrated and disappointed, probably mad because that's just what happens. But if the Orioles beat the Royals and they faced off with a Yankees team where they've won the series each of the last 2 seasons, and they win that one and go to the ALCS last year, is this reaction as strong or not? I could say yes because you said we should go to the World Series. Sure. But with everything that happened, you still have a belief that the Orioles could win the game and go. I think that's what scares people is the Orioles haven't done it.
Well, it's because I think the biggest thing is because you then question the core. That's been the biggest thing.
And that's the worry.
And if this, I agree 1,000,000%. I'll even say, had they just gone maybe to game 6 in the ALDS, if they had not been winless in the playoffs the past 2 years, there are not these panic. It's everyone sees this as, damn, injuries derailed us. This sucks. Let's go for it again in 26. But because they haven't, I agree. People have that, well, wait, this core hasn't won yet. Like, what if this core isn't good? I'll tell you, I still put the Orioles core toe to toe with any core in baseball. You talking Adley Rutschman, Jordan Westberg, Gunnar Henderson, Jackson Holiday. I'm putting them up against anyone. That's not even talking about Basayo and all of them and all the, the guys coming up.
And Colton and Mayo with what they're doing.
Yeah. And that's not even, discussing them. Like, that's the core they have. It's about surrounding. And that's why I'm so frustrated about the Laureano thing, because I felt like that was the perfect piece. That veteran, you get the team option, you make him your right-handed, bat off the bench maybe last year, because I'm sure he won't get as much playing time. And I felt like he was the perfect add-on. He kind of gave me those younger Aaron Hicks vibes of a guy that just goes out there and games. And so it's like, that's why I'm like, I agree. If they would have won, I don't think it's that big of a issue. But right now, people are looking at it as
their question is can this group win the
Yeah.
big game?
Yes.
That's where it comes from. And that's the point that I'm trying to say. Because here's the other part of this. The Texas Rangers won the World Series in 2023, went on a bender in the postseason. You guys remember, they came to Baltimore and absolutely lit up the Birds in game 2. Good times. But Texas then, what happened in 2024? They sucked. They didn't make the playoffs.
Right.
But it wasn't that people looked at it as disappointing. Why? The Rangers accomplished the goal. They proved that they could win. Okay, disappointing, but they won. Winning cures everything. So it's not about what ifs or hypotheticals or anything that's going on. Winning cures everything. If you win, it takes away doubt. You can say the same thing since they're based out of Baltimore. People know the Ravens can win games, but you know what everyone keeps saying about a Ravens team that has Lamar Jackson as the quarterback? Well, they can't get to the Super Bowl, and it's not going to matter unless they do that. As good as their teams are. The Orioles, in this case, it's not going to matter how talented this young core is until they go to the postseason and they make some noise. Until then, we're going to have this conversation until the cows come home. But in the meantime, guys, we are under an hour from the trade deadline wrapping up, and it has been wild so far here. Wild here.
One, the Padres traded for Will Wagner from that, but
they're still giving away.
Yeah, the Dodgers.
They're not going to be able to field a.
Yeah, Dodgers are
minor league
acquiring
season.
outfielder Alex Call from the Washington Nationals, which
There we
actually
go.
that kind of. You know what? Never mind. I'm glad I just looked at it. I was today years old when I found out Alex Call was 30 and not 24. Okay,
Yeah.
never mind.
Nice.
I don't know why I was convinced he was way. I thought he was much more up and coming. I was like, 24-year-old batting 274. Okay, he's 30 on the back. Okay,
I
makes
just
much
saw a
more sense.
tweet. So one guy put out breaking the Padres have canceled the rest of their
Just
minor league
was
season
laughing at that.
Yeah.
because they have no players left.
Yeah.
Also, looking back, hate to be this guy. We should have known the Adolis Garcia news was fake. The guy spelled breaking wrong in breaking news. He put it BRAKING. I don't know why we all, the whole internet ran with it for like 5 minutes, then was like, wait a second. I don't know if this guy actually is breaking the news.
This is
Also, Boston Bateman, if that, it looks like that's going to be the main piece at what? 6'8", 240. Listen, if he doesn't have anything going on in the fall, Ravens might need him the first few weeks with Isaiah likely coming back from injury. So if he wants to be a blocking tight end as well, I mean, wouldn't hurt. 6'8", 240. I understand why. What does it say? He's touched 97 with his fastball, but generally sits at 91 to 93.
Dude, wild. This shit is bananas.
I'm actually excited. People can be negative all they want. I'm actually excited for this. I really am. Look. We've talked about how loaded the Orioles farm system was with position players, and within 48 hours, they're now loaded with pitchers, which is unbelievable. I mean, how many pitching prospects are now in the Orioles farm system? There's got to be at least 12, 14, easy.
Also, I am figuring out we are horrendous accounting. The Orioles have traded 7 guys.
Who did we miss?
We also missed Kittredge.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's been a lot. Not
I was
only
going to say
the Orioles. So the Orioles have traded the most players at this deadline.
Yeah.
Have to have.
Yeah.
But
well, no, except for the Padres.
Well, big leaguers.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness gracious. Well, in this case, guys, it has been a whirlwind of a trade deadline. So if you guys are just tuning in, we got, over 3,500 on X. And then we got Kevin and Zach React, which is part of the Ryan Ripken Media. They got over almost 300 people on YouTube watching live, over 2,700 on Zach's X account. We got over 740, almost 750 people watching live here on YouTube and over 3,600 on X, man. Appreciate you guys. New to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. We've been going over all the moves. And yes, if you're new to this channel, we talk a lot of baseball every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, live here, 2:30 to 4:30. But in the football season, we're going to talk a lot of football. But go check out a lot of the interviews that we've done. We sat down with a ton of Hall of Famers. We talk about the game, and we will get into a lot of football when the time comes. But our backbone is always going to be baseball here on the Ryan Ripken Show and a part of Ryan Ripken Media. So 51 minutes, and it's a good point right here. Now 52, now 51. Not a lot of starters out there, Brad. Zach, not a lot of starters that have been moved.
Which I'm just shocked by.
I'm really curious.
We got over 1,100 people watching across both platforms, by the way.
Yeah.
So hit that subscribe button if you're new to the channel.
Yep. And also right here.
You like what you see?
People join the channels. I don't even know where they're all joining from.
I don't either, but I'm loving it.
But
Here for it.
More appreciate it. And just another quantum wave function, Cora. Appreciate you. I'm heartbroken. Sunglasses to hide my tears. That was after Ryan O'Hearn and Ramon Urias were traded. But in the giving season, though, by the way.
Nothing like a good retail therapy to
Yep.
help with the emotions there.
Yeah. And how about this, Joey D? I'm shook. And Joey, by the way, appreciate you, man.
Hey, thanks for the $10.
If that's if that's a donut too, by the way,
It is a donut.
That looks like a good donut.
you know what? That is some therapy right there. We could eat some with the best of them. And I've seen right here, the real Bateman in Baltimore. Please stand up. Amazing, beautiful. And Dit, appreciate you. Giles, Felix, Boston, and Tyler are all 6 and 8. Holy shirts and pants. I'll finish it for you there. Yeah. Some big dudes. Tyler Wells, guys, I think if he's healthy, when he is, wouldn't be surprised if we see him be a bullpen guy. I would not be surprised at all if the time comes. And lastly, Kirsten Daly, appreciate you. Is it true you have to read this out loud since I paid for it?
Yes.
There it is. So then you should know that the
six
sheep six.
There you go.
Six sheeps.
Six sheeps.
Sick.
Unique New York.
I don't know if I like that. Unique New York. I like ow now brown cow. Like we're in Anchorman here, but I don't know. Is that like voodoo that's put on us? I don't know how I feel about that.
Maybe.
Yeah. Goodness gracious here. Oh my goodness. Is it done? I don't know. We got 49 more minutes to rock and
I don't
roll
think it
here.
is.
And guys, and maybe at this time we'll take a quick trip up to our friends at Hollywood Casino at Charlestown Races in West Virginia. Hey guys. Well, I was trying to see what the odds are for some of these teams, of what's popping up. Or Zach, unless you have a bet you want to rock because you're hot.
Yeah. Yes.
You won 4 in a row.
5 in a row.
Five in
Whoa,
a row.
do not. Wow. That was crazy. You think you know someone, and then they just downplay your 5-game win streak. But we do have something. Last night I said we're taking Freddie Freeman. I said let's just 2+ bases. Let's get it over with quick. Let's hit a homer. He did that. Appreciate it, Freddie. But then tonight, not many games on, and obviously Yankees Rays is I assume over at this point.
No, there was a rain delay.
Oh, rain delay. Okay,
So they're still playing.
But I am going Andrew Abbott over 17.5 outs versus the Braves tonight. Just needs to go 6 innings, minus about 130 before, depending on the sport book you look at. But that's what I'm looking at right now is minus 130. So
To get to 6 in a row.
Andrew, and actually, funny enough, Andrew Abbott, I'm 0 for 1 on Andrew Abbott outs recorded bets because I needed one more out, and the opposing team hit a fly ball, and the Reds outfielder jumped up for it to make the final out. It hit his glove and went over the fence for a 2-run homer, and then they pulled Abbott the next pitch. So this is a revenge game. This is a revenge game for me. We're avenging last time.
Well, if you guys are tailing Mr. Bollinger here, you believe in him under. Oh no, because I have too many things on the screen. No.
Yeah, here I'll start.
We were so under 3.
I'll start removing stuff.
We were so under 3 seconds too, Zach. It was crazy. And there it is. Well, that's one of them right there. That is what I think. It's got the wrong one again. Shirts and pants. But if You go to ESPN Bet. The offer is you bet 10, you get 100 in bonus bets, plus you get 30 days of ESPN Plus on them. But you must be 21 years or older. And if you got a gambling problem, call our friend Rocco DeSangro or 1-800-GAMBLER. But we appreciate our friends up at Hollywood Casino Charlestown Races in West Virginia.
I thought I got a Rock Kabako notification. It's just his story, and I don't think six players are believed to be coming back to the Orioles with the Athletic reporting inclusion of left-hander Boston Bateman and fielder Brandon Butterworth. Hope he makes it to the league.
Got some elite names going.
That's what I'm saying. Twine Palmer, Brandon Butterworth, the
Boston.
Yeah, there's been a lot of really good names that have been acquired.
Do we read this one off?
Yeah, hey, Christian, appreciate
I'm
you,
still
man.
saying that. I'm still shouting that from him or Pete Alonso. Give me one.
Earlier, when I thought we had a chance next year, I was going to say sign Schwarber. So my question, how did they spend money this offseason? I think so. I do. I also think spending money could be on team controllable pitching. And if those guys don't get moved right now, and there's a lot of team controllable starters who I think are very good options, I think that could be in the offseason. I really do. And those guys, then you take on their salaries, and some of these pitchers have a average salary of 20-25 million per year. That's a good price that you're taking on. And looking at this market going into the offseason, it's interesting because guys that are going to be free agents like Dylan Cease and Zach Gallen, they haven't pitched well this year. So their value, yes, you're bouncing on a bounce back year or performance, but they haven't pitched up to what they were going to try to draw on the open market. So I'm really curious on how it's going to end up being here. There's so many questions, so many storylines.
Any last minute trades you think get made and who? Because I'll let you think about it, because mine is the Red Sox. Why haven't the Red Sox done anything?
Boston did say that they were okay with not being over aggressive from what they said. Like Duran was a player that
very passive. I'll say that.
They've been very
for a team who could be, very well in the playoffs.
They very well could. So I'm really
all right. We have another.
Intrigued.
We are announcing this like it's a graduation. We're getting it one by one. So relief prospect Tyson Neighbors is number 12 prospect. Once again, these are current. I don't know where they were stood before.
This morning.
The Padres sold half their farm system. But yeah, so I'm now hearing that as well, which means it would be Brandon Butterworth, Tyson Neighbors, and Boston Bateman as so far 3 of the 6 that we know. I've seen some other things of who the other 3 are, but I need confirmation before I say anything.
Also, since you just mentioned the Red Sox, by the way, Brad, Bob Nightingale just tweeted out, the Red Sox and Rangers are in strong pursuit of Diamondbacks starter Merrill Kelly with 45 minutes, now 43 minutes left to go in the trade deadline here.
Okay.
It is getting wild.
Well, that's why. So, because Red Sox haven't done anything.
And Steven Matz is the only player that they really acquired. They gave up hitting prospect Blaze Jordan, who has swung the bat very well, going to the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Deborah, I saw the comment there. Morton hasn't moved yet. Boston could be an option. Does Uncle Charlie stay
in the division?
Or does he just stay even, period? I don't even know anymore what's going to happen. I'm sitting here. It's wild. We've been live for almost 4 hours. We're approaching it.
And what's crazy is we've been live for almost 4 hours. And because of just the chaos, that we still have 1,000 people watching on both channels on YouTube. So appreciate everyone coming through and being a part of the chaos with us, because this is, without a doubt, I've said it a million times, this is my favorite stream of the year. Every year. This is incredible.
Yep, same.
Yeah.
Over 1,000 people.
Do I do the little workout now because we're over 200?
I would do it after 6 o'clock.
After 6? What are we at right now? Are we at
343?
Oh, Luda, can we get to 500?
Maybe.
That'd be sick. 500 likes would be amazing. And if that happens, Zach is going to swan dive into the harbor
I'll
tonight.
do it. Don't tempt me with a good time
It
or
is
with top
storming.
prospects if you're Padres.
I'll swan dive if Gavin Sheets is in the.
Oh,
the
yeah,
straight.
that would be hilarious.
Oh, goodness gracious. But if you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. This has been absolutely nuts, though. I mean, so many big names that have been moved so far. We'll go through the list here. Going back at least in the last 24 hours. And I appreciate everyone that's tuning in on Facebook, X, YouTube. We see all of it. We appreciate you guys. It does not go unnoticed. And we appreciate all of our sponsors that have helped us continue to grow here. Our community is so big, and our sponsors and partners have been so valuable to all of this. And we can't thank you enough. And shout out Merit Clubs right behind as well. They have been fantastic with us. They got a brand new offer starting tomorrow. So next week we'll be debuting what that is.
There you go.
If you were in Baltimore and you were looking for opportunities. And lastly, since we got a lot of people and a lot of Orioles fans, I'm assuming you're around the Baltimore region. A lot of people probably are. One little recommendation here is in a couple of weeks, BMW Championship is in Baltimore, August 12th to 17th. If you are looking to buy tickets, go to bmwchampionship.com. That's the FedEx Cup playoffs. Bryson DeChambeau, Patrick Cantley had that 6-hole playoff. It was electric. Tickets for even practice rounds are going as low as $30 to go up there to go watch them. So go check that out. And also, as a PSA, if you're a military member, active or veteran, they will give you a complimentary admission as long as you have a form of identification there. And if you have a kid under 15 years old with the purchase of an adult ticket, your kid can come with because they're trying to grow the game. So go check out bmwchampionship.com for more information. I plan to be on up there because I missed it in 2021. Why? I was still playing. And I was getting my ass kicked down in AAA. Oh, good times, man. Good times.
Your last year wasn't that bad.
Oh, it was bad. It was bad. I also had a hernia working too, so that hurt.
Yeah.
That didn't feel good.
All right.
Subject.
I think at least, okay, sorry, this is not. Oh, this is awesome. Okay, so I actually, now I have somebody, shoot, I already clicked on the link, so I'm sorry if I'm not crediting you. But someone sent me a link of the Padres before all the trades, and Boston Bateman's actually 6.
Okay.
So did not move much. Neighbors, who we know of, is 16. So that's still now. And then still the last one that we know of is unranked. I've seen rumblings of other things. I'm waiting for confirmation from any reporter pretty much, but it's looking like the Orioles may have gotten a decent haul.
I think that they did. I really do. The remote, I love Ryan O'Hearn as the player, and I'd love to see him in Baltimore. But if you don't plan to sign him, you got to move him. The one guy you didn't have to move then was Ramon Urias because of the player option. But you did, and if they get this return, Zach, we'll try to break it down more and more moving forward. And I'll say this, and Nick Note just put that as the last comment. Our farm is full of pitchers. If the Orioles were ever to be aggressive and make that big move, which everyone would love to see them make at some point in the future, go out and get a team controllable guy. Well, if you have prospects that have the value and you develop them enough in the minors where you can ship them off elsewhere. I mean, again, they haven't done it enough, but they did do it for Corbin Burns. And he is one of the top pitchers in baseball, obviously out for the year. That was a massive move, and they were willing to trade away. DL Hall was one, and Joey Ortiz in a pick. So maybe down the road, my gut is telling me, Brad, we're going to see them be aggressive in the offseason if we're not seeing anything at this moment in time as far as the deadline. But all eyes are on the trade deadline here on 6 p.m. specifically Eastern time, where we are approaching that. We are closing in. Apparently, John Morosi, did he tweet that? Did I see that from Nova?
Is this officially the?
Yes.
Is that because
Boston? John Morosi just tweeted out Boston Bateman, Cobb Hightower,
All right,
Victor
so it is.
Figueroa.
It's the thing it's the
Tyson Neighbors, Brandon Butterworth, and Tanner Smith.
Oh, so it was a little bit actually off.
I'll pull that tweet up right now.
We put that out 1 minute ago.
Let's pull that up here. And it's been a massive deadline. I'm really curious on the Merrill Kelly side.
And nope. Well, you don't have to be curious anymore. Breaking news: the Texas Rangers are acquiring right-hander Merrill Kelly from the Diamondbacks. Worry no more.
Well, there you go.
Boom. I mean, look, the AL West, man. Hey, good for you. The Astros, the Rangers, and the Mariners are big buyers now. This is the move that people were looking for the Rangers now. They acquired Danny Coulombe, former Oriole relief pitcher for the Twins, earlier today. Now you're getting Merrill Kelly, which, guys, you felt like one of those starting pitchers was going to go. And he finally does. And Merrill Kelly right now, that's a big name. He's having a good year out there for the Arizona Diamondbacks despite the season. I'll pull up his stats. But, man, now I'm curious on the return because he's also a pending free agent, right, Zach, if I'm not mistaken?
Merrill Kelly, yes.
So there's a guy.
Another rental.
That's a rental. So I'm really curious on what that's going to be. Yep, unrestricted free agent going into next year. And he will be 37 next year. So I'm curious what that price will be. But in this prove-it year for him, which he's already made money in his career because he's been around for so long, Merrill Kelly's been dealing. So why don't I pull that up real quickly? Merrill Kelly, right there. 3.22 ERA on the year, 128 innings, 121 strikeouts. So he's not a big strikeout guy for those. That's what it means. I will also pull up what his baseball savant so you guys can understand what I'm trying to say when I explain his pitch selection. And my guess, with not being a big strikeout guy, and I don't even have to look at it, but following him, he revolves on a plethora of pitches, and yes, he does. Is exactly right. Because guys with more variety typically are pitching to contact, and yes, they can have wipeout stuff, but he's not a guy that has a when you don't have an overpowering fastball was where I was going with that. He does not. That puts you in that position to require you be good at throwing your other pitches. So I'll pull that up. We'll get the notes on that. We'll see if other moves are going to happen so far. But the Rangers are trying to keep up with the Mariners, and both of them are chasing the Astros as they try to make a run here in the ALS. What else just happened?
Not something that happened, but when we're ready to move on, we do have the official John Morosi, what the Orioles got for Ryan O'Hearn and Ramon Urias, and ladies and gentlemen, it's a haul.
Okay, so we are going to get into all of that and a whole lot more here in just a moment. In the meantime, hit that like and subscribe button to the Ryan Ripken Show. And Kevin and Zach React, part of the Ryan Ripken Media. This is all Ryan Ripken Media. And hi, Ryan Ripken. Nice to meet you. Glad you guys are joining us today for this trade deadline special. We are live every Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday on the Ryan Ripken Show. And Kevin and Zach Reacts, if you're a Orioles fan, Baltimore fan, live after every O's game and for any breaking Orioles news. So make sure you are following over there, liked and subscribed. But here is Merrill Kelly's pitch chart or movement so you guys can understand. Not a strikeout guy, so what do you have to be? A guy that can move the ball around. And you can see that. He throws a plethora of pitches, a four-seamer and a cutter that can have a similar profile to an extent, but there's a different movement pattern. Cutter moves across. His fastball has more of the two-seam run. He throws his changeup quite a bit and then has a sinker, curveball, slider mixed in. Doesn't throw the curve and slider so much. He's mainly three variations of a fastball, and his changeup are his pitches he likes to go to. But he's joining a Rangers team that was already tops in baseball in ERA. So I'm curious on what that haul is going to look like here as we get closer now. That's one pitcher that people thought would get moved. He's moved. Who else could be moved here as we are 32 minutes away? Zach, let's get into this deal now that the Padres just sent to Baltimore for Ryan O'Hearn and Ramon Urias.
Yep. So the Padres, sent 6 prospects over to Baltimore, and I'm going to go off what they were before all the trades happened today. So this is not the current MLB pipeline rankings. These are before the trade. So this isn't impacted by any of the trades. This is where they were before they got rid of the number 3 prospect in all of baseball, before they made the other moves. So you have Boston Bateman, who going into today was the 6th best prospect for the Padres. You then go to Cobb Hightower, the infielder, second base shortstop, was the 8th prospect. So you got 6 and 8. I believe Victor. I'm just gonna say Victor. I'm so sorry. Figueroa. I did not say that right, but he went from unranked to 28 afterwards. So he was on that cusp of being in. Actually, wait, for him was there. Yeah, I believe he was. And then Tyson Neighbors is going into today was number 16. And then I believe Tanner Smith, if I have it correct, is not. But yeah, Victor Figueroa is number 29 now. He was unranked going into.
What was Brandon Butterworth?
That's an electric name again.
I know.
Brandon Butterworth was not ranked.
Get him a pancake deal. Brandon Butterworth. But hey, Tyson Neighbors, by the way, because people are saying, well, where's these guys that can help the team in the immediate future? Well, he might not make his way to Baltimore this year, but he now is in the higher ranks of the minor league system. Got moved up to AA recently. And if I pull this up right now, it's always under 3 seconds here at the Ryan Ripken Show. One Mississippi, right, Zach?
One Mississippi.
And one Mississippi. Tyson Neighbors, relief pitchers, had a good run between 2 levels there. 119 in high A and a 257 so far up there in AA. Extremely high strikeout rate in high A, 39 Ks in 22 innings. And in AA right now, he's got 25 Ks in 21 innings. Relief pitchers, guys, can move quickly if they have success. So I'm really excited about his profile, about what he can do. And so for more that one information on Tyson as well, his fastballs are graded 60, curveball 60, slider 60. So 40 to 80 scale, that's an above average stuff with his fastball, curveball, and slider. And that is something that, again, you're talking about finding bullpen arms or action. Well, there's one piece right there that the Orioles get back. We'll dive more into some of the other guys, but Brad, you got something for me?
Yeah, according to Jeff Passan, the Chicago Cubs are acquiring super utility man Willie Castro from the Minnesota Twins. The Twins continue to sell, and it is 28 minutes to the deadline.
Wow. Willie Castro is actually a really big move right there. One, the Twins.
What are the Twins doing?
Selling.
Well, yeah, no, obviously, but like, what, I was unaware that they were like in full blown rebuild mode.
Yeah, I did not get that.
I didn't know that either. I think they made an executive decision. I don't think they
did. Clean house.
Well, for fans, I saw something saying, well, what's the plan moving forward with the Twins, where they were in contention to win this thing to start the year.
Yeah.
That was the plan going to the year, just like it was the plan for the Orioles to contend. And then it wasn't working out. And so I think once they sold Duran, their stud closer, you really were saying, all right, well, what else could we start to get value for? And they've gotten value, through this whole process, and they shaved off money with the Carlos Correa deal going back to the Astros. You added the second best pitching prospect in the Phillies organization when you traded Duran to get Mick Abel. Plus you got their number 4 overall prospect and Eduardo Tate, catcher. So they just said, screw it, Brad. We're going to start this process right now. And unlike, that's what I was saying, unlike with the Orioles, like the Orioles still know who their nucleus of their infield is going to be next year, whether you like that or not. If they're healthy, you got Jackson, Gunnar, Westberg, Adley behind the dish. And then you think it could be somewhere between Kobe Mayo, whatever happens with Ryan Mountcastle, still love Mountie, And Sam Basayo is going to be here soon. It's happening here in the next month.
Dylan Beavers as well.
So, and yeah, whoa, did Joe Ryan just get traded or no?
I don't know.
Don't tell me that.
I don't see anything.
Okay, I hope not. I
don't see anything.
Red Sox, apparently a report by John Morosi is the Red Sox are making a late effort to get Joe Ryan. So Brad just said,
see?
There it is.
Hey, it's like, I know ball sometimes.
It's like, ball sometimes. Here we go. Guys, fellas, 26 minutes. If you guys are enjoying this, hit that like and subscribe button. Ryan Ripken Show, we are doing this live, and we're trying to see if teams want starting pitchers.
I'll address the elephant in the room. Why is Charlie Morton still on the Baltimore Orioles with 20? Like, that's the one guy. Like, Eflin and Sagano, I think, are very high. I have other reasons for wanting to sign Sagano multi-year. I think even Eflin, like, if you don't get, I don't think with the injury he's going to get moved. I really assumed, like, if there was one guy going into the deadline that you were like, he is without a doubt getting traded, I would have thought it was Morton.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised by that too, actually.
So I saw about us doing a recap of all the trades.
Oh my
Saw
God.
it from Joe.
How much time you got?
Well, from today, let's just do today because,
Again,
it's a lot. Where do we start?
Yeah.
Let's start
because
with
Oswald Peraza has been traded to the Angels as well, according to Fox.
Let's go from the wee hours last night. The Nationals at this time, they acquired Ronnie Cruz and Christian Franklin and gave up Michael Soroka to the Cubs. These other moves I might just not, I'll glance over them though, but the Braves traded Rafael Montero, relief pitcher, to the Tigers in exchange for Jim Jarvis. That 3-team trade last night that got Zach Littell to the Reds.
Stop. Joe Ryan has been traded to the Red Sox per Fox Sports MLB.
Holy shirts and pants. Talk about putting your on the table.
The Twins they really gave. I can't believe this from the Twins. That's just crazy.
All right, we got to find that out now.
Yep. Wait.
Wow.
Who the Red Sox gave up for Joe Ryan, you mean?
Yeah, now I'm trying to.
I mean, that is per Fox Sports.
Yeah. No,
this is insane. Is this the most insane deadline in the last few years?
It has to be. There's so much happening. So much happening right now.
Holy shirts and pants. So Joe Ryan is being plucked away. Is that confirmed?
Yes.
Where is that on Fox?
It was Fox Sports MLB tweeted that out. Yes.
Are we sure?
100%.
Yeah. Wait.
I haven't seen it, Brad.
Unless it's some goddamn
I haven't seen
fake Fox MLB account.
It might be, Brad.
Is it Fox Sports?
It was Fox Sports MLB.
Well, right now I got nothing.
You're following them, so I'm assuming, yes, it's Fox Sports MLB. I'm on your Twitter account.
I'm looking at it right now. The only report that I see is Oswaldo Perez has been traded to the Angels.
Hold on. Let me just share the screen so y'all can either tell me that I'm crazy or that this.
I don't see anything on Fox Sports MLB right now.
It's right here. Oh, no. Cubs are acquiring Will Castro. Where'd that go? All right.
Well, no, but
unless they took it down, because I swear it was Fox Sports MLB.
It might have been because when I looked up Joe Ryan, everyone's tweeting Joe Ryan to the Red Sox.
I swear it was on here.
Well, we know that it is.
Oh, yeah. Someone just said, a Red Sox fan just said, Fox Sports just ruined my entire year. And someone said, what happened? He said, they tweeted out that we got Joe Ryan, then deleted it.
See, I wasn't crazy. That was not me.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fox Sports Twitter jumped the gun. If you saw it, John Morosi said the Red Sox are in talks. He didn't say that they had traded for him. Yeah. Right. So you are right. Fox Sports did tweet out that Joe Ryan was going. Thank you to our sideline reporter, Kevin Ostreicher, for helping us out behind the scenes there.
Yeah.
This shit is bananas. BANANAS.
I'm not gonna lie. I was like, "Damn, we got Fox Sports on here." And then I was like, "Then I was like, you were like,
I saw the gold check mark.
Yeah, I don't follow the other account, so It was when I looked at it, I'm like, oh no.
Because you were like, I'm
Oh,
looking at it
no.
on Ryan's account, and I was like, wait, I'm looking at their account too.
Yeah.
This has been a wild trade deadline. But to recap initially what has happened so far, right? There's so many moves. But we'll go over some of the big ones. So earlier in the wee hours, Zach Littell got traded from the Rays to the Reds in a three-way deal, which saw the Dodgers get Adam Serwinowski, Paul Gervais, and Ben Rochford. I definitely butchered that. And the Rays got Hunter Fiducia, Brian Van Bell. Then Twine Palmer got traded to the Orioles for Ramon Urias. He went to the Astros. Steven Matz in a 1-for-1 goes from the Cardinals to the Red Sox and gives them some more relief. Andrew Kittredge, reliever for the Orioles, goes to the Baltimore Orioles for Wilfried de la Cruz, prospect signed last year. One of the highest signing bonuses in the international bonus pool. The biggest bat that got moved was Suarez going from the D-backs to the Mariners for three players: Tyler Locklear, Hunter Cranton, Juan Burgos. Shane Bieber, Cleveland Guardians pitcher who's been recovering from missing the last year with Tommy John, goes to the Toronto Blue Jays, and they get one of the Blue Jays' top pitchers and prospects in Steven. Paul Sewald was acquired for cash considerations to the Tigers. Mason Miller was the big one from as far as closers are concerned, and that's where the A's got every single prospect that existed until the Orioles jumped in there and got some more from them. Kyle Finnegan to the Tigers from the Nats. Harrison Bader to the Phillies from the Twins. Talk about the sell. Cody Heuer to the Tigers from the Rangers. Yankees get David Bednar, which is a big move. I'll just go through the rest of the moves that people are interested in. Cedric Mullins to the Mets. Jake Bird, relief pitcher, to the Yankees. Carlos Correa to the Houston Astros. Jesus Sanchez to the Houston Astros. The Orioles send Ryan O'Hearn and Ramon Laureano to the Padres. Alex Call goes to the Dodgers. And Danny Coulombe goes to the Rangers and now joins Merrill Kelly, who would just join them from the Arizona Diamondbacks. So this is holy shirts and pants.
Just a wild time right now.
There's a lot. There's a lot here.
There's a lot.
After the deadline, can we get a roster prediction of what? Of what's going on? Thank you, by the way. Are we saying like who gets called up in Baltimore, or like
maybe? Yeah.
Or
I don't
who
think,
do the
and
Padres
I hate
have?
to break this to everyone. I don't think the moves everyone wants to see of the prospects are going to happen right away. I
No.
still think they're going to wait. And at this point, why would you not wait a week and a half to bring up Beavers and Basayo and them if you're going to get another year of rookie, if you're going to get their rookie eligibility next year? So I've been seeing everyone on Twitter is like, oh, well, this means Beavers is up. I wouldn't be surprised if he's not up for a few days. I would love for him to just get called up tomorrow. That'd be super cool.
Cool.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. But I'm not expecting any of the top prospects, Beavers and Basayo, to get called up really until I think it's the
And Ian,
15th.
thank you. It's the same thing. Yeah. Continue, Zach.
Yeah, I think you're going to see more journeymen guys over the next few days, pretty much probably a week and a half, 2 weeks. And then once.
Well, I mean, you got a lot of empty spots you got to fill.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm saying we're going to see a lot of journeyman guys. I would not be surprised if, like, I would love for them to, I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm dead wrong and they call up Beavers and all them tomorrow. I would love to see Dylan Beavers in an Orioles uniform, but I wouldn't be shocked if at this point, if they're like, hey, if we wait 2 weeks, he gets rookie eligibility next year. I wouldn't be surprised if they went that route.
Oh, yeah.
I do just want to say that fake Fox Sports report is ruining Boston's fan stays.
Everybody's falling. Everybody. Yeah. I'm so glad I wasn't the one that was just like, I ruined it for everybody. No, Fox Sports didn't.
Well, MLB Network, I saw someone say that they might have talked about, like, made a comment about it. But you know what?
Hey, I did want to say to Mike Marcantonini, who is the voice of the Aberdeen Ironbirds high A ball for affiliate for the Orioles. He's a guy that has seen a lot of these prospects that are coming through to the Orioles on this Padres trade. He did say Cobb Hightower is an all-timer that sounds like an oil tycoon you'd read about in a U.S. history book, and Boston Bateman sounds like a main character in a Netflix mystery movie. Couldn't agree more there. But he said he has a lot of good things to say about these prospects as well.
We have a trade.
Go ahead.
The Kansas City Royals, according to Jeff Passan, are acquiring left-hander Bailey Falter from the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Wow. So Bailey Falter was a name.
Yeah. God, Bailey Falter. You know what? This is big. This is big because Bailey Falter just finds out, and the Pirates were doing him such a disservice with how they were controlling his innings. So good for him. I think he's going to be he's a very solid left-handed
So
pitcher. Bailey
Bailey Falter, lefty, going from the Pirates to the Royals, who are still in this race, by the way.
Yes.
And they instead of moving Seth Lugo, they extended Seth Lugo. 3.73 ERA for Falter. He is a guy that, when you look at his stats, if I pull it up again, 113 innings, 70 Ks. He's a pitch-to-contact type of guy. He's not going to blow it by you. But the thing for him is he does not walk a lot of guys. 39 walks in 113 innings. Make him earn it. So the Royals are looking to bolster their bullpen as they try to get back into this whole damn race. Holy shirts and pants, man. This is something. And for the Royals right now, look, it's the Tigers division to lose. 9 games up, but the Royals are sitting on the cusp of trying to make a comeback here for the wild card. They sit only 3 games out, 1 game under 500. So they're not fully selling and they're not hard buying in that case. Oh, goodness gracious. Well, guys, we are 15 minutes away.
This is just crazy. And I'm not convinced that we're done. Not until the fat lady sings.
I don't think we're done yet either, but also
15 minutes. This is where I'm getting to the point like we were last year. I'm just going to have to adjust this because I'm going to stand. We're getting down to the wire.
And I already got to go to the bathroom again.
Yeah,
I got to take a piss.
Yeah, so you guys, if you need to, I'll take the reins.
Well, then, yeah.
I'm just afraid as soon as I stand up and go, something's going to happen.
Oh, you know it.
It always happens here. Always going to happen. You know what, though? What could happen is you guys can hit that like and subscribe button on the Ryan Ripken Show, Ryan Ripken Media channel. We are now, I guess, under for subscribers.
What's up?
We are under, we got 59 more to 21,000.
Yeah, and we also now have news, and it's actually not news of someone leaving. It's news of someone staying. The Miami Marlins, apparently, according to other beat reporters, will not be trading Sandy Alcantara at the deadline.
So there it is. All right. Staying. I'll stay. Sir, I suggest you hit. I also love to live dangerously. Zach, what movie?
Why is Charlie Morton still not traded?
It's a good one. Classic.
That's a classic. That's my second favorite movie. Austin Powers is the correct answer. We are 13 minutes away. Thank you. Thank you.
I am getting.
Thank you. Appreciate you, man. Glad somebody
getting
get
antsy.
in here.
Getting antsy again.
Yeah.
If I stand up, I might have to take a piss again. I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but I mean, we have been drinking water. We did pour out a shot for our guy.
Okay, Kevin. Kevin just sent in the group chat.
Well, Jonathan put it in the chat here too.
Guys, it is the deadline. It is the MLB deadline. We can wait 13 minutes to talk about Mike Bridges. All right, we can.
So we are though 59 subscribers away from 21,000. We appreciate each of our 20,941 of you. Appreciate you guys. We talk a lot of baseball, but in the fall, we're going to get into football, but backbone is baseball. We have a lot of great interviews. If you're new to the channel, got a whole lot of you guys tuning in, and we love the questions. We love the community. And if you want to be a part of the community, click that join button. You can be a Rips Good Kid, or you get more exclusive access, Holy Shirts and Pants members. We go Rip After Dark, where we really have more of an intimate conversation here. Can hear your questions, can go a little bit off the rails. We go off the rails here, but we try to at least give you the information during the show, you know, in case you just tuned in and go, what the hell are those guys doing? Well, behind the scenes, you like us, get to see the whole side of us. Well, not the whole
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so
there you go, Zach.
the Boston Red Sox have acquired a starter.
Not Joe Ryan.
Not Joe Ryan. The Boston Red Sox are acquiring right-hander Dustin May
Wow, there he goes.
from the Dodgers.
Wow. All right, so out on Joe Ryan now is what
That tells me they're out on Joe Ryan.
Yeah.
Which tells me that is a massive blunder by Fox. Because the only saving grace you have is if it still happens.
Wait, is Kittredge pitching right now? No. Oh, they're off today. Sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're only we play the Cubs, which I was gonna.
I've
so
lost
that was
track of the
that
days
was
now.
that was the story I meant to bring up earlier. Apparently, Kittredge flew to Chicago with the Orioles, was in his room for 30 minutes. They came and let him know, and then he had to switch hotels to go to the home team one.
I mean, I just would stay in the hotel.
I would be like, really? Like, I can't do this tomorrow?
Right.
Like the hotel, I can't Venmo someone for this.
So Jeff Passan just put it out. So let's talk about this trade then for the Red Sox getting Dustin May. Until we get more of the details, it was a guy that they said would be, oh my goodness, possibly on the move. What happened?
Padres are getting Nestor Cortez.
All right, well, we'll go down that list here in one memento here.
Told you we weren't done yet.
I just want to go to the bathroom, man, but we are.
But this is telling me starters are flying off the board because
Charlie
they
Morton's
need
next.
It's got to be.
Charlie Morton's next.
Like that. Come on, Charlie.
Here we go. I'm going to pull up Dustin May, though. So Dustin May, if you guys remember, was a guy that was highly touted. He's dealt with a lot of things over the years. And Dustin still has a lot of upside. He's not he's still, like, I consider right in the prime. Like, I don't want to say, I still consider it young, considering now that I'm in my 30s.
Mm-hmm.
But Dustin May is 27 years old. He's got a good arm. Hasn't been the year that he's won at 4.85 ERA. They made him expendable then. So in this case, he's going to the Red Sox to hopefully try to find more of himself. With just a couple of years ago in 2023, guys, there's only 9 games. Again, he's dealt with a lot, but a 2.63 ERA in those 9 games. He was one of their top prospects coming up through the system. The Red Sox are going to cash in on him. I'm curious on what the move will be. But with that move being made, it certainly feels like that the Red Sox aren't going for Joe Ryan, right? I don't think that that's happening now. But Nestor Cortez, do we have any more news on the Nestor Cortez deal with the Padres? Do they have anybody else to give?
I know, Jesus.
Yeah, who I would literally, if I'm
Washing
another
machine
team
for like
Monix, I'm calling the Padres right now, or if the Padres call me, I'm like, AJ, you gotta run me down on who you guys still even have. Like, if I'm looking at prospects in your system right now, 90% of them are on a different team.
And this deal, though, Nestor's barely pitched this year. So it's not going to be much given what's happened for him. He's only pitched 8 innings this season. Right? It's the same Nestor Cortez, right? It's the same one.
There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just
the Yankees are acquiring shortstop Jose Caballero, who just has to walk over to the other dugout.
Oh, they're playing the Rays.
They're playing the Rays.
Wow.
Jesus.
So Jose Caballero, if you guys remember, he's the one that took he took Miller deep after the announcer said, oh no, that was Siri. Never mind. Wrong person.
Hey Siri.
Hey Siri, that's what it was. Wrong person. But Caballero, this is interesting now, fellas. Very, very interesting.
You get a prospect.
But so far this year, Caballero, though, most games he's played this year he's actually played a little bit all over. He's played 24 games out in right, 31 at shortstop. And I know there's been questions around with Anthony Volpe, who's been domed up playing the shortstop position. Do you wonder that's just adding a depth piece offensively? Guy that's not going to scare you or put the fear in you. 226 hitter, 2 home runs, 27 RPIs on the season, 640 OPS at the moment here. So this is just crazy.
Yeah.
Some would say this shit is bananas. BANANANANAS.
The Rays make no sense to me. Now the Tampa Bay Rays are acquiring Adrian Hauser from the White Sox.
All right.
I feel like that's the thing. Like yesterday, your video will get Kevin. You're like, okay, then. Like they just make a trade, and you're like, all right.
Are we going to see?
Oh, and now Taylor Rogers is back on the move. Taylor Rogers traded to Pittsburgh yesterday, is now heading to the Chicago Cubs.
What the hell?
You knew. I was going to say we knew that was going to be a flip. We knew that. Yeah. Because it made no sense why Pittsburgh was getting back.
They might as well just made it a three. It's basically a three-way trade.
Wild here, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I am just refreshing everything.
So if we're looking at pitchers here overall, what?
No, just Jeff Passan. Phil Maton just got traded, but I saw Maton and I was like, oh, more ton. No, Maton. Okay.
So wait. So Taylor
just getting stressed over.
So Taylor Rogers got traded, right? So that is confirmed.
Yeah.
Okay. Taylor Rogers is traded. Cool. Neat. I'm still wondering with the Cubs, guys. I'm still wondering with the Cubs.
Yeah.
Because I like the Taylor Rogers pickup. It's been great this year. But don't they still need starters? Did I miss anything? Have they gotten any starting pitching yet?
No, they have not.
And we are 5 minutes away at this point. 5 minutes until the deadline closes. And that was a need I thought the Cubs had to have.
Yeah.
Shouldn't say have to have, but they were definitely in the market. And here we are. None of the Orioles pitchers have been on the move yet.
No. Well, none of the starting pitchers.
Starting pitchers, correct. It has been a deadline full of relievers. And this is what we were talking about. Relievers, they get moved quite a bit, especially at the moment. Oh, wild. Well, guys, we appreciate it. And if you are new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. We've had a great group of people that joined us today.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of fun. Can't believe we are almost at the 6 p.m. deadline here, which is in 4 minutes.
Doesn't feel real.
I know.
It doesn't. And we've been streaming for a while, but we've had
4 hours and 18 minutes.
Oh, beautiful. Starting pitchers, though, guys. I really thought there would be more on the move.
I did too. I'm going to be honest. Unless something happens in the next 4 minutes, why is Charlie Moore? Like, I don't understand.
And also keep in mind, I saw this at the end, 6:30 p.m. being the real deadline. I mean, yeah, we might not get some moves being announced.
Yeah.
It's going to take, because I think what's it called? Gregory Soto was announced like 3 minutes after the deadline last year. So it could take a second. And also, who's the one of the former MLB GMs came out and they were like, yeah, so like hard deadline. And he was like, I mean, the deadline is there. He's like, if you make a move at 4:05, people aren't gonna, So I think it will be. It's not 6 o'clock, boom, but I'm nervous. I'm sweating.
Another reliever
perspirating.
Going to the Rangers, Phil Maton, going from the Cardinals to the Rangers. That's one of the recent moves as well. Guys, we're 3 minutes away now. 3 minutes away. And the Caballero deal, John Morosi just tweeted out, like, I'm curious because he was brought over for a defensive reason. And because you're wondering, is it because of situations that are happened with Anthony Volpe, which a lot of Yankees fans have hated the way he's played short and have been frustrated with him overall. And I feel for a guy also that playing in New York as a shortstop, trying to become the next great shortstop there through the system. It's a tall task, especially playing in New York. And definitely you can see he's mentally, to me, had a lot more going on than anything else. But guys, 2 minutes. We are 2 minutes away from the trade deadline of the 2025 season officially coming to an end. Officially?
It has been a day. Whew.
I gotta tell you, I really got to go to the
24.
bathroom.
The last 24. Let's go take a piss, dude. I think we're safe.
Well,
I was gonna say maybe just wait the 2 minutes.
Well, something could happen right after the 2 minutes.
Yeah.
We're almost up to 800 people here that are watching live on YouTube. If you guys are, hit that like button. We're trying to get to 500 on the likes. I know we're not there yet. But
Ravens just sent me a push notification on Twitter, and it is not the time. Like, I'm sorry. This is I'm glad camp is going well, but this is not.
We do also have 47 subscribers to go to hit 21,000. So of the 777 of you guys watching, if you're not subscribed, please do so. We do cover a lot of baseball news, but football season starts tonight. Football is going to be played tonight.
O'Marion Hampton is playing for the Chargers.
That's right. So we do cover football during football season too, and anything else that's popping up. If you guys enjoy this type of content, make sure that you're subscribing as well. We certainly appreciate it. Now there's 784 watching on the Ryan Ripken Show. So appreciate you guys tuning in, but don't leave without hitting that subscribe button. We promise we'll give you some more great content and maybe some dumb shit too. So
yeah, we'll definitely have some of that. And Rip After Dark, if you're a Holy Shirts and Pants member, we will definitely have one of those After Dark episodes to really decompress, or maybe you can see a whole different side of us.
Wow.
What?
Yankees are getting Camille Duvall from the Giants. That is a massive get.
Whoa, right at the buzzer, technically at 6 p.m. right now, guys. So, Zach, read it off.
The Yankees are getting Camille Duvall from the Giants. I did read it off before. It's all too fast and tweeted out.
Zach,
I wonder
Zach, I need you to take the helm here.
All right. Yeah, got you.
Well, I'll put it up on the screen there.
Hey, if I don't see you guys, for those of you tuning in, I love you. Thanks for tuning in. And hit that subscribe button. Bitches.
Oh,
I got work to do. Got work to do for the show.
Yep. We're rocking. There it is.
Yep.
We are rocking and rolling. Appreciate it. Man. So Camille Duvall, Zach, on the move. And the Giants, look, they thought that they were in it. They had been playing well earlier in the season. They got Devers. Everyone felt like it was moving in the right direction until it wasn't. And then they decided to sell. They trade the 28-year-old right-hander, 3.09 ERA on the year. And once again, the Yankees continue to bolster their bullpen, Zach. So another piece for the Yankees.
Yeah. The Yankees talk about a bullpen overload, or, just complete. Yankees made some really good moves this season, or this deadline. I'm not gonna lie, I'm refusing to believe that Charlie Morton is still on this team until we just got passing.
From what?
Tampa Bay Rays are acquiring right-handed reliever Griffin Jacks. What are the Rays?
Where are you seeing that?
Jeff Passan.
Is it actually the Jeff Passan?
Yes. And then Charlie Morton to the Tigers. There we go. At the buzzer. Bang!
Wow, the Rays just got Griffin Jacks.
A lot of things just happened, Ryan. A lot of things just happened. Griffin Jacks to Tampa, Morton to Detroit. Bang! That's why I didn't. You see, now I literally look at my phone that I had up. Oh, is it gonna? I had my goodbye tweet to Charlie, and I had LOL JK, get back out there, Charlie. So I can delete that now. There it is. There it is.
Holy shirts and pants. Here it is. The Charlie Morton's going to the Detroit Tigers.
Yep.
Which the Tigers now, their starting pitching has been a strength for them overall.
Buzzer beater.
But Charlie Morton, now I'm curious what that return was.
Yeah, now we got to – wow.
Tigers come in at the buzzer.
Wow. I just got to say this. what Major League Baseball lacks in a fast-paced, all-in-your-face, like, oh, bam, this is happening in the offseason, like, an NFL or an NBA where it feels like it's 3 days of just boom, 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 boom. The slow offseason for baseball is annoying. I get that. Baseball, the trade deadline, final hours is one of the greatest spectacles in sports. We're having buzzer beaters. Griffin Jackson is a massive move.
That's a huge move. Everyone thought that he would be going to one of the top contenders.
Yeah.
And yet the Rays pick him up, which Jax has not had his best year. Hasn't been the case for him. 4.50 ERA. But last year was one of the best. 2 ERA in 72 games pitched. So this has been an unbelievable turn of events. And I'm going to take a look at Griffin Jax as far as team control is concerned, Zach, because the Rays are always being very technical with making these types of moves. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So come on, my computer might be freezing because of everything that's happening right now. And there is a lot that just went down. And if you are joining us for the first time today, hit that like and subscribe button. We do this live every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. I mean, I'll be honest, if you have been watching for a while, you should be hitting that like and subscribe button. Where did it go? There it is. Come on. Don't fail me now. So I wanted to pull it up for me, Zach.
For which one?
For Griffin Jax. I'm trying to see his
and while you do that real fast, I do just want to once again, there are about 1,000 people combined here on YouTube and many others watching across other platforms. If you're new, hit that like and subscribe over on the Ryan Ripken Show or Kevin and Zach Rath, or both. Both would be cool.
Both is good.
Both is good. What a fun deadline day. And it feels like it's just been incredible.
Truly has. It's been a wild one, from Mason Miller getting traded, Suarez last night from the Mariners, or getting traded from the D-backs to the Mariners, to Carlos Correa waiving his no trade clause, to, gosh, I can't even pick all the moves in Baltimore. They moved a lot of guys, a lot. So it is incredible. Apparently, I'm saying in the chat that did the Blue Jays make a couple moves right at the deadline at the buzzer as well? Yes, Ty France.
Wow, that's actually a good pickup.
Traded to the Blue Jays. And Louis Varland heading there as well. Rodon and Rojas going to Minnesota. Goodness gracious, the sell is... Talk about fielding a team. Do the Twins have people out there? I don't know. But what we do know is, guys, the final list continues to come in. There was a ton, though, Zach, of the biggest winners are anyone that sold their big closers.
Yeah.
Also, right now, the Dodgers are acquiring outfield
the Twins are getting Taj Bradley back for
Griffin Jax.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
That's a good one.
Okay. And also, Robert Murray is reporting that the Dodgers are acquiring outfield prospect James Tibbs III from the Red Sox.
Are you serious?
That's what Robert Murray just tweeted out here a few minutes ago.
For what? That was the star piece of the Devers trade.
I'm kind of confused here. That's his account. And the Dustin May deal. That's what it was. So there we go.
That's a bad trade.
That's
so
what
Tibbs
happened for Dustin May.
So you kind of got Dustin May for
Devers.
Plus a few up for Dustin May. Also shout out one of the guys that was supposed to be in the Manny Machado trade.
Wow. How about that? And Justin, yes, Charlie Morton to Detroit We're still waiting on the final details of that deal when it comes to it. But that's the report. There are so many different storylines here that are bopping around, Zach. A lot of bop. But the starting pitchers, though, the winners are the closers that were sold because there was a lot of hauls there. The surprise is that not a lot of starting pitching moved like I thought it would, Zach.
Mm-hmm.
It was a seller's market, so the teams that did sell got a lot of assets. What you do with the assets, that's interesting. I know Tigers fans, I can see that they are a little bit disappointed that Charlie Morton, they got Kyle Finnegan, but no real big pieces. They didn't land Suarez, Zach. They didn't land a ton of guys. But Tigers, Charlie Morton, high character guy, has pitched really well the last couple months. Obviously had a brutal start to start the year for the Baltimore Orioles. And that's all we have on that. I mean, we're trying to not debunk, but get all the information here that's coming through in the final moments here of the trade deadline, where the Orioles were big sellers at the deadline. You know, one guy, hey, Chris, no Gallen is surprising. He was one guy, and maybe it was because of the price. Another guy that wasn't moved that we know of, Zach, Dylan
Well, okay,
Cease.
that's Gallen's got to be simply, I would say, because no team. If like you said,
They
with
don't
the
want
price,
to, yeah.
like it's not worth the price of the risk. I think Zach Gallen, let's be honest, Sandy Alcantara, you are okay with giving up top prospects for, giving up guys to be with or to get him, because the past two outings he's shown, oh, this is Sandy Alcantara we know. You know, recently though, you can't say that it's almost gotten worse for Gallen. Like that's the thing, is it was guys going in two opposite directions, and there are a lot of guys that I'm honestly pretty. Because who else? It's been Gallen didn't go. Obviously, Joe
Dylan
Ryan
Cease
didn't go.
did not go. Joe
Gore
Ryan
didn't go. Cease.
Yep. There are a lot of teams starting pitchers. So that was probably, if we're looking, we might have to do a show tomorrow, even to just kind of like recap or even.
I think we have to.
So in the moment, teams that went aggressive, let's go on that case. Teams that were aggressive. The Rangers came on strong to end this deadline, getting Merrill Kelly, Danny Coulombe, acquired Phil Maton out of the bullpen. They also then saw the Astros get Ramon Urias, Carlos Correa, Jesus Sanchez. Did they get an arm at the end, Zach, with the Astros? Am I missing on that?
Yeah. They got
did they?
Yeah, didn't they?
There's so many moves.
I'm saying,
but then Seattle got Suarez and Naylor to go with their pitching staff. Really solid for them. They're trying to make a push. Boston got Dustin May. Right now, we just talked about, that's them bolstering. They got Steven Matz as well from the Cardinals to bolster their overall pitching staff. Yankees went heavy on relievers, Zach. Heavy.
Very.
Bednar, Doval, and Blanken, and they got some other pieces that can go in to help them. Twins sold everybody, and I mean everybody that they could. The Phillies, after the Duran deal, besides Harrison Bader, that was about it. The Mets were big winners here. Got Cedric Mullins. You added two more pieces to your bullpen, to Rogers, Helsley, and Edwin Diaz to be in your back end, plus with their lineup that they already have. Really solid there. And then the Padres, Mason Miller has gone there. They acquired Ramon Laureano and Ryan O'Hearn, but I am trying to honestly figure out how it all fits in, Zach.
Yeah.
Like truly trying to figure out where this all fits the hell in. But there's so much to unpack. I do think of teams that didn't do a lot. The Tigers, until they made the move for Morton,
you want
not a lot. What we got?
I was gonna say the Brewers.
Brew Crew, dude.
Did they do a thing? Besides, what did the Brewers even do?
I don't know if Milwaukee did anything. Of all these guys, I don't think they did Jack, period.
I don't think they got a single.
So the Brewers stood pat on all of this. They stood pat. Interesting. Now the Cubs, we got to go through all this, but I thought the Cubs would be more active for a starting pitcher.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they added some relief pitching, but not a ton across the board. The Blue Jays, though, hey, Shane Bieber, they got Sir Anthony Dominguez, and then they just acquired Ty France at the buzzer.
Yeah.
And Varland. So, I mean, the Brewers traded, yes, they traded Nestor Cortez, but that's not helping, their team right now. It is very interesting. I wonder now if this goes to the eyes of when controllable pitchers can get moved, it might be in the offseason. Guys that can go back to the table. Sandy Alcantara is one. You know, Mitch Keller, they said they're not moving him, but could he be for the right price in the offseason? But then Zach Gallen, Dylan Cease going to be free agents. Merrill Kelly going to be a free agent who was moved to the Rangers. Yeah, but for the Orioles, though, since sticking with Baltimore here, they got rid of all their expiring deals minus Ramon and Kittredge, which were player or team options. They got rid of them. And yeah, Morden left, or you got rid of Morden, but no Zach Eflin, which on the IL again, no shock to me there that Zach Eflin doesn't get moved. Where else was I going? Tomoyuki Sagano stays put.
Yeah.
So only one Orioles starter got moved in this process. So that was it. That was it. The Twins sold everybody, dude. I forgot they traded Paddock.
Yeah. They got rid of everyone.
Wow. And I guess if the Tigers fans, they did get Paddock yesterday on the 30th, right? So there it is. So they did make a move, but it wasn't the big splash. And Charles, appreciate you, man. Thank you. Going to be fun to watch the Baltimore Tides the rest of the year. Go Tides, baby.
I was going to say, actually, the Ironbirds are going to be a very fun team.
And excited to hopefully see the younger guys get a chance to prove themselves. Apparently, is this true about Mike Yastrzemski? Yaz, is he going to the Royals? Is that truth or lies?
Yep, the Royals are acquiring Mike Yastrzemski.
Wow. Well, there it is. Yaz, former Oriole farm and former prospect in Baltimore. Never got up to the big leagues with the team. Had been out there, was an all-star for the San Francisco Giants. But they're selling. Hasn't had the most stellar year so far, but been around, can bring defense to the table, can have some pop. Hitting 230, 8 home runs, 28 RBIs on the season. So the Royals make a small move right there at the end, Zach. Yeah, there are so many different situations that just happened. Well, guys, I
don't even. What a freaking.
Yeah. And also, then Gavin Sheets was not in that trade to the Orioles. I thought maybe, could he dare? Because I'm curious now of how they're going to configure all this now.
I have no clue.
Laureano, O'Hearn, and Gavin Sheets. And Gavin's got 15 jacks already over there on the season. He's had a great year for them.
He's had a fantastic year.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're going to do with him.
Yep. Holy shirts and pants. Twins completely sell. Completely sell. Well, I think we're going to wrap it, guys, because we need to digest this. We're going to figure out what's next, and we will have another show. And for the Holy Shirts and Pants members, click that join button if you want to be a part of it. I'll be back later tonight, maybe Brad and I, because we got to go through some things for the show after this. So we will talk about maybe debriefing, but join the Holy Shirts and Pants members. We appreciate you guys. Thank you for all your support. And if you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. I promise. I know that we gotta roll. I will do the task. I will record that. Maybe that will be the Rip After Dark, showing you how the damn thing's done. But nothing right now from Charlie Morton, right? Nothing
we'll
that
find
we got.
out probably in 4 days.
We'll probably find out next year.
The rate that they're reporting these things.
Woo. That is it. Well, Zach, any final words before we get on out of here?
Nobody knows who won this day for the next 5 years. So you can look at all the prospect rankings. You can look at all the stats. You can look at all that. You can say this team fleeced this team. You can say this team robbed this team blind. You can say this was a super even trade. We won't know. It's the beauty of this. So what a freaking deadline. Unbelievable. My favorite stream ever, each year. We were sitting around 1,000 for a while. We still got 700 or 800 people. Sorry, chilling with the 700. I can't do math. That's my bad. 700 people chilling with us on YouTube and stuff, sticking to the end. You guys rock. Appreciate everyone who tuned in. This is the dream come true to be able to sit here and react with everyone. So thank you. Genuinely appreciate everyone who tunes in. And if you are new, hit that like, hit that subscribe button to either channel or both. Both is good. If you want to see some more of us and continue to come hang with us.
Yeah, we got a whole lot planned for you guys in the Ryan Ripken Media, Ryan Ripken Show, Kevin and Zach React, part of Ryan Ripken Media as well. Well, Zach, we can cue the music because it is Thursday.
Yep.
We are on our normal programming, so let's cue it. Now. Wow, it was a long day. As always here on the Ryan Ripken Show, you guys have a day, have a night, have a great stinking rest of your Thursday. Holy Shirts and Pants members, we didn't have the call-ins, but let's get together after this. A little Rip After Dark, decompress on everything that's happening. Be good, be safe. Enjoy your weekend.
Have a day.